Like this video and subscribe now for more parts. Chapter 129. Wang Xian was dressed in blue, like an ancient Confucian scholar. He had a delicate face and looked very elegant. Mo Nan was a little curious. What was Wang Xian's cheat code? How could he be ranked higher than Jun Yang in the battle power rankings? Mo Nan stared at Wang Xian, who was standing opposite Jun Yang. Name: Wang Xian. Gold finger, 3-person system, immortal level lower grade. Cultivation, Dan Hua realm 3rd level. Note 1, when 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. This system can bind 3 people into a master-disciple relationship, and all the abilities of the bound people can be shared. Note 2, you cannot bind someone with a higher cheat level than yourself, and binding requires certain conditions. Currently bound master-disciple relationships: Jun Yang, Chen Baichuan, Suruoxi. Damn it! Mo Nan was stunned for a moment. This Wang Xian, his cheat code actually allows him to share all of someone else's abilities? How shameless! How easy is it for others to awaken a cheat code after working so hard? And then you share it so easily. At the same time, Mo Nan also understood why Wang Xian was originally mediocre and his name was not on the list of the hottest. It turned out that this guy was a growth type. However, Mo Nan was also a little nervous. The ability of Wang Xian's golden finger seemed familiar. Brother Tianfu, someone has the same ability as you. Rubbish. In response to Mo Nan, there were only 2 cold characters that showed no emotion. Mo Nan was just saying it casually. Although Wang Xian's golden finger was something, compared to himself, he was just a younger brother. In addition, Mo Nan had seen a cheat code with similar abilities before, which was Hua Qingyu's irreconcilable system. At that time, Hua Qingyu chose herself as her target, but her irreconcilable system was only at the spiritual level, and her ability was only to randomly obtain an ability of the bound person. At that time, Hua Qingyu got her own 10 times cultivation speed, which scared Mo Nan a lot. I have been hunting geese for many years and was almost pecked in the eye by a goose. However, after asking Brother Tianfu, I was relieved to learn that Brother Tianfu could intervene and stop it, but that Brother Tianfu thought 10 times the training speed was just rubbish and he was too lazy to pay attention to it. According to Mo Nan's estimation, this Wang Xian must have had some thoughts about him, but it was probably Brother Tianfu who took action, so this guy failed to bind successfully. Mo Nan's guess was not wrong, Wang Xian did have his eyes on him. Wang Xian's 3-person system requires one to be defeated by the target person in order to bind him/her. The reason why Wang Xian was ranked 2nd in the combat power rankings was because of his repeated efforts. Every time he was defeated by the attack marks left by the top 10 in the combat space, he could bind the opponent as a target and share all their abilities. Therefore, he was able to step-by-step climb to the 2nd place in the combat power rankings. When Wang Xian was finally defeated by the sword light left by Mo Nan, and was about to happily share all the abilities of the first newcomer, the first genius in 800 years, his system told him that the binding had failed. This made Wang Xian very uncomfortable. His 3-person system had 3 conditions in order to bind a target. First, you have to be defeated directly or indirectly by the other party, and second, you have to have had contact with the bound person in real life, even if it is just a face-to-face encounter. The third condition is that the opponent's golden finger level cannot be higher than your own golden finger level, that is, it cannot be higher than the lower level of the immortal level. However, he failed to bind Mo Nan. In Wang Xian's opinion, there was only one possibility, that is, Mo Nan's golden finger level exceeded the lower grade of the immortal level and reached at least the middle grade of the immortal level. After knowing the answer, Wang Xian couldn't help but feel amazed and shocked. As expected, he is the greatest genius in the past 800 years. He is indeed amazing. In the end, Wang Xian had no choice but to settle for the second best and set his targets on Jun Yang, Chen Baichuan, and Suruoxi. Wang Xian couldn't help but wonder, if the combined strength of the three of them compares to Mo Nan, how will it fare? The gaze returned to the number 99 ring. Mo Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at Jun Yang and Wang Xian on the ring. He already had an answer to the outcome of this battle in his mind. Jun Yang's golden finger is indeed very powerful, and Supreme Bone is definitely a top-level golden finger, but unfortunately, Wang Xian is a guy who has no martial ethics. How can we fight if we share all the abilities of the three top geniuses at the same time? Mo Nan estimated that Wang Xian's golden finger should be the ceiling among the lower-grade immortals. Mo Nan chose to copy Wang Xian's unethical golden finger without hesitation. Although Mo Nan didn't know if he could use the threesome system, as the saying goes, whether he could use it or not is one thing, and whether he had it or not is another. If you can pick up a low-grade immortal-level golden finger for free, why not do it? Compared to Mo Nan, who already knew the outcome of the battle, everyone else was looking at the two people standing opposite each other on the ring with excitement, looking forward to the exciting battle between them. Jun Yang looked at the man in front of him who had suddenly appeared recently and quickly reached the second place in the combat power ranking list, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Wang Xian looked at Jun Yang, who was dressed simply, with a calm expression on his face. But his heart was not at peace. After sharing Jun Yang's abilities, Wang Xian finally understood how powerful Jun Yang was and why he was called the second best among the newcomers. But, so what? In this battle, the winner will still be me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the battle between the two finally began. Purple runes flowed on Jun Yang's fist, and then he swung his fist towards Wang Xian. The noise was so loud that it was even louder than the one Lin Feng had made before. Everyone had no doubt that even Lin Feng, who had previously beaten Li Qi to death, would still be knocked away by Jun Yang if he fought against him. However, what happened the next moment left everyone stunned. Wang Xian also clenched his fist, and there were also purple runes flowing on his fist, which looked exactly the same as Jun Yang's. When Jun Yang saw this scene, his pupils also shrank and he looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. However, Wang Xian's face still showed a calm expression. Soon, the two identical fists collided with each other. After one blow, Jun Yang retreated more than 10 steps, while Wang Xian only retreated 3 steps. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. While everyone was shocked, they also began to speculate about Wang Xian's golden finger. Some people already had a vague guess. Chapter 130. In the crowd, Chen Baichuan frowned as he watched the scene unfolding on the stage. He spoke to a few of his friends around him. This Wang Xian, the golden finger may be an imitation or mirroring type of ability, with the effect of returning the favor in their own way. Then, he shook his head again. However, it is not a wise choice to expose your core abilities so easily. Hearing Chen Baichuan say this, someone beside him said nervously, Brother Xian, if you meet this Wang Xian, will he also imitate your abilities? If so, wouldn't this Wang Xian be inherently invincible no matter who he meets? Chen Baichuan chuckled and said slowly, that may not be the case. If that were the case, he wouldn't only be ranked second on the battle strength list. Watching the two people clashing again on the 99th stage, Chen Baichuan continued, however, my core ability is not so easy to simulate. Hearing this, the people around Chen Baichuan showed admiration towards him. Scenes similar to what happened to Chen Baichuan were constantly happening among the crowd. Those top geniuses, watching the fierce battle between Jun Yang and Wang Xian, were surprised and puzzled, and at the same time, they did not quite agree with Wang Xian's behavior of exposing his core ability of the golden finger right at the beginning. There is a saying on the blue planet, there are 1,000 kinds of golden fingers for 1,000 people. No one knows if there is a golden finger that can restrain oneself. It would be very uncomfortable if others use this against oneself. If you easily reveal your golden finger, you might become the target of people with plundering abilities or some evil cultivators. Although Wang Xian did not reveal too much, this was enough for many people. Wang Xian's core abilities were already laid out in the open. However, this was Wang Xian's own choice, and no one else could say anything about it. But it has to be admitted that Wang Xian is indeed very strong. In the ring, Jun Yang is already at a disadvantage, and every move is fraught with danger. The final result was just as Mo Nan expected, Jun Yang lost. This result was not surprising. If Wang Xian had lost despite possessing all the abilities of the three top geniuses, he could have just found a piece of tofu and killed himself. And with Jun Yang's defeat, everyone couldn't help but sigh. It seems that, if nothing unexpected happens, the second freshman in this period should be Wang Xian. I don't know, how will Mo Nan deal with Wang Xian who has the ability to simulate others? Will Mo Nan also fail? Mo Nan watched the fight between the two, but his thoughts were different from others. The second freshman? Haha, that may not be the case. At the very least, Mo Nan only knew one person, Wang Chongshao, but this guy was a little too cowardly, so it was probably impossible for him to take action. In addition, there is Chu Xuan, an uncertain character whose upper limit can be guessed by you once his luck is unlocked, and he may also be stronger than Wang Xian. Although Chu Xuan is not Wang Xian's opponent judging by the strength he has shown so far, Mo Nan has a feeling that Chu Xuan will definitely soar to the sky. It is only a matter of time before he surpasses Wang Xian. Mo Nan suddenly thought of a question. If Wang Xian's three-person system is bound to Chu Xuan, can he obtain Chu Xuan's fortune-grabbing ability? Thinking of this, Mo Nan focused his attention on the purple light spot in his mind that represented the three-person team system. When Mo Nan tried to bind Chu Xuan as a target, he was indeed required to be defeated by the opponent first. This made Mo Nan frown. Defeated by the opponent? Are you kidding? If the condition for binding a target with this system is always to be defeated by the opponent, then it would be useless to me. At the very least, it is of no use among peers. But Mo Nan was still curious about the question in his mind, so he asked about his talent. Brother Tianfu, can this three people form a group system share Chu Xuan's luck? Then, Mo Nan got the answer. Cannot. After getting the answer, Mo Nan suddenly thought of a scene. If Chu Xuan starts to show his talent and continues to surpass other geniuses in the future, and Wang Xian goes to bind himself to Chu Xuan, then it would be a complete waste and a place would be wasted. Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan turned his gaze elsewhere. For me, everything else can be put on hold for a while, but copying the golden finger must be put first. Now, Mo Nan still has many golden fingers that have not been copied. You know, even Shen Dao, who is ranked 49th on the list, has a golden finger at the half-step immortal level. For Mo Nan, there are at least dozens of golden fingers that can be copied but he has not copied yet. It is worth mentioning that, I don't know if it's because today's harvest is too rich or for some other reason, Brother Tianfu's appetite has become spoiled. Now, even for the top-grade Dao level golden finger, Brother Tianfu will not automatically pop up the copy option. This made Mo Nan speechless. The good days had only lasted for less than a day, and you were already getting carried away? Although we can have a good harvest today and eat our fill, it is basically impossible to have a scene like today in the future. Your appetite has become so picky now. How are you going to live in the future? Moreover, in Mo Nan's opinion, those Dao level top-grade golden fingers were still few and far between, and they were of great use to him, but in the end, they were just despised. Although, if he copied all the golden fingers of the Dao level and above here, it would already be a lot, but who would complain about having too many golden fingers? Mo Nan thought to himself that it was a pity, then he put away his thoughts and scanned the scene. After glancing for a moment, Mo Nan heard exclamations from the crowd again. Look, isn't that Li Guocan, who's ranked 5th on the list? Yes, that's him. Speaking of which, the 4 people ranked ahead of him are all on the battle strength rankings, but they are cut off from Li Guocan. I wonder how strong Li Guocan is. I don't know. Is it true, as the rumors say, that there's a talent gap here. Who cares? Just watch. Mo Nan was delighted, as he now had a new target. However, just as he was about to look over there, his figure suddenly changed and disappeared from the spot. Mo Nan cursed inwardly, this damn matching mechanism really doesn't know how to choose the right time. Mo Nan turned around to see who his opponent was this time, hoping to end the battle as soon as possible so that he could copy Li Guqin's golden finger. However, when Mo Nan glanced at the ring, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Interesting. Chapter 131. Mo Nan looked at the arena with great interest, where he was the only one standing, and couldn't help but think it was interesting. The people in the audience once again saw this strange scene of only one person on the stage, and they all looked over here for a moment. Those who were originally attracted by Li Guqin were also attracted by this strange scene. And when they saw the tall figure standing on the ring, excitement appeared in their eyes. Mo Nan, this is Mo Nan. Stop shouting, everyone knows Mo Nan. Speaking of which, why is there another scene where you're all alone? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Do you think Mo Nan would also be killed for no apparent reason? Are you FG still asleep? Can you use your brain before you speak? However, what is certain is that there is indeed another person on the ring. I just don't know if Mo Nan can find that person's whereabouts. There's someone else in the ring? Where is he? You don't believe me when I tell you you're brainless, so you won't allow others to be invisible. It has to be said that no one who can enter Juxiao Academy is a fool. Among them, some people have guessed the reason why there is only one person on this arena. No, an invisible person who can easily kill Hong Xing in seconds? How come there is no news about such a big boss? Otherwise, why is he called the Invisible One? Hiss, such a powerful ghost has actually been hiding beside us all this time? It turns out that there's a deadly knife hanging over our heads at all times. Thinking of this situation, everyone at the scene couldn't help but take a breath, and a chill went through their hearts. In the crowd, Chen Baichuan also shifted his gaze from Li Guqin to Mo Nan. He explained to the people around him, Mo Nan's opponent is most likely a shadow or assassin type. If Mo Nan can't find this person's whereabouts, it will probably be difficult to capture him. Someone beside Chen Baichuan asked curiously, Brother Xian, will Mo Nan lose? Chen Baichuan glanced at Mo Nan on the ring and said, although the probability is small, it is not impossible if he has no means of restraining his invisibility. The man asked curiously again, Brother Xian, if you face this person, can you find his whereabouts? Can you defeat him? Upon hearing this, Chen Baichuan narrowed his eyes and scanned the arena, but found nothing. He said, it's hard to say without a direct encounter. Although he said it was not easy to say, he had his own confidence in his heart. If I meet someone who can become invisible, even if I can't see his figure, I still have many ways to deal with it with the various powerful abilities of the Dingdianzu. The ability to lock time and space alone is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Shaking his head, Chen Baichuan continued to look at the arena belonging to Mo Nan. He was also a little curious in his heart, how would this top freshman deal with this situation? On the ring, Mo Nan looked towards the position in front of his left, with a smile on his lips. To others, the arena was empty except for him, but to Mo Nan, those lines of eye-catching fonts were simply too conspicuous. However, Mo Nan had no intention of using this to win. The art of assassination? Who doesn't know it? Then, Mo Nan slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, an invisible field quietly unfolded, covering the entire arena. In the crowd, Ye Wujiang seemed to sense something and glanced at the ring with some surprise. Finally, not finding anything unusual, he shook his head and focused his attention on Mo Nan, who had his eyes closed. On the ring, Mo Nan closed his eyes tightly, and everything around him became extremely clear in his perception. The slight flow of air and the slight friction between the sleeves and the air all appeared clearly in Mo Nan's mind. Among them, there is the bonus of frost field and the assassin instinct brought by god-level assassination. Mo Nan did not hide his figure like Chen Feng, as this would expose himself. Even if it was only one of his dozens of abilities, Mo Nan did not want to be exposed. Of course, the key reason is that it is unnecessary. Even though the level of greetings field is only half-step to immortality, this kind of field-type golden finger has a restraining effect on assassins like Chen Feng. Even if only using a frost field, it would be enough to deal with Chen Feng. Time passed by minute, and at a certain moment, Mo Nan, who had kept his eyes closed, finally moved. His figure flashed and appeared at the edge of the ring in an instant. And at the place where Mo Nan had just stood, a faint light flashed by. That was the light reflected by the sunlight hitting the weapon. Everyone understood that the person hiding in the dark had taken action. On the ring, Mo Nan dodged to the edge and slowly opened his eyes. The reason why Mo Nan closed his eyes was that he didn't want to win by cheating, and he also wanted to get familiar with the various new abilities he had obtained. But now, there is no need. This is because Frost Field has an ability that can extremely restrain god-level assassination technique, and that is the marking ability. All people and objects within the area can be marked. In this case, there was no point for Mo Nan to close his eyes. He didn't want to cheat, but he had too many cheat sheets in his hand and he had no choice but to look at them. This is also one of the reasons why warriors should not easily reveal their golden fingers. Just like what is happening now, if Chen Feng's enemies had Ye Wujiang with them every time they dealt with him, then Chen Feng would have been mostly defeated before the fight even started. If Chen Feng's cultivation level wasn't higher than Ye Wujiang's, he might have really been defeated when he faced Ye Wujiang. After marking Chen Feng, Mo Nan was also ready to take the initiative. If it ends sooner, maybe I can still catch up and copy Li Guqin's golden finger. Then, in the eyes of everyone in the audience, Mo Nan began to compete with the air. Although Mo Nan's cultivation level is the same as Chen Feng's, he has condensed 9 Liang true pills to break through to the Danhua realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that his combat power crushes Chen Feng. Every attack that came from nowhere was easily blocked by Mo Nan. Chen Feng felt that his invisibility seemed to have lost its effect in front of Mo Nan, and every attack was accurately blocked. Mo Nan's fighting ability also made Chen Feng feel shocked. A moment later, Mo Nan knocked Chen Feng off the ring with one punch, and the fight ended. After seeing Mo Nan stop, everyone in the audience couldn't help but become curious. The battle is over? Mo Nan is a sword cultivator, but he defeated the mysterious man who killed Hong Xing in seconds without even using his sword? Chapter 132. When everyone saw Mo Nan turn around and leave the ring, they finally confirmed that Mo Nan had indeed defeated the mysterious man. Everyone was surprised. Was it so easy? What's the difference between this and the previous beating of Duan Lang? As a result, everyone's assessment of Mo Nan's strength increased again. Mo Nan got off the stage, and the challenge points in the Juxiao token became 19 points. He did not rush back to the crowd, but instead looked towards the arena where Li Guqin was. Fortunately, the battle over there is not over yet. A young man in a royal blue robe was fighting with a young man in white. Hey, isn't that Han Fei? Unexpectedly, Li Guqin's opponent turned out to be Han Fei. No wonder the outcome has not been decided for so long. Li Guqin is feeling very uncomfortable right now. He has also heard some recent rumors from the outside world. The 4 people ahead of him, Mo Nan, Jun Yang, Chen Baixuan, and Suruoxi, all entered the battle power rankings. Therefore, many people say that starting from him, the geniuses were divided into different levels. Including him, all geniuses after him can only be considered second tier. How could he accept this when he has been a genius since childhood? In addition, even Han Fei, who ranked behind him, made it into the comprehension rankings. Therefore, there are rumors that his 5th place is the most inflated one. Now, he finally met a top genius, Han Fei, in front of him. He must win this battle, only in this way can he prove himself. However, although his cultivation was deeper than Han Fei's, Han Fei in front of him had all kinds of powerful martial arts, and he couldn't defeat him for a while. This made him start to feel anxious. He made up his mind and prepared to use his trump card again, hoping that it would succeed this time. On the other side, Mo Nan looked at the two people fighting fiercely on the ring, his eyes fixed on Li Guoken. Name, Li Guoken. Gold Finger, 1-hit kill, immortal level lower grade. Cultivation, 1st level of Danhua realm. Note 1, each attack can add a layer of mark. After adding 10 layers of marks, the enemy can be killed with 1 strike. Note 2, ignoring cultivation, but the chance of a sure kill against someone with a higher cheat level than oneself will be reduced. The greater the gap, the smaller the chance. It is ineffective against those with cheat levels of immortal grade or above. It will trigger 100% against those with a cheat level lower than oneself. There is a 50% chance of triggering against those with the same cheat level as oneself. Mo Nan was also shocked when he saw this golden finger. Even though he had seen many golden fingers, Li Guoken's golden finger was definitely one of the top ones. Ignore your cultivation level, kill with 1 strike. What a terrifying ability this is! In other words, as long as Li Guoken can last more than 10 moves in the fight, he will enter a violent state and kill anyone who stands in his way. In other words, as long as the opponent's golden finger is not of the upper grade fairy level or above, then as long as Li Guoken is not killed within 10 moves, he may be killed instantly by him. No matter how high your cultivation level is, if you can't defeat me within 10 moves, then prepare to die. As for the golden finger level being lower than the lower grade of the immortal level, it goes without saying that if you meet Li Guoken, you will definitely be killed. Imagine that a person who has cultivated to the level of Martial King, Martial Emperor, or even Martial Lord and Martial Honor wants to kill Li Guoken, but he also wants to tease him and fails to kill Li Guoken within 10 moves. His golden finger level is also lower than Li Guoken's. Finally, Li Guoken enters a violent state and kills the opponent in 1 move. That scene was simply too wonderful. However, with such a powerful ability, why is it only at the lower level of immortal level? Mo Nan was very puzzled. Could it be that there were some limitations that he didn't know about? Or was it the word probability that was causing trouble again? At the same time, Mo Nan also knew the reason why Li Guoken did not make it into the combat power rankings. It was probably because he did not last more than 10 moves under the attack mark. Those marks were the strongest blows of each person who left them. It was normal that Li Guoken couldn't withstand them. Mo Nan originally thought that Wang Xian's golden finger should be the ceiling among the lower grade immortals, but now it seems that it may not be the case. Afterwards, Mo Nan felt something was wrong. Even if Wang Xian was killed instantly by Li Guoken, he could still bind to Li Guoken in return. From this point of view, Wang Xian's unethical golden finger is more powerful. Mo Nan thought of something and asked in his heart, "Brother Tianfu, will this 1-hit kill be useful to me?" Although he had copied many golden fingers, the highest level was only the lower grade of the immortal level. According to the notes, it was possible that he could be killed by Li Guoken with 1 blow. If that's the case, it would be really difficult. If I meet Li Guoken, I must deal with him within 10 moves. Alternatively, 2 people can use 1-hit kill at the same time to see who hits higher or lower. However, the answer given by Tianfu made Mo Nan feel relieved. Not effective for you. While Mo Nan breathed a sigh of relief, he also complained again about this kind of golden finger that depends on luck. Really? No, wait. Luck? Fortune? Luck's favor? Several thoughts flashed through Mo Nan's mind, and then Mo Nan suddenly became excited. I wonder if there will be any unexpected surprises when the two are combined? Thinking of this, Mo Nan couldn't wait to copy 1-hit kill. Then, Mo Nan began to think. He looked at the words higher than his own gold finger level in the notes. The personal golden finger here refers to the lower grade immortal level 1 hit kill, or the highest level of all his golden fingers. If it's the latter, that would be terrifying. When I copy the immortal level golden finger in the future, won't I be able to defeat anyone I meet in seconds? Within 10 moves, everyone depends on their own ability. After 10 moves, one strike will kill them all. All beings are equal. Shaking his head, Mo Nan put away his thoughts. He felt that it was most likely the former. Otherwise, he would be truly invincible, and the level of 1 hit kill would not just be the lower grade of the immortal level. After copying 1 hit kill, Mo Nan wanted to test it out immediately, but unfortunately, there was no place to test it out. I don't know if geniuses like Wang Xian and Jun Yang can last more than 10 moves in my hands. If possible, you can try 1 hit kill. Mo Nan was thinking, should he let them off when he met a few people later? After all, if you go all out, it's not certain that anyone can last 10 moves. Although the two had exchanged several moves when they had fought before, that was when he was not serious at all. If he had gone all out, it would have been a different story. Even Wang Xian might not be able to withstand his 10 full-strength attacks. This is Mo Nan's confidence. Chapter 133. Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan turned his gaze towards the ring. Mo Nan was a little curious. The two of them should have fought for more than 10 moves, right? Why hadn't Li Guqin defeated Han Fei yet? Is it really that difficult to trigger a 50% probability? Watching the fight in the ring, Mo Nan suddenly thought of another question that puzzled him. What would happen if Li Guqin met Chu Xuan? Logically speaking, Chu Xuan doesn't have a golden finger, so there is no such thing as a level. Doesn't that mean that Chu Xuan, the son of luck, will be easily killed by Li Guqin in seconds? No way. That's not scientific. So, Mo Nan decisively raised his doubts to his talent, and it took a long time before he got a reluctant response from his talent. This ability is invalid for those without cheat codes. All right. Mo Nan suddenly remembered a card game he had played before. The elephant card is bigger than the tiger card, but it will be suppressed by the rat card. However, even if it could be effective, Chu Xuan's luck would reduce the probability of Li Guqin's 1-hit kill infinitely to close to 0. While Mo Nan was thinking about the problem, the battle between Li Guqin and Han Fei on the ring had already come to an end. The two people who were fighting fiercely suddenly separated. As Han Fei's palms changed, a dragon shadow appeared and let out a deafening roar. The crowd also heard excited voices. Look, Han Fei is about to use his ultimate move. I think Li Guqin is going to lose. Yeah, everyone said before that Li Guqin's 5th place was a bit of a dud, but I didn't believe it. But now I do. He was completely suppressed by someone who is not good at fighting. Tisk, 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 it's really embarrassing. Exactly. Han Fei is ranked 2nd in the comprehension rankings and excels in the field of comprehension. Yet, Li Guqin is still at a disadvantage. He's truly useless. Keep your voice down. No matter how useless he is, he's still nothing compared to you. Watch out, or he'll come after you later. Come to settle accounts with me? I'm telling the truth. Not only am I a loser, but you still have the nerve to come to me to settle accounts? Duan Lang, no, Wang Dong, am afraid of no one. If he has the guts, let him come to Lingyun Peak to find me. Brother, you're right. This 5th place Li Guqin is really weak. Look how he was defeated by Han Fei. On the stage, Li Guqin took in all the discussions from the crowd below. At this moment, his face was as gloomy as water. He looked at the golden dragon flying out of Han Fei's hand and flying towards him, and Li Guqin took a deep breath. He put away the weapon in his hand, stretched out a finger, and pointed at the rushing Jin Long and Han Fei. Many people who saw this scene couldn't help but laugh. Big brother, are you kidding me? You couldn't even take him down with all your strength, and now you want to use just one finger to deal with him. Everyone could see that it was just an ordinary finger movement, without using any martial arts or even the use of true energy. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Li Guqin wanted to show off before he died? Under the gazes of everyone, the two attacks collided. However, what happened next made everyone's eyes widen and their mouths open in disbelief, suspecting that they had seen it wrong. Han Fei, who was originally full of imposing aura, was seen to be disintegrating like a majestic golden dragon the moment he came into contact with Li Guqin's ordinary finger, which had no energy at all. Han Fei himself was also turned into a bloody mist by Li Guqin's finger. Looking at the blood mist falling all over the sky, everyone's brain froze for a moment. What happened? How come Han Fei was suddenly blown up by a single finger? Just now, the two of them were fighting fiercely, and Han Fei was even in the upper hand. He blew up Han Fei with one finger. Is he still a human? Even the top freshman, Mo Nan, couldn't do that, right? Could it be that Li Guqin, ranked 5th, has actually been hiding his strength? Is he the real hidden boss? That's impossible, right? Someone had seen Li Guqin enter the battle power hall before, but he didn't make the list. Could it be that he is pretending? Isn't that necessary? Aren't 9 heavens points good enough? Besides, if you have to hide it, you should keep it hidden. Many top geniuses also showed solemn and fearful expressions when they saw this scene. Suruoxi's beautiful brows on her face, which looked like a banished immortal, frowned slightly and she looked at Li Guqin who was standing proudly. Chen Baichuan, who was chatting and laughing with the people around him, suddenly frowned. Although he was very confident in his Dingtian Pearl, he had to take this mysterious and strange method seriously. Others had similar thoughts. After all, the abilities displayed by Li Guqin were too weird. Even Wang Xian raised his brows, wondering whether he should change the bound target. On the ring, Li Guqin felt extremely happy at this moment. His sharp eyes turned and scanned the crowd below the ring. Everyone who came into contact with Li Guqin's gaze couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Especially those who had slandered Li Guqin before couldn't help but shrink their necks. The moment Duan Lang met Li Guqin's gaze, his body stiffened, and then he disappeared into the crowd as quickly as his feet slipped away. Li Guqin withdrew his gaze, snorted coldly at the crowd, turned around and walked off the stage. Seeing Li Guqin walking down from the ring, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was so terrifying that some people even felt suffocated under Li Guqin's gaze. It seems that the rumors are really not credible. There is definitely a reason why they are ranked 5th. The so-called rumors are all rumors. Just like there seemed to be rumors before, Mo Nan is also the master of 5 professions including alchemy, formation, equipment, talisman, and inscription. Some people originally believed this rumor, but now it seems that rumors are simply a joke. Those who spread rumors simply treat everyone as fools. Some people cursed in their hearts and secretly swore that if they believed in groundless rumors again, they would be dogs. Mo Nan is a master of 5 professions? Humph, if this rumor is true, I will stand on my head and eat shit. On the other side, Mo Nan looked at Li Guqin and the other man who had finished the battle and retracted his gaze. Others don't know what happened just now, but Mo Nan knows it very well. It's a one-hit kill, it really is a one-hit kill. Mo Nan also wanted to try out a one-hit kill. Just as Mo Nan was about to continue looking for the golden finger, the figure disappeared again and appeared on a ring. Mo Nan was speechless. His feet hadn't even warmed up yet, so why was it his turn? Chapter 134. Mo Nan was speechless. Some people hadn't even played a single game, but he had already played 10 games in a row. Is Qian's Wu really useful? Shaking his head, Mo Nan turned his gaze to the opponent in front of him. This is a young man who looks a little thin, but his eyes are particularly bright. Mo Nan stared at the other party. Name, Feng Zifeng. Gold Finger, monster killing and upgrading system, immortal level lower grade. Cultivation, first level of Danhua realm. Note, you can obtain upgrade points by hunting monsters and other extraordinary creatures. Upgrade points can be used to improve your cultivation and martial arts proficiency. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his opponent this time was not a simple character. With a lower grade immortal level Golden Finger and the cultivation level of the first level of the Danhua realm, is he a hidden dark horse or a prodigy on the list of the best? At this time, the discussion in the crowd sounded, and Mo Nan finally knew who the person in front of him was. Look, Mo Nan is on the court again. Mo Nan's opponent this time seems to be Feng Zifeng, who is ranked 8th on the Fenjian ranking. That's him. He didn't get to taste the first chance he had on the court. His opponent was Mo Nan. He was really unlucky. How many moves can he last? 10 moves should be no problem, right? I think it's tough. Mo Nan understood what was going on from the crowd's discussions. However, what makes Mo Nan a little puzzled is that in the notes of this monster killing and upgrading system, does the supernatural creatures mentioned include humans? Strictly speaking, humans are also extraordinary creatures. If killing people can also earn upgrade points, then Feng Zifeng is very likely to become a bloodthirsty evil cultivator. Mo Nan copied the monster killing and upgrading system, then looked towards Feng Zifeng. I wonder if Feng Zifeng can let me use one-hit kill? Feng Zifeng's eyes narrowed when he saw that his opponent was Mo Nan. However, Feng Zifeng is not an ordinary person, he is also a top genius. Afterwards, Feng Zifeng showed a strong fighting spirit. He took the lead in attacking and attacked Mo Nan. Ring number 40, this is the ring where Mo Nan and the other two fought. At this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused on the number 40 ring. It was different from Mo Nan's previous battle with Chen Feng. At that time, everyone was confused and had no idea what was going on. Now, Mo Nan finally met a top-level genius, and many people wanted to see the battle between the two and see what trump cards each of them had. Especially Mo Nan, it would be great if Feng Zifeng could force out one or two of Mo Nan's trump cards. At the scene, many people wanted to defeat Mo Nan and replace him as the top freshman. Although Mo Nan's reputation is well known, no one would think that they are inferior to others before they actually fight. Especially top geniuses like Chen Baichuan. At this moment, Chen Baichuan also stopped talking with his friends around him and looked towards the number 40 ring with a look of deep curiosity in his eyes. Wang Xian in the crowd had a flickering look in his eyes and sighed silently in his heart. In his eyes, Mo Nan's golden finger is at least mid-grade immortal, or even higher. It is probably impossible for Feng Zifeng to force Mo Nan to reveal his trump card. What happened next was just as Wang Xian had expected. The battle on the ring became almost one-sided. Even someone as powerful as Feng Zifeng, the 8th-ranked genius on the wind and cloud rankings, who has only reached the first level of the Danhua realm, is like a toy in front of Mo Nan. Mo Nan didn't even draw his sword, relying solely on his earth-level martial arts 4 seasons reincarnation fist to force Feng Zifeng to retreat repeatedly. When the two men fought for the 8th move, Feng Zifeng was knocked off the ring by Mo Nan's punch. Those who saw this scene felt a little disappointed, but at the same time, they also had a refreshed understanding of Mo Nan's strength. So strong. Is this really a freshman from the same batch as them? Those who can be admitted to Juxiao Academy are all geniuses in their respective places, but compared with Mo Nan, they don't seem to be from the same world. Everyone has a cheat code, why are you the only one who is so strong? With Feng Zifeng being knocked off the ring, Mo Nan's battle came to an end. Walking down from the ring, Mo Nan shook his head. These geniuses really disappoint me. Why does it feel like beating them is no different from beating Duan Lang? Can my one-hit kill still be of use? Returning to the crowd, Mo Nan ignored the looks from the people around him, who were looking at him as if he were a monster, and continued to look for a copyable golden finger. And the battles on the ring are going on continuously. Next, Mo Nan's luck seemed to be not very good. For the whole afternoon, Mo Nan did not see a golden finger that could be copied. It was getting close to evening, and it looked like this freshman ranking battle would not be over today. After a day of fighting, some people's challenge points were reset to 0, and they were no longer eligible to continue the challenge. There are also people like Mo Nan who have won consecutive games and their challenge points have reached a very high level. There are also people who haven't performed on stage for the entire day, and there are quite a few of them. Moreover, most of those who did not play were pretty good talents. This made Mo Nan speechless. Why did he have to be the target of replication? With the end of the last battle, today's ranking battle also came to an end. The extremely beautiful Zhong Lingyun came gracefully with a flying sword under her feet. His pleasant voice spread throughout the venue. Today's arena battle ends here. Everyone go back to practice breathing exercises and digest the gains from the battle. The arena battle will continue tomorrow at noon. After Zhong Lingyun finished speaking, she stepped on the flying sword and flew away, leaving everyone with a graceful and charming back. Mo Nan exhaled slowly. Is this the end? Why does it feel like today has passed so quickly? However, this is also good. Today's harvest is indeed quite rich, and it is time to go back and digest it carefully. If he copied more, Mo Nan was afraid he wouldn't even know how many golden fingers he had. The reality immortal should go back and sort it out, integrate what should be integrated, use what should be used, and make a good record of the golden fingers he has. Otherwise there might be some golden finger hiding in the corner, and Mo Nan himself wouldn't be able to find it. Putting aside their thoughts, Mo Nan and the others returned to Dali Peak together. After saying goodbye to Li Xiaoao, Lan Ling, and others, Mo Nan couldn't wait to return to his own independent courtyard. In the independent courtyard, Mo Nan sat cross-legged on the bed. After taking a deep breath, Mo Nan immersed his mind in his thoughts. Looking at the light spots emitting purple and purple gold light in his mind, Mo Nan couldn't help but smile. Chapter 135. Next, Mo Nan made a simple classification of the new golden fingers he had obtained today. According to the level classification, the lower grade immortal level golden fingers I got today are Monster Killing and Leveling System, 3-Person System, Turning System, God Level Assassination Technique, Immortal Artifact Dingtianzu Fragment, Eternal Talent, God of War System, Netherworld Karma Fire, Sword Tomb, 9 Questions of the Heavenly Sword, Sacred Body of the Heaven. The golden fingers of the half-step immortal level are Troublemaker System, Frost Field, Life is a Chess System, Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. The best Taoist golden finger, Law of Earth. In addition, there is a special hidden cheat code with no level. The luck is in your favor. If there is anything I missed, please remind me. After going over the golden fingers he got today in his mind, Mo Nan began to check them one by one. First, Mo Nan turned his attention to the Law of Earth. At this time, the light spot representing the Law of Earth is gathering together with the 4 light spots of Law of Metal, Law of Wood, Law of Water, and Law of Fire, and is constantly rotating. Although Mo Nan didn't know what was going on, he was certain that the 5 elements laws had come together, and some changes had definitely occurred. At this moment, an option suddenly popped up in my mind. Does it integrate the 5 elements law? Mo Nan's heart moved. Brother Tianfu actually has this ability? After a moment of surprise, Mo Nan decisively chose fusion. As Mo Nan's thoughts came to mind, the 5 spots of light in his mind began to spin rapidly. The speed of rotation became faster and faster. In the end, Mo Nan could not even see the specific light spot. What appeared in front of his eyes turned into a circular light ring. After more than half an hour, Mo Nan suddenly felt a shock in his mind, and a voice that seemed real and unreal came from his mind. After a moment, the strangeness in my mind returned to calm. Mo Nan quickly collected his thoughts and looked into his mind. This is? Mo Nan was stunned for a moment. He saw that the 5 light spots that had originally gathered together had disappeared. Instead, there was a purple light spot that was brighter than any light spot in his mind. Mo Nan quickly stared at the purple light spot, and then the information about this purple light spot appeared in front of Mo Nan. Gold Finger, the origin of the 5 elements. Level, Immortal level mid-grade. Note, Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, 3 gave birth to the 5 elements, and the 5 elements gave birth to all things. The profound meaning of the 5 elements can evolve all things in the world and has the ability to recreate the universe. Hiss. Seeing the new golden finger obtained after the fusion of the 5 elements, Mo Nan couldn't help but take a breath. The mystery of the origin of the 5 elements? Derived from all things and recreated the universe? Do you have to be so cool? Mo Nan was stunned by the notes on the 5 elements origin mystery. Afterwards, Mo Nan couldn't help but get excited. He didn't expect that after the fusion of 5 Dao level top-grade golden fingers, he could actually get a mid-grade immortal level 5 elements origin mystery. This was really a huge surprise for Mo Nan. This was the first time Mo Nan had seen the immortal level mid-grade golden finger, which was Mo Nan's most powerful ability and trump card at present. In addition, Mo Nan couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Even the 5 elements origin mystery that could derive all things and recreate the universe was only a mid-grade immortal level golden finger. In this case, how powerful would the upper grade and ultimate grade immortal golden fingers be? It seems that when reaching the immortal level of golden finger, the gap between each small level is extremely huge. The gap between immortal level golden fingers may be greater than the gap between immortal level golden fingers and mortal level golden fingers. In addition, are there any more powerful golden fingers above the fairy level? Originally, Mo Nan had not thought about this, but the appearance of Fortune's destiny broke Mo Nan's original inherent concept and cognition of the golden finger. There is actually a lucky fortune, so are there any other special golden fingers? Shaking his head, Mo Nan put away his scattered thoughts and continued to check other golden fingers. Never mind. As long as there is a golden finger in front of you, just copy it. Why think so much? Even if there are 10 or 8 levels above the top grade immortal level, it doesn't make much difference to me. For myself, I actually hope that there will be more and stronger golden fingers. After slowly exhaling, Mo Nan turned his gaze towards the holy body of heaven. This is a physical golden finger. If you want to merge it, you must give up the original 9 absolute sword body. This made Mo Nan speechless. Later, go to the Hall of Enlightenment and perform the sword dance again. After you come back, merge it with the heavenly holy body. After making up his mind, Mo Nan continued to look at the other golden fingers. With a thought, an unknown fragment appeared in Mo Nan's hand, with the rime of Tao flowing on it, which looked very extraordinary. Then, Mo Nan's mind moved, and with himself as the center, the space within a radius of 10 feet seemed to suddenly freeze, and everything was in a state of stillness. In this space, only he could move. Then, Mo Nan had another idea, and the steaming teapot on the table quickly cooled down. The buds in a potted plant by the window suddenly blossomed, looking gorgeous and tempting. Can it affect time and space? Very good. Mo Nan immediately thought of many uses for this ability, such as promoting the production of elixirs, making the spiritual mind Kaiso produce spiritual stones, and so on. But Mo Nan didn't have time to use these abilities. For Mo Nan, this ability has only one use, and that is for combat. With another thought, Mo Nan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Afterwards, Mo Nan appeared in a vast white space. As Mo Nan's thoughts turned, the vast white space suddenly turned into an endless grassland. The blue sky, white clouds, and grassland can't help but make people feel relaxed and happy. Unfortunately, these are all illusions, not real grasslands. As the mind changes, the grassland disappears. Mo Nan's heart suddenly moved, and the light point representing the mystery of the origin of the 5 elements began to tremble. Then, Mo Nan slowly stretched out his hand, and streams of colorful energy emerged in Mo Nan's hand. With a wave of his hand, a small piece of mud suddenly appeared under Mo Nan's feet. The colorful energy gathered again, and a small seed appeared in Mo Nan's hand. Mo Nan planted the seeds in the soil and watered them. Let me see your ability to derive all things. I hope you can successfully take root and sprout. Chapter 136. After doing all this, Mo Nan looked at this space again. At the same time, he also understood the main function of this space, which is to accelerate time. The flow of time here is different from that in the outside world, and the specific difference is related to the cultivation level of the owner of the Dingtianzu. Currently, the flow of time here is 10 times faster than that of the outside world. In other words, if you spend 10 days here, only 1 day will pass in the outside world. This is truly a magical tool for cultivation. In addition, if Mo Nan encountered danger outside, he could also hide in the internal space of this Dingtianzu. As long as the other party did not have immortal level items and abilities, it would be basically impossible for him to be discovered. After checking the ability of the Dingtianzu again, Mo Nan withdrew from this space. It is said that the space inside a complete Dingtian pearl is a complete small world with its own complete rules of heaven. I don't know if I can collect all the fragments of Dingtian pearl in the future. After a moment, Mo Nan sat cross-legged on the bed again and immersed himself in his thoughts again. Among them, Mo Nan only took a cursory glance at the system type cheats and had a general understanding of their functions. After all, the capabilities and functions of system type cheats are basically clear at a glance, and there is nothing to study. However, the bad system and the hide system are basically useless to Mo Nan. Perhaps, when Mo Nan reaches the peak of martial arts, he will be able to use it, but now, it really won't work. Although Mo Nan is a person who would never stand up if he could lie down, the road of martial arts is long. Even when his own safety is not guaranteed, Mo Nan still has to walk firmly on the road of martial arts and dare not slack off in the slightest. Although the levels of these two systems are very high and there is a certain degree of coordination between the two systems, Mo Nan will not give up the entire forest for 1 or 2 trees. Of course, these 2 cheat codes are not copied in vain. After all, you can get the rewards for free with the system cheat codes. For example, now, 2 pieces of news appeared in front of Mo Nan. Hong Xiang successfully played badly for a day. Congratulations on obtaining 10 drops of Thunder Pool liquid. Wang Chongshao successfully survived the entire day without making a single move in the freshman ranked battle. Congratulations on receiving a state of mind enhancement card. Mo Nan happily received the 2 rewards. Lychee liquid is a magical item for body refining, much more powerful than the 10,000 years stalactite. With the Thunder Pool liquid, Mo Nan's body refining skills can quickly catch up. In addition, this artistic conception enhancement card is also a good thing, even more advanced than the Thunder Pool liquid. As the name suggests, the artistic conception enhancement card can enhance the user's artistic conception by a small level. For example, Mo Nan himself, his sword intent has reached the state of great success. If he uses the state of mind enhancement card, he can instantly achieve perfection in sword intent. Do it as soon as you think of it. Mo Nan immediately regained his composure and a black card appeared in his hand. Afterwards, the card disappeared, and Mo Nan's sword intent instantly reached perfection. The next step is to elevate the comprehension of sword intent into the laws of swordsmanship. As Mo Nan's sword intent became complete, he also gained an ability, controlling the sword with his mind. Like the sword heart domain, controlling the sword with mind is also an ability unique to sword cultivators. After a swordsman has perfected his sword skills, he can control the sword with his mind. Control the sword with your mind and take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. Of course, Mo Nan still can't fly a sword thousands of miles away, but this ability also makes Mo Nan very satisfied. With a thought, the 9 nether sword appeared in mid-air. Then, the 9 nether sword flew out automatically, and a set of sword techniques was performed smoothly. After a moment, Mo Nan's mind moved, and the 9 nether sword disappeared and returned to the system space. Afterwards, Mo Nan immersed his mind in his thoughts again and began to check other golden fingers. His eyes fell on the 3-person group system, and Mo Nan felt helpless. Although this system was at the ceiling level among the lower grade immortals, it didn't seem to be of much use to him. After all, how can a master-disciple relationship be as good as one that is copied directly? Moreover, there are so many conditions, it's too troublesome. The most important thing is that it can only bind 3 people, which is a bit useless for Mo Nan. It is worth mentioning that although Wang Xian's bound targets were Jun Yang, Chen Baichuan, and Suruoxi, this was not synchronized to the system he copied. Mo Nan shook his head and turned his eyes away from the 3 people in a row system. If you come across an ability that is very useful to you in the future but does not belong to the cheat code, you can consider it. The rest of the time, just let this system stay aside. Then, Mo Nan turned his gaze to the monster killing and leveling system. The capabilities of this system are clear at a glance: kill monsters, gain upgrade points, and then use the upgrade points to improve your cultivation and martial arts proficiency. In addition, there is another ability that surprised Mo Nan. That is, the system store. This is the first time that Mo Nan has copied to a system with a system store. After opening the store and taking a look, Mo Nan found that there were a wide variety of items inside, from toothpaste, toothbrushes, toilet paper, to weapons, martial arts, and elixirs. Mo Nan even saw the figure of immortal artifacts in it, but the highest item inside was only of the lower immortal grade. However, the required upgrade points made Mo Nan dizzy. In addition, the price of martial arts pills is also astonishing, and it is really not as cost-effective as deducing and refining them by yourself. However, this system store is also very useful. Resources are something that you can only come across by chance and cannot buy even if you have money. But with this system store, Mo Nan now has a stable resource supply station. This system store is even more useful than the system's main function of killing monsters and leveling up. Mo Nan couldn't help but sigh that the seemingly more powerful 3-person team system was actually not as useful to him as the scraps of the monster killing and leveling system. Afterwards, Mo Nan checked the monster killing and upgrading system again, hoping to resolve his previous doubts. Then, Mo Nan frowned. Sure enough, you can also earn upgrade points by killing people. He didn't have any opinion on killing. Killing was fine, but killing for the sake of killing was not. Although I don't have any concerns in this regard, I will just kill the enemies if there are any and turn them into upgrade points. It doesn't matter if there are no enemies. But Feng Zifeng is relying on this system, so there is no guarantee that he won't go down the path of evil cultivation. Afterwards, Mo Nan shook his head with amusement. Why think so much? If that day really comes, someone will naturally take action. What does it have to do with him? He collected his thoughts and immersed himself in his thoughts again. Chapter 137. With a thought, Mo Nan focused his attention on the god-level assassination technique. This is a legacy belonging to a god-level assassin, which contains all the skills and experience of a god-level assassin. With Mo Nan's amazing understanding, it didn't take a moment for Mo Nan to master these assassin skills and experience. Then, Mo Nan continued to check other golden fingers. Sword Tomb, this is a marked ring grandfather type golden finger, there is nothing to check, just wait for the residual soul of the Sword Emperor to feed it. As for the 9 questions of Heavenly Sword, Mo Nan had checked it out before, and he had almost mastered the 9 sword techniques. The only regret is that he has not comprehended the meaning of the sword, so the power of the 9 swords of heaven that Mo Nan displays is greatly reduced. Later, let's see if we can copy it into the sword intent or sword rules or something like that. If you don't encounter this type of golden finger, you can only spend some time and usse points to comprehend the sword intent by yourself. Finally, there are eternal talent and fortune's blessing. Mo Nan doesn't understand the specific functions of these two golden fingers. The cheat code itself does not provide any hint information, nor does it provide a more detailed introduction to one's own talents. Mo Nan himself did not feel any specific changes in himself. Mo Nan had no choice but to wait and slowly experience the effects of these two golden fingers in the future. As for the function of frost field, Mo Nan had already figured it out through his previous use. It means to carve out a piece of space from heaven and earth and turn it into your own domain, a domain governed only by the law of ice. The ability of life is like a chess system is very useful for Mo Nan's battle. It allows you to anticipate the enemy's moves, move before the enemy does, and calculate all the enemy's subsequent attacks. Now I ask you, how are you going to fight me? However, what made Mo Nan speechless was that this thing required improving his chess skills. It seemed that it would take some time later. Finally, there is the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. This is also Mo Nan's main practice for the next period of time. Mo Nan did not hesitate and lightly touched the purple gold light spot representing the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Afterwards, an obscure and profound mnemonic of the technique appeared in Mo Nan's mind. Mo Nan immediately sat up straight and began to practice the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. As the new technique was put into practice, the originally light golden Liang Qi was replaced by the dark red Nanming Luo Qi. Even though his cultivation had not increased, Mo Nan's aura had become a bit stronger out of thin air, and a scorching breath was faintly coming from Mo Nan's body. After completing the replacement of true energy, Mo Nan once again started to practice the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. At the same time, a slowly rotating black vortex appeared behind Mo Nan. The spirit stones were continuously absorbed by the devouring martial soul, and Mo Nan also began to practice. Early morning, midnight. Mo Nan slowly opened his eyes, and two sword beams flashed in his eyes. Mo Nan's cultivation had surprisingly broken through to the second level of the Danhua realm. Afterwards, Mo Nan took out the thunder pool liquid and prepared to improve his body refining skills. 3 hours later, Mo Nan opened his eyes again. His physical cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the pill transformation realm. Mo Nan looked at the dark night outside, thought for a while, and then stood up. He planned to go to the Hall of Enlightenment and merge with the holy body of heaven after returning. The Hall of Enlightenment is open all day, so there is no problem for Mo Nan to choose to go there in the early morning. Mo Nan soon arrived in front of the Enlightenment Hall of Wuying Peak. It was exceptionally quiet here in the early hours of the morning. What surprised Mo Nan was that in the corner of the square in front of the Wuxing Hall, a figure was holding a book and reading quietly. Isn't this Fang Yun? Is he working so hard? Warriors have very good eyesight, and even in the dark night, it does not affect their reading. Mo Nan shook his head. He didn't know Fang Yun and didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. Mo Nan retracted his gaze and walked towards the Hall of Enlightenment. Mo Nan now has 320,000 Juxiao points, which seems like a lot, but it may not be enough to deduce the sword dance. The reason why Mo Nan came to the Hall of Enlightenment now was that he wanted to make use of the 9 absolute sword body in the end and then fuse it with the Kangtian holy body. Mo Nan came to the Enlightenment room with ease. As points continued to pass, Mo Nan also began to deduce the sword dance. On the ancient battlefield filled with shouts of killing, Mo Nan's body was covered with wounds. Just as countless swords, spears, and halberds were about to fall on Mo Nan, the 9 nether sword in Mo Nan's hand moved, and a sword song was chanted. 50 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the royal family has been shaken. Sword dance the 10th move, the years and the dust. As Mo Nan's sword slowly thrust out, an invisible wave spread across the entire battlefield. The long sword slowly extended forward. As the long sword slowly slashed across, time seemed to pass by rapidly. The soldiers who were originally in their prime suddenly had grey hair and wrinkles as big as ravines all over their faces. They seemed to have experienced decades of vicissitudes in an instant, and the rusty weapons in their hands fell powerlessly to the ground. In a blink of an eye, everything changes. Looking at the old men falling powerlessly in front of him, Mo Nan slowly exhaled. At the same time, Mo Nan's Juxiao points were reset to 0, and his figure reappeared in the empty enlightenment room. This time, I only comprehended one sword move. But this move is extremely powerful. Time, this is a sword move that involves the realm of time. Just this one sword move elevated sword dance to the level of a low-grade wild-grade martial art. This was something Mo Nan had never dared to think about before. From the Yu level to the Huang level, it was clear that there was a huge gap between them. But this gap was bridged by a single sword move. One can imagine how powerful this sword move is. Although Dingtianzu also has the ability to affect time, it is, after all, an ability that relies on external objects. And now, Mo Nan can influence time with the sword in his hand, which is an extremely remarkable thing for anyone. Mo Nan became even more excited about the future development and potential of sword dance. I wonder what level sword dance will eventually reach? The only thing that makes Mo Nan a little depressed is that the points are really not worth using. In the days to come, I will have to continue working hard for points. Putting his thoughts away, Mo Nan turned and left the enlightenment room and the enlightenment hall. Chapter 138. Returning to Dali Peak, Mo Nan sat cross-legged on the bed in his own independent courtyard. The next thing to do is to integrate the holy body of heaven. With a slight touch of thought, the light spot representing the holy body of heaven began to vibrate rapidly. Then, a powerful energy entered Mo Nan's limbs and bones, as if his bones and flesh were reshaped. After a moment, Mo Nan felt that the changes in his body had returned to calm. Opening his eyes, Mo Nan felt the changes in himself. First of all, there is a change in cultivation. The Qi refining cultivation level directly broke through one level and reached the third level of the Danhua realm. What's even more exaggerated is that his body refining skills have directly reached the fifth level of the Danhua realm. In addition, Mo Nan felt that his physical strength had changed greatly. It seemed that his body contained endless energy, hidden inside his body, waiting for him to gradually develop. He stretched out his palm and squeezed it hard, squeezing the air directly to create a sonic boom. Mo Nan was a little stunned. No wonder Lin Feng could destroy the spiritual weapon with just his fists. His physical strength was simply ridiculous. In addition, there are various holy body visions belonging to the holy body of heaven, which can also greatly increase the combat power of the owner of the holy body of heaven. The bright moon behind Lin Feng that Mo Nan had seen before was one of the visions of the holy body of heaven, the bright moon rising from the sea. In addition, holy body of heaven has several powerful visions. However, the subsequent visions need to be unlocked slowly as the cultivation level improves, so Mo Nan is not in a hurry. At this time, the sky outside the window has begun to turn white, and it is about to dawn. Mo Nan slowly stood up. The gains and improvements I made last night were huge. But last night's promotion was just a byproduct of the benefits Mo Nan received. The real benefit was those golden fingers that flashed with dazzling light. Today's ranking battle is about to begin, and your own harvest is about to begin. I hope today will be another fruitful day. The ranking battle will start at Chenchi, which is around 9 o'clock. Mo Nan looked at the sky outside and it was probably around 6 o'clock. There are still 3 hours left. What should I do? Mo Nan took out the Juxiao introduction from the Juxiao token and began to read it. After a moment, Mo Nan closed the Juxiao introduction. Or, how about improving your chess skills? Mo Nan did it as soon as he thought of it. After a simple wash, he left the independent courtyard. After descending Dali Peak, Mo Nan walked towards the outskirts of the endless mountains. Mo Nan was moving very fast, and soon he arrived at a beautiful peak on the outskirts of the mountain range. This place is on the outskirts of the mountains. Not far from the beautiful peaks are the bustling streets and markets. Mo Nan remembered that the mountain range of Juxiao Academy was located inside a huge city. Since it is a city, there are residents and various vendors. The outer areas of the mountains are just like other cities, with various residents and merchants coming and going. Standing at the foot of the beautiful mountain, Mo Nan glanced towards the outskirts of the mountain range. There are people coming and going. Those people were not members of Juxiao Academy, most of them were ordinary residents of Juxiao continent. However, Juxiao Academy has a special meaning and unparalleled status in the Juxiao continent. Those who can live in Juxiao city are basically the top-tier figures in the entire Juxiao continent. In Juxiao city, there are still all kinds of life. Retracting his gaze, Mo Nan walked up the mountain which was on the edge of the mountain range. Liuyi Peak. It is said that a gentleman has 6 arts, rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy and mathematics. Liuyi Peak got its name from this, but there is more than just the 6 arts on Liuyi Peak. All kinds of strange skills such as playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, playing various musical instruments and singing can be seen on Liuyi Peak. In Mo Nan's opinion, this place is like a gathering place for clubs in an ordinary university. It is worth mentioning that Liuyi Peak is also the only place in Juxiao Academy that will recruit disciples from the Juxiao continent anytime and anywhere. It can be seen that here only personal strengths are emphasized, and martial arts talent is not valued much. It can also be regarded as a good choice and way out for those golden finger owners who are not cultivation types. Therefore, most of the people on Liuyi Peak are from Juxiao continent. People from Blue Star have specialized art schools and rarely come here. Only a few people, like Wang Yishan, who possess special golden fingers for cultivation, come here. Every disciple on the 6 Arts Peak becomes a popular figure in the entire Juxiao continent. He is regarded as a famous teacher and a star-like figure by people throughout the Juxiao continent. The only pity is that these people's cultivation is not very good. Mo Nan looked at the beautiful mountain in front of him and walked towards the mountain. He came here with only one goal, to learn chess. There are less than 3 hours left before today's qualifying match begins. Mo Nan estimates that with his own understanding, he should be able to improve his chess skills a lot, right? It is even possible to directly reach the level of a chess master. At the foot of the mountain, there is an invisible barrier that only those holding the Juxiao token can pass through. Mo Nan walked on the blue stone road up the mountain, passing by men and women who looked extremely outstanding. I have to say that there are still a lot of people on Liuyi Peak. Mo Nan walked and listened to the conversations of people around him. Not far away, several girls with outstanding temperament were whispering. Have you heard? Liuyi Peak has been selecting various programs these past few days. They say they're going to put on a sunset performance for this new disciple competition. Really? With my pipa skills, do I have a chance of being selected? Linger, I think you have a great chance. With your looks and talent, you might even be noticed by a martial arts genius. That would be like truly becoming a phoenix. Oh, what are you talking about? Seriously, Linger, even though we're so popular and famous right now, this is a world where martial arts are paramount. For people like us who have slow and low cultivation, it's best to find a good home for ourselves while we're still young. Otherwise, once the lava ages, our days will be difficult. Another person said, indeed, the martial arts prodigies within the Holy Land are our best choice. Linger, do you really want to commit yourself to one of those elderly martial arts masters on the mainland who have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Or, perhaps, to perform in a brothel, or become a court entertainer for some royal family? No. What are they not? The martial arts geniuses in the Holy Land are all future great figures. They are our best choice and destination. That's right, let's go sign up and hope our show gets selected. Chapter 139. Listening to the conversation between the girls over there, Mo Nan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Will there be any performances after the qualifying battle? Juxiao Academy finally looks like a normal university. At this time, the discussion over there came again. Hey, look, that person looks so strange. Could he be a new disciple from Liuyi Peak? Let me take a look. Wow, what a handsome young man. It's really good, but it's a pity that he's a disciple of Liuyi Peak. It would be better if he was a martial arts genius. While several people admired it, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Being a disciple of Liuyi Peak meant that one had very poor talent in martial arts and basically had no hope in the path of martial arts. Of course, there are exceptions. It is said that a senior brother joined the chess academy a few days ago. His name seems to be Wang Yishan. It is said that he is the most popular genius on the Fenjian ranking list recently. For a while, Wang Yishan almost became the idol and ideal husband candidate in the hearts of all the girls in Liuyi Peak. In addition, there were several martial arts geniuses who joined the various academies of Liuyi Peak, but they had only seen those people from afar. However, the young man in black not far away was an extremely unfamiliar person. He was probably a new disciple recruited by Liuyi Peak from the mainland. No matter how outstanding the male disciples on Liuyi Peak are, they will not be considered by them. Mo Nan touched his nose somewhat unnaturally. He knew that those people were talking about him. No matter who you are, being told that you are handsome in public is very rewarding, but what does that hint of disgust in the tone mean? Mo Nan stared at the people around him. These people basically have ordinary level golden fingers such as mastery of the music, sound of nature, and mastery of calligraphy. Mo Nan withdrew his gaze with some disappointment. He had been expecting some unexpected gains, but it seemed that he had thought too much. Mo Nan quickly reached the top of the mountain and found the location of the chess academy. It is called a courtyard, but in fact it is a huge complex of buildings. This area belongs to the chess academy. The courtyards here are all small courtyards in ancient style, which look elegant and quiet. Walking in this group of courtyards, Mo Nan was speechless. Why don't you guys act like a club at all? Don't you know how to greet the newcomers? Mo Nan thought about it, came to a nearby courtyard gate, raised his hand and knocked on the door. A moment later, the courtyard door was opened. A beautiful woman in white clothes as white as snow opened the gate and looked at Mo Nan in front of her with a frown. Mo Nan was also amazed by the appearance of the person in front of him. It is true that there are talented people everywhere. This woman's figure and appearance are both top-notch, especially her temperament, which makes Mo Nan think of a word. Royal sister, this is a royal sister in ancient costume. What do you want? The royal sister frowned, her tone showing the displeasure of being disturbed. Mo Nan didn't care about the other party's tone and said, "Excuse me, I want to ask, where can I learn chess?" Learn chess? The royal sister's brows relaxed, and her tone became much more relaxed. She continued, "Hey Bazi." Mo Nan shook his head, "Chess?" The royal sister was surprised, "You want to learn chess too?" Mo Nan nodded, "Why do you want to say it?" Just as the royal sister was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from the yard. "Miss Jean, what happened outside?" When the royal sister heard this, a strange light flashed in her eyes and her voice became a little gentler. "Master Wang, a man has come to learn chess. Please wait a moment. I will take him to see the teacher first." The voice inside continued. "Miss Jean, let him go by himself. The game between you and me is not over yet." "Can? It's okay, I'll talk to him." As the voice fell, another person walked out of the courtyard. When Mo Nan saw the man, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. But the moment the visitor saw Mo Nan, he was completely stunned. Mo Nan. The person who came out was none other than Wang Yishan. Wang Yishan was very surprised. He didn't expect Mo Nan to come to Liaoyi Peak, and what's more, he just happened to knock on the gate of his courtyard. He quickly recalled what he had just said in his mind. Although his tone was a little nonchalant, he didn't say anything inappropriate or offensive. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He clearly remembered that just because Duan Lang said a few bad words about Mo Nan, he was tortured by Mo Nan on the ring and forced to self-destruct. But he himself was defeated by Duan Lang. Towards a peerless villain like Mo Nan, Wang Yishan dared not show the slightest disrespect. Mo Nan nodded at Wang Yishan without saying anything. Then he continued to say to the white-robed lady. Miss Qin, right? Could you point me in the right direction? Since they are both busy, I won't bother them. Moreover, it was just dawn and the two of them were playing chess. It was estimated that the king had probably stayed here all night. I won't disturb their good times. Wang Yishan looked at Qin Qingxiu, whose eyes kept moving on Mo Nan. Wang Yishan's lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. He felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that the duck that was about to be caught was about to fly away? He accidentally discovered this top beauty from Liao Yifeng Chess Academy and thought it was a sure thing. With his active approach, their relationship improved. Wang Yishan even felt that Qin Qingxiu was a little interested in him. Last night, she finally agreed to let him stay. Although they were just playing chess and chatting, Wang Yishan felt that it was only a matter of time before he won her heart. However, Chen Yaojin suddenly appeared. There are rumors among the freshmen that Mo Nan is a playboy and falls in love with every beautiful woman he meets. With a beauty like Qin Qingxiu appearing before him, it would be difficult for Mo Nan to snatch her from him. It's okay when facing others, but when facing Mo Nan, he really has no confidence at all. Mo Nan didn't know what was going on in Wang Yishan's mind. If he knew, he would have to punish this guy with the same intensity as he did with Duan Lang. Qin Qingxiu's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. Qin Qingxiu glanced at Wang Yishan, then said to Mo Nan. I'll take you there. It's my duty. Seeing the other party say this, Mo Nan didn't say anything more, but just said to the other party. Thank you. Afterwards, Qin Qingxiu said to Wang Yishan, Young Master Wang, please wait a moment, and then took Mo Nan to the depths of the courtyard group. Wang Yishan looked at the two people leaving and felt a sense of loss in his heart. He murmured, looks like I have to change my cloth label. Fortunately, Liaoyi Peak is a gathering place for handsome men and beautiful women, just like the top entertainment companies on Blue Star. Although there is no shortage of beauties here, Wang Yishan still secretly said. What a pity. Chapter 140. Mo Nan and his companion walked on a quiet road. The early morning sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, making the dewdrops that had not yet faded appear crystal clear. Qin Qingxiu turned her head and looked at Mo Nan's handsome profile, and said curiously. Mr. Mo, are you acquainted with Mr. Wang Yishan? Mo Nan shook his head slowly, I don't know him. Although the two knew each other, they couldn't be considered acquaintances. Qin Qingxiu didn't say anything else. She was an observant girl and saw clearly the reactions of the two people when they saw each other. The moment Wang Yishan saw Mr. Mo in front of her, she saw tension, panic, and fear on Wang Yishan's face. The man in front of him, whom Wang Yishan called Mo Nan, behaved very calmly from beginning to end, with a calm expression in his deep eyes. It is not difficult to see from their respective reactions that Mo Nan's strength, or status, is much higher than Wang Yishan's. Wang Yishan has been a very popular figure on Liaoyi Peak these days. It is said that he is ranked 21st on the most talked about list of geniuses that has been uploaded to the mainland recently. Although Qin Qingxiu was not like the people from the Piano Academy, Music Academy, and Dance Academy who went to Juxiao City or other cities on the continent to perform every day, she had heard of the Fenjiun list. However, Qin Qingxiu was not clear about the specific geniuses mentioned above. Now she only knew Wang Yishan, who was ranked 21st. Could it be that this Mo Nan in front of him is ranked higher than Wang Yishan on the list? Thinking of this, the curiosity in Qin Qingxiu's eyes became more intense when she looked at Mo Nan. Moreover, compared to the ordinary-looking Wang Yishan, Mo Nan's handsome appearance is more attractive. Mo Nan also took the time to check the gold finger of the person in front of him. Name: Qin Qingxiu. Gold finger, Go Grandmaster, ordinary grade top grade. Cultivation, body tempering realm 3rd level. Note: a mediocre special skill. Mo Nan was a little disappointed. He thought that someone who was so beautiful and had such an outstanding temperament would have some hidden golden fingers. As a result, he thought too much. The two walked through the quiet road and came to the gate of a huge courtyard. Before entering, Mo Nan heard a crisp collision sound. Walking into the courtyard, there were quite a few people playing chess in pairs. The crisp sound I heard before was the sound of chess pieces hitting the chessboard. The person who was playing chess stopped what he was doing when he saw Qin Qingxiu and looked at her with burning eyes. Qin Qingxiu is the white moonlight in the hearts of all the male disciples in the chess academy. However, just a few days ago, a boy named Wang came to the chess academy and quickly became close to the originally cold and noble Qin Qingxiu. There was even a rumor this morning that senior sister Qin kept the boy surnamed Wang in her courtyard last night. This news instantly broke the hearts of the male disciples in the chess academy. Now seeing Qin Qingxiu coming here early in the morning, it seems that the rumor is false. Just say it, how could the extremely holy senior sister Qin let a man spend the night in her courtyard? As these male disciples breathed a sigh of relief, they turned their gaze to Mo Nan beside Qin Qingxiu. When they saw Mo Nan's appearance and temperament, they couldn't help but become nervous again, and their eyes were full of vigilance and hostility when they looked at Mo Nan. Senior sister Qin, what are you doing? A handsome young man walked over and asked Qin Qingxiu. As for Mo Nan, he automatically ignored her. Qin Qingxiu's cool and pleasant voice rang out, "Is the teacher here?" "Yes, in the backyard." Qin Qingxiu nodded, and without saying much to the male disciple, she took Mo Nan and walked straight to the backyard. Under a big tree in the backyard, two middle-aged people, a man and a woman, were playing chess. The man is elegant and easygoing, while the beautiful woman still has charm. Qin Qingxiu came up to the two of them and bowed, saying, "Teacher Su, Teacher Wen, there is a disciple from our sect who wants to learn chess." The two people who were playing chess stopped what they were doing and looked towards Mo Nan. A disciple of the sect. Qin Qingxiu was talking about the inner disciples, not the new disciples of Liuyi Peak, and the two of them understood Mo Nan's identity in an instant. However, although they knew that Mo Nan was most likely a martial arts prodigy in the sect, they were experienced people after all, so they were only slightly surprised and did not lose their composure too much. The elegant man looked at Mo Nan and asked, "What's your name, young friend? What kind of chess do you want to learn?" Mo Nan turned his head and looked at the two of them. Name: Su Chuan. Gold finger, chess almighty, ordinary grade top grade. Cultivation, Qi condensation realm level 1. Note: Yo is an ordinary special skill. Name: Wen Jing. Gold finger, chess mastery, ordinary top grade. Cultivation, 9th level of Qi gathering realm. Note: it's still an ordinary special skill. Mo Nan was speechless. Was this note serious? However, Mo Nan was still a little disappointed. He had expected the teachers at the chess academy to be different, but now it seemed that they were all the same. "I'm playing Mo Nan and want to learn chess." After hearing Mo Nan's answer, Su Chuan and Wen Jing felt that the name was a little familiar. Then, Disbelief appeared in the eyes of both of them at the same time. After looking at each other, Wen Jing said, "You are, Mo Nan, the number one on the Fenjian ranking." Mo Nan didn't expect that his reputation would spread here. He nodded and said, "It's just a little fame, not worth mentioning." After hearing Mo Nan's answer, the surprise in their eyes became more intense, and then turned into deep joy. "I originally thought that Wang Yishan was the most outstanding disciple in the history of the chess academy, but unexpectedly, there is now an even more evil Mo Nan. Although such geniuses will not actually join the chess academy, just studying here can make them feel proud." Qin Qingxiu, who was standing aside, opened her rosy little mouth slightly when she heard that Mo Nan was the number one on the list, and looked at Mo Nan with a strange look in her eyes. Wen Jing laughed sweetly, her perfect figure surging, and she said to Mo Nan, "Come with me, I will explain the simplest chess theory to you first." Su Chuan, who was standing aside, looked at Wen Jing with some resentment but didn't say anything. For the next hour, Wen Jing explained to Mo Nan the basic principles of chess and some simple opening ideas. Qin Qingxiu did not come back in a moment as she said, but stood by and watched Wen Jing explain to Mo Nan, with a flicker in her eyes. After another half an hour, Wen Jing stopped explaining. Mo Nan's ability to comprehend was beyond her imagination. He could understand things immediately and apply them to other situations. In more than an hour, Mo Nan mastered all the chess principles and ideas for moving pieces. The next step was to make the specific layout. "You have a great talent for chess. Take these books." Taking the books handed over by Wen Jing, Mo Nan looked at the titles. Chapter 141. Plum Blossom Book, Secrets in the Orange, Invincible since coming out of the cave, Complete killing methods, Opening ideas, Moving pieces in the middle game, and Killing in the end game. Mo Nan put the books away and bowed to Wen Jing, "Thank you, Teacher Wen." Wen Jing was very attentive in her teaching, and Mo Nan was somewhat grateful. "That's fine. Study hard and feel free to ask me if you have any questions." Wen Jing smiled and spoke to Mo Nan, then continued, "By the way, do you want me to arrange a courtyard for you in the chess courtyard?" Mo Nan shook his head, "No, I have something else to do, I'm going back now." Su Chuan on the side said with a smile, "Mo Nan, are you going back to participate in the new disciple arena battle?" Mo Nan nodded, "Exactly." Hearing this, several people sighed in their hearts. For martial arts geniuses like Mo Nan, cultivation is their primary task. Learning chess is probably just their hobby. After a couple of days, once the enthusiasm wears off, they will forget about it. Unlike them, chess is their only skill and means of making a living. Thinking of this, everyone felt complicated. After a while, Wen Jing said, "You go first. Martial arts are more important. If you have some free time, you can read some chess books." Mo Nan nodded, said goodbye to a few people, and turned to walk out of the yard. Su Chuan looked at Mo Nan's back and sighed, "I didn't expect that such a martial arts genius who led an era would come to us to learn chess and martial arts." Wen Jing also nodded. Once upon a time, she was full of desire and yearning for martial arts, but the reality was that she had wasted half her life and was only lingering in the qi-gathering realm. She also hoped to find a husband who was a martial arts expert, but the reality was that the other party only coveted her beauty. With my low level of cultivation, I couldn't maintain my youthful appearance, and after my youth was gone, I was ruthlessly abandoned by the other party. Looking at Mo Nan's tall and straight figure and thinking of his polite and elegant appearance, Wen Jing couldn't help but sigh, wishing she could still be young. Qin Qingxiu looked at Mo Nan's back, listened to Su Chuan's sigh, her eyes turned, and then, she followed him out as if possessed by a ghost. Mo Nan walked out of the larger courtyard and looked at the life is like a chess system in his mind. A piece of information quickly emerged in Mo Nan's mind. "Congratulations, you have entered the chess world and gained a 5-fold increase in combat power. Mo Nan frowned. Why is it only 5 times? He remembered that Wang Yishan's combat power increased by as much as 50 times. Moreover, after just an hour of learning, I feel like my chess skills have improved by several levels. Even if I'm not a master, I'm probably close, right? Why is the system's rating only beginner? It seems that Wang Yishan's chess skills have reached a very high level. I originally thought that since Wang Yishan had only awakened for less than 3 months, his chess skills wouldn't be that good. I didn't expect that it was just my carelessness. Shaking his head, Mo Nan put away his thoughts. Just as Mo Nan was about to leave, Qin Qingxiu's voice came from behind him. Mr. Mo, wait a moment. Mo Nan turned around and looked at Qin Qingxiu. When Qin Qingxiu saw Mo Nan looking at her, she suddenly said something very strange. Mr. Mo, will you come to Liaoyi Peak again? Will you come to the chess academy again? Mo Nan thought about it and said, I will come. If his chess skills had reached a very high level, he might not have come, but now, he is only at the entry level, so he will probably come in the future. In addition, maybe I will copy the golden fingers to other people who need to improve their piano skills and calligraphy, and Liaoyi Peak will naturally come. Mo Nan glanced at Qin Qingxiu and said, Miss Qin, is there anything else? Qin Qingxiu hesitated for a moment, then took out a 9 heavens token and said, Mr. Mo, could you please leave me your contact information? Mo Nan looked at the other party and frowned. Wasn't Qin Qingxiu quite close to Wang Yishan? Why was she treating him like this now? Shaking his head, Mo Nan thought that he might be overthinking it. Maybe the other party just wanted to get to know a martial arts genius. After adding Qin Qingxiu's contact information, Mo Nan turned and walked down the mountain. The ranking battle is about to begin, and Mo Nan needs to rush back immediately. Copying the golden finger is my top priority. Mo Nan was walking down the mountain when he met the girls again. The voice of conversation came again. Do you think my Guhan music will be selected? It's hard to say. After all, there are many famous teachers of Guhan, but Linger's pipa playing should be stable. After all, there are very few people learning pipa, and Linger is one of the best among them. Oh, if I had known earlier I would have learned pipa. The competition for Guhan is just too fierce. Hey, look, isn't that the handsome boy from before? Guess which house he joined? I don't know. It would be great if he could join the Qin Academy. Even though I can't become his Taoist partner, he's still very pleasing to the eye. Don't be so crazy, have you forgotten our goal? The martial arts genius is our goal. I know, I'm just saying. Okay, I heard that there's a group dance going on at the dance academy that's short on staff. Let's go over there and try our luck. We'll be prepared for both situations. Really? Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Even though he was far away, Mo Nan could hear the conversation of several people clearly. While I felt amused, I couldn't help but sigh for the difficulties faced by those who had not awakened and cultivated the golden finger. Shaking his head, Mo Nan quickened his pace and walked down the mountain. On the other side, in Qin Qingxiu's courtyard, Wang Yishan still did not leave, but he felt extremely depressed. Originally, with Wang Daqingshen's style, when he saw that things were impossible, he would turn around and leave in a cool manner. But Qin Qingxiu is too stunning, and every strand of her hair is in line with her own aesthetic taste. Therefore, Wang Yishan did not leave. At this moment, he was sitting at the stone table, drinking wine boredly and staring at the half-finished chess game in a daze. Just then, the courtyard door opened and Qin Qingxiu, dressed in white clothes as white as snow, walked in. However, the conversation that followed between Qin Qingxiu and himself was subtly distant. Especially the words men and women should not touch each other, so please don't come to my place easily in the future, Mr. Wang, made Wang Yishan feel heartbroken and inconsolable. Wang Yishan sighed inwardly, the rumors were indeed true. Mo Nan was indeed a playboy and fell in love with everyone he met. Fortunately, Wang Yishan was also a veteran in the love field and he quickly calmed down. This time, it's time to change the target. Putting his thoughts aside, Wang Yishan left. Today's qualifying battle is about to begin, and he must rush back as soon as possible. After descending Liuyi Peak, Mo Nan and Wang Yishan rushed towards Wu Peak one after the other. Chapter 142 Juxiao Academy, Wu Feng, on the arena square. Quite a few people had already arrived, and the number didn't seem to be much less than yesterday. Some people who were eliminated yesterday also came here today. They also wanted to watch the exciting ring battle. Unfortunately, among those eliminated was Lu Wei. But he didn't come today. Mo Nan guessed that this guy must have gone somewhere to find his system target. Mo Nan sighed, thinking that someone in Juxiao City was about to be in trouble. In addition, Su Fei was also on the verge of elimination, with only 2 challenge points left. If he hadn't been so lucky today, he would probably have been eliminated. After the ring battle is over, those who were eliminated early will still be ranked. Specifically, those who are eliminated in the 11th round will be ranked ahead of those who are eliminated in the 10th round. However, these people do not have the right to actively choose the peaks. You can only go to the place where the academy thinks you are suitable. Mo Nan learned about the situation of several friends. Lan Ling, Chu Xiao and Li Wang all had challenge points above 10. In yesterday's battle, they won more than they lost. After getting a general understanding of everyone's situation, today's ranking battle began. As Zhong Lingyun's charming figure came forward with a sword, everyone stopped talking. Zhong Lingyun did not take up too much of everyone's time. After giving a few inspiring opening remarks, she stepped on her flying sword and floated away. Then, one figure after another disappeared from their original places and were selected to go onto the stage. Mo Nan also began to watch the battle on the ring and started looking for his own copy target. Mo Nan's gaze turned and he found an arena where the fighting was more intense. Arena number 65. Here, 2 women were standing opposite each other, exuding powerful aura. The difference is that the appearances of these 2 girls are completely different. One of the girls was wearing a long floral dress. Although she had an average figure, she looked very sweet. She had 2 shallow dimples on her fresh face, and her smile was very beautiful. It gave people the feeling of first love at first sight. The other girl in plain clothes, although she has a devilish figure, also has a devilish face. He is so ugly. She has a square face, small eyes, a wide nose, a sausage-shaped mouth, and lips as thick as bacon, which are also black and purple. Her head is twice as big as Xiao Yan's and Xiao Peng's. His face, which was full of Highland red, was covered with dense pockmarks, and there was a big mouth ulcer at the corner of his mouth, which was still oozing yellow water. She opened her mouth wide and showed a creepy smile to the people in the audience. Her teeth were uneven and yellow, and one of her front teeth was even broken in half. However, her figure is exceptionally graceful, with curvy curves and a surging figure. In Mo Nan's impression, the only one who could surpass this woman in figure was Nangang Minjiu. After seeing the smile on the girl's face, everyone present took several steps back in horror, and some even began to retch. Although Mo Nan has always believed that one should never judge a person by his appearance, everyone has his or her own shining points. But the girl in front of him had even broken through the lower limit of human beings. Mo Nan suddenly thought of a character in historical mythology. Zhongwen, Empress Zhong. The people in the audience don't have as high magic resistance as Mo Nan. One by one, they lay on the ground and started to retch, followed by a burst of complaints. Elder Pig, please retract your magical powers. Sister, I was wrong. Please go home and rest. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's really your fault that you come out to scare people. Hey you, admit defeat now. I'll give you the challenge points. Oh my god. Why didn't I realize before that there was such a powerful person among the freshmen? I can't stand it anymore. Goodbye, brothers. I'm going somewhere else. Let's go together. Mo Nan originally thought that this girl, should be a girl, would be sad and hurt after hearing the complaints of everyone at the scene. But what Mo Nan didn't expect was that she didn't care at all, but instead opened her mouth wider and smiled more intensely. However, the two girls on the ring had reached the peak of the chi condensation realm. According to Mo Nan's guess, the two of them were most likely the owners of the half-step immortal level golden fingers, and perhaps even the lower grade immortal level golden fingers. Of course, not all the people in the crowd were complaining about the appearance of the girl in plain clothes. There were also some voices discussing the girl in the floral dress. Mo Nan listened carefully amid the noisy crowd. Hey, my goddess Jin Chen, how come she met such a great god? That's right, goddess Jin Chen is the 19th ranked genius on the Fenjiun rankings, but looking at her current posture, it feels like that old man can eat my goddess in one bite. But then again, who is this ugly woman? Do you know her? I don't know him. There's no such person on the list. Looking at her aura, she's no less impressive than goddess Jin Chen. Could she be another dark horse? Who cares who she is? I'm really going to run away and not watch this anymore. Damn it, this is too disgusting. Wait for me. Ranked 19th? Mo Nan looked at Jin Chen, who was clean, sweet and showing a pure smile on the ring, and stared at her. Name, Jin Chen. Gold finger, green tea system, half-step immortal level. Cultivation, peak of the chi condensation realm. Note 1, brother, your girlfriend won't be angry, right? Note 2, the pinnacle of tea, proud of the world, only when I am green tea can there be liquors. The higher the tea art, the faster the cultivation speed. Note 3, every time you use the tea art on someone, you will receive a system reward. The reward depends on the other person's mood swings. Mo Nan looked at the introduction, then looked at Jin Chen who had a pure and sweet smile on her face, and sighed, it really is true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Mo Nan was speechless after encountering this weird system again. I originally thought that there wouldn't be such a weird system in the advanced cheat code, but now it seems that I was careless. In Mo Nan's opinion, systems like the bad job system can only be regarded as regular systems, and the only systems that can compete with the green tea system are the thief system, the dog licking system, and the spare tire development system, which are so weird. What should I do? Just when Mo Nan was feeling very upset, Tianfu Ge suddenly popped up an option. Copy. Mo Nan was speechless. No, brother Tianfu, I originally thought that you were dismissive of this kind of system. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Before, when he couldn't copy the Cao's system, Mo Nan thought it was because brother Tianfu had noble sentiments. Now it seems that it's just because the level of the Cao's system is not high enough. Brother Tianfu, you have changed. While Mo Nan was complaining, he copied the system. Mo Nan sighed in his heart, thinking that he probably wouldn't be able to use this system anymore. Chapter 143. Shaking his head, Mo Nan withdrew his thoughts. One of the expectations has been dashed, I hope the other one will not disappoint me. Then, Mo Nan turned his gaze to the girl in plain clothes with a hot body. Name, Ren Yura. Gold finger, contrast system, half-step immortal level. Cultivation, peak of the chi condensation realm. Note, carefully designed plots, encounters, and stories. The greater the difference between before and after you create for others, the greater the rewards you will receive. Mo Nan looked at the introduction and then looked at the extremely ugly girl on the stage. Could it be that she was deliberately making herself look ugly? Is it just to make others feel disappointed? Thinking of this, Mo Nan couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of face would appear under such a perfect figure? Shaking his head, Mo Nan copied this contrast system. Not bad, I can still use this contrast system. After copying the golden finger, Mo Nan no longer had the idea of continuing to watch the two fight and looked elsewhere. Next, the geniuses who did not appear yesterday began to appear one by one. Mo Nan also experienced what happiness felt like. Yang Lin, ranked 9th on the list. Name, Yang Lin. Gold finger, reputation system, immortal level lower grade. Cultivation, first level of Danhua realm. Note 1, the level of reputation affects one's own cultivation speed. Note 2, fame can be transformed into pure energy for rapid absorption and refining. Note 3, reputation points can be exchanged for items in the system mall. It was a very good cheat code. After copying it, Mo Nan took a casual look at it. The fame mentioned here was not popularity, as long as others knew him, it would be enough. Instead, one can only gain fame if others feel awe, admiration, envy, etc. when they know about him/her. The fame value that others can provide depends on the amount of emotion they feel. From the time Mo Nan copied the reputation system until now, he has gained nearly 10,000 points, and the number is still increasing. This surprised Mo Nan. After checking, Mo Nan found that the reputation points provided by each person were mostly around 10 points. Afterwards, Mo Nan continued his inhumane journey of replication. Time passed quickly and the day was coming to an end. On this day, Mo Nan copied 19 half-step immortal level golden fingers, 6 Taoist level top-grade golden fingers, and 3 immortal level low-grade golden fingers. The reason why there are only 6 Dao level top-grade golden fingers is not because there are still geniuses who have not appeared, but because they cannot be copied. This made Mo Nan feel very sorry, as the best Dao level golden fingers were all very good, but unexpectedly, Brother Tianfu no longer cared about them. In addition, there are not as many golden fingers at the half-step immortal level as he imagined. The reason why Shen Dao is only ranked 49th is probably his own problem. Mo Nan didn't know if he had missed anything, but these were the only golden fingers he had found. Mo Nan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. You know, a scene like the ranking battle where so many geniuses gathered was something you could only encounter by chance. As a result, his talent was so low that he couldn't even compare to the top-grade golden finger of the Dao level. What should he do in the future? I hope that when the golden finger is in short supply in the future, Brother Tianfu can remember the Dao level top-grade golden finger again. The day ended quickly. Mo Nan didn't play much today, so his challenge points only reached 25 points. In the evening, the golden crow descended, the jade rabbit rose, and Mo Nan also returned to his residence. Next comes the most exciting part of checking the new cheat codes. Mo Nan was busy copying during the day and didn't check it too much. Now, it's time to classify and summarize it. Mo Nan slowly sat down on the bed and immersed his mind in his thoughts. Mo Nan made a simple classification. Immortal level lower grade cheat codes include reputation system, live broadcast system, summoning system. The cheat codes for the half-step immortal rank are green tea system, contrast system, 9 revolutions heart sutra, ancient body refining technique, space law, boundless love system, emotion value system, spirit cultivation method, beast taming evolution system, white tiger bloodline, elixir of life holy spirit flower seed, Pluto body refining technique, grand heavenly immortal technique, martial emperor bracelet, Yang's law, farming system, virtual martial arts field, 100% critical hit, suffering a loss is a blessing system. Dao level ultimate cheat code, sword Dao law, cheating system, scumbag system, Krypton life system, painter saint inheritance, Qin saint inheritance. Mo Nan's eyes swept over these golden fingers one by one, and then he began to sort and explore. Green tea system, standing south system, cheating system, suffering a loss is a blessing system. The functions of these systems are clear at a glance. Their functions can be seen from the system names. For example, the Krypton life system requires consuming lifespan to increase one's cultivation speed, and can even be directly exchanged for cultivation level. The strong city is very strong, but the people are a bit useless. There is also the suffering a loss is a blessing system, where you can get different levels of rewards every time you suffer a loss. Mo Nan shook his head. Letting himself suffer a loss? Unless it has no impact on himself, and he can get some system rewards, otherwise, it is impossible to let himself suffer a loss. Scumbag system requires one to become a scumbag, but it doesn't have much effect on Mo Nan. As for the two skills 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra and Great Heavenly Immortal Skill, their levels did not exceed Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, and were even a little lower. Mo Nan would not switch to practicing these skills. As for the White Tiger bloodline, it is the same as the Black Tortoise bloodline. Mo Nan feels that his human bloodline is good and does not want to transform his bloodline. Then, Mo Nan checked the other golden fingers one by one. Spatial power, Law of Yang and Law of Sword, these are 3 kinds of laws. Mo Nan's mind was touched, and after a moment, he mastered the 3 laws. Among them, Law of Space and Law of Yang have both reached the half-step immortal level, and Mo Nan is not surprised at all. Laws also have different levels of strength. Boundless love system, as the name suggests, the more lovers you have, the greater the bonus to yourself. Mo Nan also put this golden finger aside for the time being. This kind of thing depends on fate. Mo Nan can't find someone to fall in love with every day. As for the emotion value system, it is somewhat similar to Duan Lang's troublemaker system. The difference is that the latter only collects negative emotions, while the former can collect all emotions. This system still works for Mo Nan. Mo Nan continued to look down. Chapter 144. Next, Mo Nan turned his gaze to the ancient body refining technique and the Pluto body tempering technique. Both of these body refining techniques are more powerful than the previous 9-star body tempering technique. What Mo Nan is considering now is which technique he should choose to practice. After carefully reading the introductions of the 2 techniques, Mo Nan chose the ancient body refining technique. The 2 techniques are actually similar, but the ancient body refining technique is more suitable for his own holy body of heaven. Afterwards, Mo Nan looked at the spiritual cultivation method. The primordial spirit is a level that only a martial arts monarch can access. Only when a warrior reaches the star realm will he begin to cultivate the primordial spirit. But now, Mo Nan has obtained the soul cultivation method and can start cultivating the soul in advance. Before a warrior reaches the star realm, if he does not have the corresponding skills, it is very dangerous to rashly cultivate his primordial spirit. If he is not careful, both his body and soul will be destroyed. After browsing the soul cultivation method, Mo Nan did not rush to practice, but continued to check the golden finger. Beast Taming Evolution System, this is a relatively alternative system. It is the first time that Mo Nan has seen this kind of cheat code. To put it simply, the host can contract a monster, and while benefiting from the monster's upgrades and evolutions, he can also gain an extra fighting partner. This is quite interesting. Mo Nan plans to find some time to contract a monster and see the effect. Then, a tiny unknown seed appeared in Mo Nan's hand. After thinking for a while, Mo Nan opened the farming system again. Afterwards, Mo Nan's figure disappeared and appeared in a huge farm. This is the system farm of the farming system. The growth cycle of the things planted here is directly shortened by 90%. Moreover, the system will give different levels of rewards for successfully harvesting crops of different levels. After finding a good spot, Mo Nan planted the elixir of life seed. If I could grow the elixir of immortality, I wonder what kind of reward I would get. Then, Mo Nan looked at the huge farm again and disappeared. Sitting cross-legged on the bed again, Mo Nan continued to look down. Emperor Wu bracelet is a golden finger of the old man's ring type. Mo Nan just chose to mark it and then wait for it to be fed. Afterwards, Mo Nan's figure disappeared again and appeared on a mysterious platform floating in the void. This is the virtual martial arts training ground. After carefully experiencing it, Mo Nan also understood its function. Here, there is also the ability to accelerate time, and the flow of time is 20 times faster. In addition, it also has the function of assisting enlightenment, and you can quickly improve your martial arts proficiency and personal cultivation here. For Mo Nan, martial arts proficiency is not a big deal. With his comprehension, he can fully master it in an instant, but other abilities are still very useful. Although the enlightenment ability of the virtual martial arts training ground is far inferior to that of the Hall of Enlightenment, it is still much better than practicing in a room by yourself. After exiting the virtual martial arts training ground, Mo Nan continued to check the golden finger. 100% critical hit, this is a cheat that is very helpful in combat. The effect is that every attack on the opponent can cause critical damage ranging from 2 to 100 times. The only pity is that this is another cheat that depends on luck. Mo Nan prays in his heart, hoping that lucky fortune can take effect. The legacy of the painting saint and the legacy of the lute saint are not just simple painting and lute skills. When both are cultivated to perfection, the painting becomes a world, and the vibrations of the lute strings are like the clash of thousands of swords, wiping out the enemy. After digesting the two inheritances, Mo Nan looked at the 3 lower-grade immortal golden fingers. And these 3 lower-grade immortal level golden fingers are what Mo Nan is most looking forward to. Reputation system. Needless to say, try to show off your prowess in front of others as much as possible in the future, and you will continue to gain reputation points. Mo Nan lightly touched the purple light dot representing the live broadcast system with his mind, and then, the introduction information about the system appeared in Mo Nan's mind. After checking it out, Mo Nan frowned. This live broadcast system is very different from the live broadcast system I understand. First of all, the live broadcast format is not online live broadcast, and the audience is not the human race on Blue Star. This live broadcast system is connected to a mysterious place, and the audience watching the live broadcast are the special existences of that mysterious place. As long as the live broadcast content satisfies those beings, the host can get rewards from the mysterious beings. Even if the audience's expectations are high enough, they can bestow upon themselves some of the abilities and strengths of those mysterious beings. This made Mo Nan frown. Thinking that his every move would be watched by a group of unknown things all the time, Mo Nan felt uncomfortable. Brother Tianfu, what the hell are those guys? A bunch of garbage that never sees the light of day. Mo Nan was speechless. How come everything is rubbish in your mouth? Mo Nan remembered that the person who owned the live broadcast system seemed to be called LVD Hoa. Mo Nan continued to ask, when LVD Hoa started the live broadcast, did he show everything about me to those guys? No, as long as they involve you, they cannot be watched. If that's the case, what will happen if I broadcast live? Not very good, except that they can't see you, everything else is normal. Also, they can't see the owners of the golden fingers of the immortal rank and above. Is there no live broadcast room for the anchor? Mo Nan thought to himself. In this case, if there is anything interesting, you can try to start a live broadcast. Then, Mo Nan looked at the final summoning system. Summoning system can absorb everything containing spiritual energy and convert it into summoning points. Using the summoning points, you can summon the characters that you remember in your mind, whether virtual or real. Being able to have them assist you in combat is a very good trump card. But one thing is that the summoned character's strength will not be higher than the host by 2 major realms. In addition, it is impossible to summon characters above the level of Emperor. In other words, a host at the first level of the Danhua realm can only summon people at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. The same goes for a host at the 9th level of the Danhua realm, who can only summon people at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. If one surpasses the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, he will be 2 major realms higher than the host. This summoning system is very powerful. If the opponent has enough summoning points to summon a strong man at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, even Mo Nan is not sure of being able to defeat him, and is most likely no match for him. Of course, such a trump card will not be taken out in the ring battle. It is estimated that only when it comes to the real life and death moment will everyone be summoned to summon the strongest person. But it's not necessarily the case. Fortunately, Mo Nan copied this golden finger, otherwise, it might really fail. Chapter 145. Speaking of which, this summoning system is the only golden finger that Mo Nan has encountered that has brought him pressure. I just don't know how many summoning points are needed to summon characters of different levels of cultivation. Mo Nan took a quick look and was stunned. According to the system introduction, 1 low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 summoning point. To summon someone with lower cultivation than yourself, 10,000 summoning points are required. To summon someone with the same level of cultivation as yourself, one needs 100,000 summoning points. To summon someone who is 1 level higher than your own cultivation, you need 500,000 summoning points. 2 levels higher requires 1 million summoning points, 3 levels higher requires 5 million, 4 levels higher requires 10 million, 5 levels higher requires 50 million, 6 levels higher requires 100 million, 7 levels higher requires 500 million, and so on. Moreover, the summoned characters are only created by the system and are not real people. Moreover, their combat power is only equivalent to that of ordinary warriors, far inferior to that of the golden finger owners at the same level. Mo Nan did a simple calculation and found that if a person at the first level of the Danhua realm wanted to summon a strong man at the peak of the Zifu realm, the number of summoning points he would need to spend would be an astronomical figure. It seems that I was overthinking it just now. Even if I had met Jiangnan who had the summoning system before copying it to the summoning system, I probably wouldn't have failed. First of all, it is still unknown whether the other party can summon a strong man at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Secondly, even if he really summons one, he will not necessarily lose, and there is a high probability that he can win. Just an ordinary warrior, it is not difficult for Mo Nan to defeat the opponent by crossing a major realm. Exhaling slowly, Mo Nan opened his eyes. After checking all the cheat codes, Mo Nan originally wanted to make an overall summary of all his cheat codes, but after thinking about it, he decided to practice first. After the ranking battle is over, I will find some time to summarize my cheat codes. There will be more and more golden fingers in the future. If he doesn't organize them in time, Mo Nan is really afraid that he will forget the golden fingers he has. After thinking about this, Mo Nan's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Then, Mo Nan appeared in the virtual martial arts arena. The time acceleration of the Dingtianzu fragment is just one of its abilities, and the acceleration effect is also related to the host's cultivation level. And now, the best place for Mo Nan to practice is still the virtual martial arts field. Sitting cross-legged on the virtual martial arts arena floating in the void, Mo Nan began to practice. The practice method of ancient body refining technique appeared in Mo Nan's mind. Devouring martial soul appeared behind him, and Mo Nan began to practice the body refining realm according to the above method. 2 hours later in the outside world, Mo Nan opened his eyes. His body cultivation had reached the 7th level of qi condensation, far surpassing his qi refining level. Afterwards, Mo Nan began to practice the soul cultivation method and began to cultivate his soul. As the technique was put into operation, strands of energy that did not resemble spiritual energy overflowed from the void and entered Mo Nan's crown. As the energy was absorbed, a magical scene occurred. In Mo Nan's mind, an illusory shadow slowly appeared. This is an illusory little man with closed eyes, who looks exactly like Mo Nan. An illusory figure sat cross-legged in the center of his mind, with a chaotic ball of colored light beneath him. Countless points of light of various colors, like stars surrounding the moon, surrounded the illusory figure, slowly turning and floating. Although Mo Nan had his eyes closed at this moment, everything around him appeared clearly in front of him. The quaint martial arts field, the unknown dilapidated wooden stakes, and the weapon rack in the corner all appeared in my mind with incredible clarity. It was as if I was watching it with my own eyes, even clearer than seeing it with my own eyes. Is this divine consciousness? Although he had never seen it before, Mo Nan was still able to confirm that this was the ability of divine consciousness. After experimenting for a while, Mo Nan discovered that his spiritual awareness was only about 100 meters in radius. But this already made him very excited. This was only his first time practicing. Through subsequent practice, the range of his spiritual consciousness would become wider and wider. After stopping his soul cultivation, Mo Nan took out a few spirit stones and asked devouring martial soul to devour them. Mo Nan then practiced Phoenix Nirvana Sutra and began to practice Qi. After an unknown amount of time of practice, Mo Nan finally opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. His Qi refining cultivation had also reached the 4th level of the Danhua realm. Among the 9 fiery sun pills, there was a faint shadow of a phoenix crying in the fire. Today, Mo Nan's body cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Danhua realm, his Qi cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Danhua realm, and he has also started to cultivate his soul. In addition, with countless golden fingers at his disposal, Mo Nan felt that he was invincible among his peers. I can find some time to go and see the 9th floor of the Fenjiun Tower. I wonder how I compare to the Emperor now, at the same level as him? Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan exited the virtual martial arts arena. Looking out the window, it was dawn and a night had passed. Mo Nan now has to take into account the 3 aspects of training: physical training, Qi training, and spiritual training, and time is becoming increasingly tight. After checking the reputation system, Mo Nan's reputation value has reached 1 million. This number shocked Mo Nan himself. How could it be so much? Where did it come from? Unfortunately, the reputation system cannot check the source of reputation, and Mo Nan can only accept this unearned reputation value with doubts. Mo Nan looked through the system store of the reputation system, which was similar to the system store of the monster killing and upgrading system. Mo Nan casually flipped through it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Mo Nan saw a product that he could use. Phoenix egg, dragon cub, peacock cub. However, when Mo Nan saw the long string of zeros at the end, he shook his head again. The reputation value is still too little. After choosing for a long time, Mo Nan still couldn't find one that he could afford. How about a trip to Wanyao Peak? Mo Nan has a beast taming evolution system and really wants to contract a monster to see the effect. After thinking about it, Mo Nan decided to wait until the qualifying battle was over before going. If nothing unexpected happens, the freshman ranking battle will end today. After a day of fighting yesterday, there were only more than 1,000 people left at the challenge point who had not yet been cleared. If nothing unexpected happens, today will be the last day. After the qualifying battle, all freshmen will choose the peak they want to join, and then they will begin the real university study stage. Mo Nan couldn't help but wonder which peak he should join. Shaking his head, Mo Nan took out several chess books given to him by Wenjing and began to read them. The sky outside the window was getting brighter and brighter, and time soon came to noon. Chapter 146. Mo Nan looked at the sky outside the window and put away the chess book in his hand. The Life is a Chess system also popped up a message. Congratulations, your chess skills have reached the village champion level, and your combat power has increased tenfold. Is this the village champion? I wonder which village this is, with so many chess masters? Standing up, Mo Nan rushed towards Wu Feng. Wu Feng, on the ring square. Although most people's challenge points have been reset to 0, ending the subsequent ring battles, the square is still crowded with people today. Everyone knows that today is the last day of the qualifying battle. The top talents of this period will fight today, and everyone wants to watch the battle between these top talents. Firstly, it is really exciting, and secondly, it will be of some benefit to myself and others. The familiar process ended quickly, and as Zhong Lingyun's graceful figure disappeared into the distance, today's ranking battle officially began. Mo Nan's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared on the 18th ring. Mo Nan raised his head and looked in front of him, wanting to see who his opponent was. Raising an eyebrow, Mo Nan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his opponent would be her. Yu Hongxiu, who had a charming and graceful figure, like an elf from hell, blinked her beautiful eyes when she saw that her opponent was Mo Nan, and then she gave Mo Nan a charming look. His eyes were so captivating that they made everyone in the audience feel confused and dazed. However, when everyone saw that their goddess opponent was Mo Nan, they all began to sigh. Oh, what a pity! Hongxiu's wife has basically won all the battles in the past 2 days. Judging from her performance, she might even be able to break into the top 10. Now she's facing Mo Nan. Her challenge points will be reduced a bit. As much as I want to cheer for Goddess Red Snow, I know there's no way she can win. Hongxiu, my wife, why don't you admit defeat? I don't want to see you hurt. Me too. As the crowd off the field discussed, weak energies actually gathered towards Mo Nan and entered the netherworld karma fire. Mo Nan looked at the absolutely beautiful Yu Hongxiu in front of him and thought, I'm so sorry that I took half of your labor for free. Mo Nan stared at the beauty in front of him quietly without saying a word, waiting for the other party's choice, to fight or to admit defeat. Yu Hongxiu looked at Mo Nan with charming eyes, and her soft and tender voice sounded. I won't admit defeat. Mo Nan looked at the enchanting and charming Yu Hongxiu in front of him, wondering if it was her inherent personality or a helpless choice she made for the nourishment of the netherworld karma fire. After thinking about it, Mo Nan decided to let her go a little. Firstly, it would give the other party some confidence. Mo Nan didn't want such a beauty to embark on the path of evil cultivation in the future. The most important reason is that Mo Nan really wants to try out one-hit kill. The next moment, Yu Hongxiu's graceful figure was covered with a layer of dark red flames, and she took the initiative to attack Mo Nan. In the blink of an eye, the two men exchanged 10 moves. The people in the audience began to get excited. Damn, Hongxiu's wife is awesome. Come to think of it, Hongxiu's wife is the first person in the past 3 days to have survived 10 moves at the hands of Mo Nan, right? Hongxiu, my wife, I love you. Some people also spoke in confusion. That's not right. Did Mo Nan let me down? Or has Hongxiu's wife made a huge improvement in the past 2 days? What nonsense! This is the true strength of my goddess. That's right, even if Mo Nan let it go, it still shows that Mo Nan has high emotional intelligence, unlike Chen Baixuan, that straight guy, who deserves to be single for the rest of his life. Not far away, Chen Baixuan, who was also watching Mo Nan's fight, touched his nose, with a frown on his face. On the stage, Yu Hongxiu's charming eyes turned, and she smiled sweetly, You can't bear to kill me, are you in love with me? Mo Nan raised the corner of his mouth, guess. The 10 layers of the mark of one-hit kill have all been superimposed, and this unreasonable ability has finally been unlocked. Mo Nan gave Yu Hongxiu a gentle smile. In his eyes, 2 sword beams without any killing power flashed and shot towards Yu Hongxiu. Yu Hongxiu smiled charmingly, I guess, yes. Looking at the 2 sword beams that had no offensive power, Yu Hongxiu smiled charmingly. But in my heart, I was wondering, could the rumors about Mo Nan's romantic life be true? Could someone as talented as him be a mediocre person? It was really disappointing. Thinking in his mind, Yu Hongxiu casually launched an attack and rushed towards the sword light. However, what happened the next moment made Yu Hongxiu's beautiful eyes widen. The people in the audience were also in disbelief. They saw that the sword light shot out from Mo Nan's eyes, which had a weak attack power, easily penetrated the dark red flames on Yu Hongxiu's body and pierced through Yu Hongxiu's eyebrows. Then, Yu Hongxiu's entire body turned into a bloody mist. After a while, someone spoke with difficulty. Damn, I thought Mo Nan had high emotional intelligence, but I didn't expect him to be as cruel as ever. Why do I feel this scene is familiar? What's familiar about that? Isn't it normal for Mo Nan to kill Yu Hongxiu in seconds? That's right. We exchanged 10 moves before, which was already a great honor. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Mo Nan slowly walked down the number 18 ring. Under the ring, Yu Hongxiu's figure slowly gathered. She looked at Mo Nan who was walking down the ring, snorted in a reproachful manner, and then turned and left. Mo Nan looked at Yu Hongxiu's disappearing figure, and sighed in his heart. It feels so good to kill with one strike without any effort. In the future, if I meet someone with higher cultivation than me, it would be even more satisfying to kill them with one strike. One look can kill the enemy in seconds, that's great. In the following time, battles continued to unfold. Since the people who took the field today were basically the best among this batch of freshmen, every battle was extremely exciting. It also gave the people present a feast for the eyes. As the number of people decreased, the frequency of each person playing also increased a lot. About an hour later, Mo Nan appeared on stage 33 again. Mo Nan looked at the opponent in front of him, and then a smile appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, there was the golden finger that I missed a few days ago. The guy in front of him was the owner of the replicable golden finger that Mo Nan had not noticed before. Moreover, there is a high probability that he is a hidden dark horse player who originally had no fame. As his thoughts turned, Mo Nan stared at the person in front of him. His golden finger is... Chapter 147. Name, Lise Hujun. Gold Finger, 50/50th System, Low-Grade Immortal. Cultivation, First Level of Danhua Realm. Note 1, within 2 major realms, one can fight all things on equal terms. Note 2, invalid for owners of Immortal Grade Top Grade or above cheat codes. After seeing this golden finger, Mo Nan was a little surprised. This golden finger seems very powerful. 50/50? Or 50/50 with everything? In other words, if Lise Hujun's current cultivation level is at the first level of the Danhua realm, and it doesn't exceed 2 major realms, that is, the Wei realm, the Grand Master of Martial Arts? Mo Nan checked carefully and found that the within 2 major realms in the remarks included the second major realm. In other words, this guy can fight a 50/50 match against a half-step martial king at the peak of the martial realm? This is a bit too much. Unexpectedly, this golden finger is also the ceiling level among the lower grade fairy level golden fingers. Both are of the lower grade of immortal level, but why does it feel like the summoning system is not even a little bit inferior to this 50/50 system? Fortunately it's 50/50. If it was 60/40, that would be really awesome. However, according to the previous rules, this 50/50 system should not work on Mo Nan himself. No wonder Lise Hujun didn't stand out in the battles of the previous 2 days. It turns out that he was evenly matched with everyone. Of course, this should not include people with lower cultivation and strength than him. If he is still evenly matched with people who are weaker than him, that would be a bit funny. During these 3 days, other geniuses also made progress. Therefore, there are not as few geniuses in the Danhua realm as there were 3 days ago. Most of the geniuses in the first echelon have broken through to the Danhua realm, so Lise Hujun's cultivation is not outstanding. Mo Nan happily copied this 50/50 system. This golden finger is also very useful to Mo Nan, and can be regarded as one of Mo Nan's strongest trump cards. After copying the golden finger, Mo Nan looked at Lise Hujun in front of him with interest. Lise Hujun has an extraordinary temperament. He doesn't look like a teenager, but more like an immortal who sits and watches the wind and clouds rise. When Lise Hujun saw that his opponent was Mo Nan, a smile appeared on his calm face. Mo Nan? The first newcomer? Haha, after this battle, maybe we will be tied for first place. Li Hujun has been looking forward to this battle for a long time. He has great confidence and can fight Mo Nan on equal terms. There are two conditions for a 50-50 chance. One is that the opponent's cultivation cannot be higher than 3 major realms of one's own, and the other is that the opponent's golden finger level is not higher than the upper grade immortal level or above. Li Hujun didn't think Mo Nan had the cultivation level of a Cloud Sea Realm King. As for the golden finger, even on the dazzling blue star, the ancestral planet of the human race, a mid-grade golden finger of the immortal level is hard to find in several years. It is as rare as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn, not to mention a high-grade golden finger of the immortal level. Even though Mo Nan's previous performance was extremely evil, Li Hujun did not believe that Mo Nan was the owner of a golden finger of the upper grade of the immortal level or above. Of course, it was still possible to get a mid-grade immortal level golden finger, but so what? Wasn't it still a 50-50 chance with me? Thinking of this, Li Hujun's smile became even wider. He put one hand behind his back and raised the other hand forward, and said to Mo Nan lightly, "Take action." Mo Nan was stunned. This kid is so pretentious and confident. You don't think you can fight me on equal terms, do you? The people under the ring were also stunned by Li Hujun's actions. No, this guy hasn't woken up yet? Does he know who his opponent is? I remember his name was Li Hujun. He's been performing well these past 2 days and hasn't lost a single match. What? This kid hasn't lost a single match? Is he on a winning streak? Not really. We ended up in a draw with our opponents in several games. So that's how it is, but this isn't a reason for him to be so arrogant in front of Mo Nan. Who knows? In the few matches this kid tied, the opponent's strengths varied a lot. He might have been hiding his strength. Even if he hides his strength, he can't be stronger than Mo Nan high, right? I don't know, let's see first. What the hell, Mo Nan, beat that guy to pieces. Not far away, Suruoxi, dressed in white clothes as white as snow, looked like an immortal banished from heaven to the mortal world. She looked at the two people standing opposite each other on the number 33 ring, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. In a battle yesterday, she met Li Hujun. In that battle, she and Li Hujun ended up in a draw. This surprised Suruoxi very much. She didn't expect that there was such a genius hidden among the freshmen. Suruoxi had a feeling that during the fight with Li Hujun yesterday, the other party still had some strength left. Li Hujun, it is possible that you did not use your full strength. And now, seeing that he was still calm and composed when facing the top freshman Mo Nan, Suruoxi became more certain of her guess. This Li Hujun might be the most hidden person among the freshmen. Suruoxi looked at the two people on the stage, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her cold and beautiful eyes. I wonder what will happen when Mo Nan, the top freshman, meets the most hidden person among the freshmen? Will the top freshman change hands? On the ring, Mo Nan looked at Li Hujun who was holding one hand behind his back, feeling a little amused. No, why do you think you can go 50-50 with me? But then again, if it was someone else standing here, even if he was the owner of a mid-grade immortal level golden finger, he might really be fooled by Li Hujun. But there are not so many ifs in the world. Originally, Mo Nan wanted to try one-hit kill again, but now it seems that it is not necessary. End it sooner rather than later and break this kid's fantasy. Which move should I use to deal with this kid? Mo Nan suddenly remembered that he seemed to have obtained a leg-based martial arts skill from Luo Yu before, which seemed to be a top-grade cosmic level skill, Wind God Leg? Just use it. After making up his mind, Mo Nan's figure disappeared instantly. Above the ring, a strong wind blew up, making the clothes of the people nearby rustle. Mo Nan used all his strength to perform the Wind God Leg. The fourth level of the Danhua Realm Qi refining cultivation, the 7th level of the Danhua realm body refining cultivation, and the powerful physique of the Kangtian holy body were running rapidly in Mo Nan's body. As for other abilities, Mo Nan said they are not yet used. Mo Nan did not use the instant movement of Frost Field and the invisibility ability of God-level assassination technique, so even though the speed was very fast, Li's Hujun was able to capture Mo Nan's figure. Li's Hujun raised the corner of his mouth, and also jumped into the air, using an ordinary whip kick to meet Mo Nan. Li's Hujun smiled and said, "So what if your cultivation is higher than mine, so what if your martial arts are stronger? Look at me, everything is 50-50. As Li's Hujun's mind raced, the two men's kicking legs collided with each other. The next moment, Li's Hujun's smile, which had not yet faded, completely froze on his face, becoming the last image he left to everyone. Bang! After a loud bang, Li's Hujun's body turned into a cloud of blood mist and slowly fell onto the ring. With one kick Li's Hujun to pieces. Chapter 148. For a moment, the square with tens of thousands of people fell into silence. Unlike Yu Hongxiu who ranked 16th, Li's Hujun was one of the few people who had not lost a single match in the past 2 days. Even Suruoxi, who ranked 4th on the Fenjiun list and 7th on the combat power list, only tied with Li's Hujun. Moreover, Li's Hujun still looked calm and composed at the time. Some people speculated that Li's Hujun did not use his full strength in the fight with Suruoxi. Many people believe that Li's Hujun might be the second Wang Xian, and his actual combat power is very likely to be stronger than Chen Baixuan and Jun Yang. However, such a young genius was actually kicked to pieces by Mo Nan? This scene brought an immense impact and shock to everyone. After a long time, someone finally spoke with difficulty. Is this the result of pretending to be cool in front of Mo Nan? Mo Nan is still as brutal as ever. Damn, I thought this guy was quite something before, but I didn't expect that this is all he is. No, it's not that Li's Hujun is too weak, but that Mo Nan is too strong. He is simply a monster. That's right. He didn't even use his golden finger ability. He killed Li's Hujun in seconds with just his cultivation and martial arts. Speaking of which, what kind of gold finger is Mo Nan? You ask me, who should I ask? I guess the lowest is the lower grade of immortal level. I haven't seen anyone recognize or speak. The top 15 Tianjiao all have lower grade immortal level golden fingers. Is there anyone as powerful as Mo Nan? What level is that? How the hell should I know? In the crowd, Suruoxi, who looked like a banished immortal, had a beautiful face that never changed, and her expression changed for the first time. An expression of genuine shock and disbelief appeared on her face. How could it be? How could he be so strong? If Mo Nan could kill Li's Hujun in one move, doesn't that mean he could also kill himself in one move? Even without using a single move? Thinking of this, even Suruoxi, who was usually calm, couldn't help but feel her emotions fluctuate violently. Other top talents like Chen Baixuan, Jun Yang, Li Guqin, and others could not help but have their pupils shrink suddenly, with an unprecedented solemnity in their eyes. Jun Yang clenched his fists and muttered, "Is this the true gap between him and me? It turns out it's so huge." When he first collided with Mo Nan, he felt that the gap between the two was not that big, but now it seems that his idea was really ridiculous. Even Wang Chongshao, the owner of the Go Dao system who had been hiding in the corner of the crowd, couldn't help but shrink his pupils, thinking in his heart, if I take action, will I be Mo Nan's opponent? If we were to ask who was the calmest person at the scene, it would be Wang Xian. In his eyes, Mo Nan and these people were not on the same level at all. It was normal for him to kill an unknown Li's Hujun in seconds. Originally, Wang Xian saw that Li's Hujun's performance was getting better and better, and was thinking about whether to change the bound target. But now it seems that he should forget about it for the time being. Li Guqin, can I kill Mo Nan with one strike? Yu Hongxiu, he really did let me off the hook, could it be? On the ring, Mo Nan looked at the scattered blood mist, turned around and walked off the stage. This kind of kicking martial art feels really good to use. In fact, it is not as exaggerated as people say. Apart from the 50-50 ability of the 50-50 system, Li Hujun's own methods are actually very ordinary. If he didn't have the ability to be 50-50, Li Hujun wouldn't even be able to make it into the top 50 freshmen in terms of combat effectiveness. Mo Nan didn't think it was an exaggeration to kill the opponent in one move. Take Yu Hongxue for example. She has already broken through to the first level of the Danhua realm. It is impossible to kill her instantly with just that kick. Even the kick just now was not much stronger than the one launched by Yu Hongxue, who used the netherworld fire. After all, Mo Nan did not use any trump cards. The problem is that without the 50-50 ability, Li Hujun is too weak. As Mo Nan stepped down, everyone gradually came back to their senses. Under the ring, Li Hujun's figure slowly condensed. At this moment, there was deep shock and disbelief in his eyes. He looked at Mo Nan's departing back, his pupils shrank into pinholes. My own 50-50 ability is actually ineffective against Mo Nan? No one knows better than him what this means. First of all, Mo Nan's cultivation has not reached the Yunhai realm martial king, so there is only one truth left. Mo Nan has a golden finger of the highest grade in the immortal class. No, it's at least top grade immortal grade. After realizing this, Li Hujun's heart was instantly filled with shock. After a moment, his eyes were filled with bitterness. Being born in the same era as such a monster and having to compete with him in the future, I don't know whether it is my luck or my misfortune. Shaking his head, Li Hujun replied to the crowd with some bitterness. No matter what other people feel, the ring battle must continue. As time goes by, one golden battle after another is constantly going on. During this period, some people's challenge points continued to increase, while for some people, their challenge points gradually dropped to 0, and they lost the qualifications to continue fighting. It was soon noon. During this period, Mo Nan went on the ring 3 more times, and needless to say, he won all of them. Therefore, Mo Nan's challenge points also reached 30 points. At this time, there were only 100 people left who had not been eliminated. After 3 days of fighting, these 100 people stood out and became the top 100 freshmen of this period. Among Mo Nan's friends, Lu Wei, Su Fei, Xiao Yan, Li Xiaoao, Chu Xiaoxiao, and Chu Yang, none of them made it into the top 100. Their specific rankings will be announced after the qualifying battle is over. Those who rank lower lose the right to choose their own colleges, that is, the rights of each peak. Others may not know, but Lu Wei basically falls into this category. Lan Ling, Chu Ming, and Li Wang entered the top 100. The top 100 this time were made through their own strength. Therefore, the top 100 in the qualifying battle are the strongest 100 freshmen, which is much more reliable than the ranking on the list. After this battle, I guess no one will mention the ranking list anymore. Of course, some individual weirdos like Wang Chongshao are exceptions, and that guy was eliminated early on. Just as the top 100 came out, Zhong Lingyun's figure appeared in front of everyone again. After 2.5 days of competition, the top 100 freshmen have been announced. Everyone will go back home for a short break at noon. The final top 100 battle will begin in the afternoon. There will be some surprises, so stay tuned. An unexpected surprise? Upon hearing this, everyone began to look forward to it. They wondered what the surprise this senior sister was talking about would be. Chapter 149. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows, and probably guessed what the surprise Zhong Lingyun was talking about was. It's just a welcome party, why make it so mysterious? But why wait until the afternoon to start the final top 100 battle? We're all warriors, we don't need a lunch break, right? However, since it was arranged this way, Mo Nan could only follow it. Where should I go for the next 2 hours? I originally wanted to go to Wangyao Peak to find a good monster, but then I gave up the idea. He doesn't have many spirit stones on him now, so it may not be enough to buy a good grade monster. After the ranking battle is over, go to Kifeng, Danfen and other places to earn some spirit stones. As for using reputation points, upgrade points, etc. to purchase spirit stones, in Mo Nan's opinion, it is too uneconomical. Take the reputation system for example, 10 reputation points are needed to exchange for 1 low-grade spirit stone, which is really too much of a rip-off. Mo Nan could easily refine a high-level weapon himself, all of which cost more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. How about going for a stroll in Juxiao City? Ever since entering Juxiao Academy, Mo Nan felt that he was either practicing or on the way to practice, and he had become a true ascetic monk. Cultivation requires a combination of work and rest, so let's go to Juxiao City and take a look. Mo Nan asked a few friends, and they all chose to go back to practice. Mo Nan went down Yufeng alone and walked towards the outskirts of the mountain range. After passing the Liuyi Peak, the outermost part of Juxiao Academy, Mo Nan entered Juxiao City. Mo Nan has had a hobby since he was on Earth, and that is his appetite, that is, he is a foodie. Mo Nan likes all kinds of special foods, and in this world of Juxiao, he can just experience the ancient delicacies. Walking on the bustling streets, Mo Nan would occasionally buy some street food. You know what, it tastes pretty good. Just as Mo Nan was shopping with great interest, a large crowd of people suddenly gathered in one direction. Mo Nan was curious, so he followed the crowd forward. On the way, Mo Nan roughly understood the reason of the incident through the discussion of the crowd. In Juxiao City, there is a Jude Hua Pavilion, which is a high-end brothel that only sells art, not bodies. In fact, most brothels in ancient times did not sell bodies. They only sold art, while red houses sold bodies. However, someone later merged the two businesses together, which led to the saying that brothels also sell bodies. In fact, this statement is not accurate. Of course, this kind of professional stuff has nothing to do with Mo Nan. What interested Mo Nan was that there was a Guhan master from Liuyi Peak in charge of the Jude Fenghua Pavilion. Today, the peerless Fenghua Pavilion is offering a reward of 100,000 Zonglin spirit stones in an effort to find a peerless music score for this Guhan master. It is said that this is to enable the Guhan master to stand out and win the Guhan competition at the Liuyi Peak in the Juxiao Holy Land. As for why Liuyi Peak held the Guhan competition, no one knew. 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones? Mo Nan couldn't help but sigh, what a generous move. Don't think that spirit stones are easy to obtain just because you can earn hundreds of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones in a day in places like Kifeng. In fact, for most warriors, they can't earn more than 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones a year, and even 100,000 low-grade spirit stones is enough. As the saying goes, knowledge is wealth. Mo Nan has quite a few famous songs in his mind, which can be used to earn spirit stones. The most important thing is that it is effortless. Soon, Mo Nan followed the crowd to the Jude Fenghua Pavilion. The place was already crowded. Fortunately, Mo Nan came early, otherwise he would have had to wait outside. Mo Nan couldn't help but sigh that the appeal of celebrities is really strong. After an opening speech by a beautiful middle-aged woman, a set of 4 treasures of the study appeared in front of Mo Nan and the others. Mo Nan picked up the pen, thought for a moment, and wrote 3 words on the paper. Guangling San. Afterwards, someone came to collect the manuscripts. Although there were many people here, not many of them could write songs. The man was holding a few thin sheets of paper in his hand and walked towards the top floor of the 5th floor attic. After a moment, the man came to Mo Nan again and bowed. Sir, the deputy pavilion master invites you. Mo Nan followed the servant to the 5th floor under the envious gaze of others. In a private room on the 5th floor, a middle-aged man was talking to a slender figure with a veil. Xiaoqing, with this Guangling San, you will definitely be chosen. Your future destiny may be changed because of it. The slender figure bowed and said, Thank you, Uncle Linear. The middle-aged man waved his hand, I have watched you grow up since you were a child, no need to thank me. Those who have not awakened and cultivated their God-given abilities are just this humble. If Shu Qing cannot find a martial arts genius as a partner, his future life may not be easy. Of course, this is not what the middle-aged man cares about. His most important goal is to get close to a future martial arts master through Shu Qing. This is what the so-called Yangzhou skinny horse, or modern socialite, is like. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open, and the servant led Mo Nan in. Mo Nan's figure appeared in front of the two of them. The middle-aged man and the slender figure sighed in their hearts after seeing Mo Nan. What a handsome young man in this troubled world! The middle-aged man is the deputy leader of the Great Youth Pavilion, Lin Langtian. He first praised Mo Nan, and then inquired about Mo Nan's background. After learning that Mo Nan had no background, the pavilion master's attitude immediately turned cold. Then, he threw a storage bag to Mo Nan. After Mo Nan took it and looked at it, he couldn't help but frowned. Master Lin, are you trying to shirk your responsibility? The reason for asking this question is that there are only 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in this storage bag. The original 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, if converted into low-grade spirit stones, would be a full 10 million. Lin Langtian said indifferently, Mr. Mo, what are you talking about? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, no more, no less. Mo Nan couldn't help but sneer, you old boy. You want to get me for free, right? If their original price was 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, it would be fine, and Mo Nan would not be unable to accept it. After all, they were spirit stones picked up for free. But it was said to be 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, but now it has become 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is a bit unreasonable. Lin Langtian said to the servant beside him, Go and bring in the reward notice and let this young master see it. The servant retreated in response, and soon came in with a sign that read, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Mo Nan still sneered and said nothing. Did he think he was a fool? This sign was hung at the door not long ago, and Mo Nan saw it clearly. Now, all you have to do is change a few words? Mo Nan just wanted to earn some spirit stones. Why did someone have to target him? The slender figure beside her opened her mouth as if she wanted to speak, but in the end she didn't. Mo Nan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Langtian. Name, Lin Langtian. Gold finger, untrustworthy system, spiritual grade. Cultivation, first level of martial arts realm. Note, too lazy to make a note. Chapter 150. A Grand Master of the martial arts realm? He was a pretty strong man, but so what? Mo Nan had plenty of ways to deal with him. Pavilion Master Lin, do you think I'm easy to bully? Upon hearing this, Lin Langtian narrowed his eyes dangerously, and the aura of a great master of the martial arts realm burst out. My friend, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. This pavilion master has always been fair in his actions. How can you say he is bullying you? Facing Lin Langtian's powerful momentum, Mo Nan was not moved at all. He said lightly. If I insist on taking 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, what will Pavilion Master Lin do? Upon hearing this, Lin Langtian sighed deeply and said nonchalantly, martial arts are difficult, and cultivation is not easy. In this world, countless warriors have lost their lives for a few resources. These 100,000 low-grade spirit stones are enough for my friend's future cultivation. My friend is so greedy. If you don't change, you won't survive long in this world. As he spoke, Lin Langtian pressed all his aura towards Mo Nan. If Mo Nan was an ordinary martial artist in the Qi condensation realm, he would be crippled if not dead under the aura of the martial arts grandmaster. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. You old man, you actually want to kill me? That's really cruel. Since you want to kill me, you can't blame me. Although Juxiao Academy has regulations that prohibit the indiscriminate killing of innocent people, the guy in front of him has nothing to do with the word innocent. This can be considered as eliminating a scourge for the Juxiao world. Oh? I don't know how long I will live, but Pavilion Master Lin, you are about to die. As Mo Nan finished speaking, a field of 5 elements unfolded and the figure disappeared instantly. Now that he had decided to take action, Mo Nan naturally didn't waste any more words. When conditions permit, once he decides to take action, Mo Nan will not give the enemy a moment's time. As long as I decide to fire the first shot, I won't give the enemy a chance to fire the second shot. The assassination skill in God-level assassination was used, and Mo Nan's figure completely disappeared from the spot. Lin Longtian's pupils shrank, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He didn't expect that this young man would be so decisive. He would take action as soon as he said so, and judging from his cultivation level, it seemed that it was not low. But Lin Langtian is a grandmaster of the martial arts realm after all, and he has his own extraordinary methods. Although the assassination skills of God-level assassination technique are superb, they are not enough to make up for the gap between the two realms. At the moment when the Juyu sword approached Lin Longtian's throat, the other party still caught a trace of it. Bite! After a crisp sound, Mo Nan's figure disappeared into the void again. Lin Langtian actually caught his sword with just his palm. He is indeed worthy of being a martial arts grandmaster and is indeed powerful enough. On the other side, Lin Longtian's heart was in turmoil. He slowly withdrew his palm, and a drop of bright red blood fell on the carpet and slowly spread out. Lin Langtian looked at the empty room and was shocked. That kid doesn't look very old. He probably just awakened his God-given ability not long ago, but he has become so powerful. With that attack just now, an ordinary Purple Mansion Realm warrior might have died on the spot. Who is he? Why is he so evil? Was my judgment wrong? Lin Langtian frowned, signaling Shu Qing and the servant to retreat to the corner. Lin Langtian said to the surroundings. What are you doing? It's only 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. Did you misunderstand? Mo Nan sneered, misunderstanding? Misunderstanding, sir? In fact, Mo Nan only needs to use the ability of Wuvukai. After fighting for 10 moves, he can kill the opponent with one blow. This is simple and convenient. But Mo Nan still wants to practice his fighting skills and get familiar with his various abilities. Seeing that no one responded, a fierce look flashed in Lin Longtian's eyes. Such a genius and evildoer has been offended to the point where it is irreparable, so the only thing we can do is to eliminate the root of the problem. This person must not be allowed to stay. Thinking of this, a scroll appeared in his hand. After unfolding it, the scene around him changed instantly. The original private room instantly turned into a dry land. Mo Nan's figure slowly appeared not far behind Lin Langtian. Mo Nan was a little surprised. It seemed that the saying that an assassin would flee thousands of miles away if he missed a strike was not without reason. Even as a god-level assassin, I only have one chance to attack when facing a martial arts grandmaster. If I were really just an assassin, after missing the target, the best option would be to give up the target. However, assassin is just a part-time job for me. Lin Langtian looked at Mo Nan who had appeared and sneered, boy, if you don't cherish the opportunity I gave you, then you can't blame me. Lin Langtian burst out with momentum and attacked Mo Nan. Mo Nan swung the sword in his hand and rushed towards Lin Langtian. He performed the sword dances one by one and instantly exchanged 3 moves with Lin Langtian. What an exquisite sword technique! Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. Lin Langtian sighed, and then the attack became more fierce. Mo Nan was knocked away by a palm, and his chest was churning. A martial arts master is nothing more than this. Mo Nan didn't expect that his combat power had reached this level. Relying on his own cultivation strength, he was not much worse than Lin Langtian, who was in the first level of the martial arts realm. Mo Nan was excited and performed the sword dances one by one. In a moment, 10 moves were over. Mo Nan retreated to a distance. He still had many martial arts skills to hone, but there was no other way. He had to end it early. Lin Longtian's golden finger is only of the highest spiritual grade, and one hit kill is 100% triggered. If you want to blame someone, then you can only blame yourself for not being able to kill me within 10 moves. Of course, Mo Nan still has a 50-50 ability that he has not used yet. If Lin Langtian wants to defeat me, he must at least have the strength of a martial king or above, and he must be able to defeat me within 10 moves. Then, Mo Nan stabbed forward with an ordinary sword. Lin Langtian looked at Mo Nan with a gloomy expression. "Boy, you've exceeded my expectations, but you must die." His palm shone brightly and attacked Mo Nan. However, everything was in vain. With one sword, Lin Longtian's head and body were separated. Those wide eyes were filled with disbelief and regret. Mo Nan put away the Juyu sword and appeared in the private room again. At Mo Nan's feet, Lin Longtian's headless body lay quietly. When the servant and Shu Qing saw this scene, their faces changed drastically and their bodies began to tremble. At the same time, several systems in Mo Nan's mind sent prompts. The troublemaker system, emotion value system, and netherworld fire all gained energy to varying degrees. Monster killing and upgrading system, congratulations on killing a martial realm creature and gaining 100,000 upgrade points. At the same time, Mo Nan saw a blue light spot emerge. When it was about to disappear, it suddenly flew towards him, and then sank into the chaotic light ball in his mind. Mo Nan was surprised and ignored it for the time being. He looked at the two people in the corner and said coldly, "Call your pavilion master. Even if he kills someone, he can still take the spirit stones." Chapter 151. Upon hearing this, Shu Qing and the servant felt as if they had been pardoned, and they quickly ran out of the private room. Mo Nan looked at the backs of the two people leaving and slowly sat down at the table. Mo Nan poured a cup of tea, held it in his hand, and savored it slowly. His mind was immersed in his thoughts. The energy obtained by the troublemaker system, emotion value system and netherworld fire is not much, so there is not much feedback to Mo Nan. It's just that the cultivation has become a little more solid. Unexpectedly, after killing the Grand Master of the Martial Intentions realm, the monster killing upgrade system actually directly obtained 100,000 upgrade points. Mo Nan carefully looked at the rules for using upgrade points. Killing a creature in the body tempering realm will gain you some upgrade points. For each subsequent major realm, the points will increase tenfold, regardless of the minor realms. Each level up in the body tempering realm requires 10 upgrade points and each subsequent major realm still requires a tenfold increase. But upgrading is related to small realms. It takes 10 points to upgrade from the first level of body tempering to the second level, but 20 points to upgrade from the second level of body tempering to the third level. Mo Nan's current chi refining cultivation is at the fourth level of the Danhua realm. In other words, to advance to the fifth level of the Danhua realm, 40,000 upgrade points are needed, and 50,000 upgrade points are needed from the fifth level to the sixth level. And he now has a total of 100,000 upgrade points, which means that he can improve his chi refining skills to the sixth level of the Danhua realm. The time and cost of this improvement was only less than an incense stick of time, and it only took to kill a great master of the martial arts realm. Mo Nan took a deep breath and chose to upgrade. At the same time, I sighed in my heart that the temptation of this promotion was too great. You must maintain your original heart. As I said, killing is okay, but you can't kill just for the sake of killing. If you do that, how is you different from a beast? What's more, you can also go hunting monsters. The true energy in his body surged twice in succession, and Mo Nan's chi refining cultivation also reached the 6th level of the Danhua realm. Then, Mo Nan looked at the chaotic colored light group. A similar situation had occurred before. After unparalleled enlightenment replaced maximum enlightenment, the light spot that represented maximum enlightenment was absorbed into the chaotic light group. Just now, the blue light spot should have been Lin Longtian's golden finger, but unexpectedly it was also sucked in. Brother Tianfu, didn't you say you looked down on this kind of trash? So what's going on now? Mo Nan didn't know what changes would happen. After asking, he didn't get a response, so he withdrew his mind. Never mind, you will know it when it's time for you to know it. It's no use worrying about it now. Just as Mo Nan was thinking, the door of the private room was pushed open. Then, a young man who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old walked in, followed by Shu Qing and the young servant in blue clothes. The young man looked at the black-clothed boy who was leisurely drinking tea, his eyes fixed, and he bowed and said, "My name is Ren Tianxiao. May I know who you are?" Mo Nan put down the teacup and looked at the other party with interest. He originally thought that the other party would be very angry and take action, but the result surprised him a little. Was he trying to find out his true identity before taking action? Or was this Ren Tianxiao truly a reasonable person? I believe you understand the reason for this matter. Your man bullies customers because of his big store, goes back on his word, and even wants to kill people to silence them. I killed him, is it not too much? Mo Nan did not answer the other party's question, but instead spoke like this, wanting to see the other party's reaction. Ren Tianxiao nodded and said, "It's not excessive. This man was just working for my Ren family. It's okay for him to be greedy for petty profits, but I never thought he would do such a despicable thing. You killed him, it's what he deserved." Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. "Oh? You are really not angry? Don't you want to avenge him? You are joking, sir. If I had known he was so despicable, I would have wiped out the family without your intervention." Mo Nan stared at Ren Tianxiao for a moment, and the several golden fingers that collected negative emotions did not react. It seemed that this person was most likely speaking the truth. Mo Nan also checked the opponent's golden finger. The golden finger of the middle grade of the spiritual level did not have this kind of shielding ability. In that case, let's talk about the spirit stone. Mo Nan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had originally thought that he would get more upgrade points. Maybe it would involve an entire faction. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about upgrade points anymore. Now it seemed that there was no hope. Ren Tianxiao heard this and took out a storage ring with a bit of pain. "Here are 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Consider them as an apology to you, sir." 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Are you so generous? Mo Nan was not polite and took the storage ring handed over by the other party. "It would be a waste if I didn't take it. If I were an ordinary cultivator, I would have died just now. Shouldn't you get some compensation?" Ren Tianxiao wanted to say something, but Mo Nan got up and left. "Master Ren, I will take my leave now. I have important matters to attend to." Mo Nan didn't give the other party time to react and quickly disappeared from their sight. Shu Qing's pleasant voice carried a hint of sadness as she slowly said, "Pavilion Master." Although Lin Langtian had many flaws, he had taken good care of her since she was a child. Shu Qing was still a little sad that he died in front of her eyes. Ren Tianxiao waved his hand and said, "All right, Lin Langtian deserves this fate because of his own fault. All right, you should practice Guangling San diligently. If you can find a martial arts genius to be your match in the future, then all Lin Longtian's efforts will be worthwhile." Shu Qing nodded silently. She must show her talent in this performance. If she can attract the martial arts geniuses in the Holy Land, maybe one day she can avenge Uncle Lin. The man's appearance has been imprinted in her mind. Although it was not his fault, and she would not take his life, she would make him pay some price. I thinking so, Shu Qing slowly untied her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Although Ren Tianxiao had seen this face several times, he couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Then he shook his head. The other party was now a disciple of Liuyi Peak in Juxiao Holy Land, and was not someone he could covet at the moment. I can only wait 4 years until she leaves the Juxiao Holy Land before pursuing her. I just hope that during this period, Shu Qing will not be noticed by the geniuses of Juxiao Holy Land. Speaking of geniuses, the young man just now is a top genius, and is very likely a disciple of the Juxiao Holy Land. This is also the reason why he took out 100,000 high-grade spirit stones at one time. Fortunately, the other party accepted his apology. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the blame from his family for offending a genius of the Juxiao Holy Land. Shaking his head, Ren Tianxiao walked out of the private room. Before leaving, he gave the servant a few words. "You're fired." Chapter 152. Juxiao Academy, Wu Feng. Mo Nan left the peerless Fanghua Pavilion and did not stay in Juxiao City for long. It was almost time, so Mo Nan returned to Wu Feng, waiting for the top 100 battle to begin in the afternoon. At this time, other people also came to Wu Feng Square one after another. Not long after, Zhong Lingyun's graceful figure appeared in front of everyone. After the familiar opening remarks, the afternoon's top 100 competition officially began. Every battle that follows will be an extremely fierce and difficult one. Of course, this is for other people. For Mo Nan, there is no pressure. There are 100 arenas, with 2 people entering the ring at a time, and 50 of them will be empty. And there are only 100 people left, and they will play every time. Mo Nan was no exception and soon appeared on the number 6 ring. Mo Nan looked at his opponent, but he didn't expect that he was an acquaintance. "Luo Yu." "Mo Nan, I didn't expect my luck to be so bad that I met you first." Mo Nan chuckled, "Do you want to fight?" Luo Yu looked at Mo Nan and asked curiously, "Mo Nan, how did you learn the Wind God leg?" Mo Nan smiled and said, "A martial art inherited from the ancient Fenjiun sect? I got it by chance." "Okay." Luo Yu nodded, then asked, "How about a Wind God kick?" "No problem." Afterwards, Mo Nan and Luo Yu each performed the Wind God leg. However, their attainments in the Wind God leg were completely on different levels. Mo Nan has mastered the technique to perfection, and has already reached the pinnacle of perfection, while Luo Yu has only just mastered the first move, catching shadows. After 2 moves, Luo Yu stopped. "No more fighting, I admit defeat. Don't forget, you still owe me a meal." After Luo Yu finished speaking, he jumped off the stage. Next, exciting battles continued to unfold, and the competition for the top 100 also began. Mo Nan also went up to the ring again and again, defeating his opponents one by one. Mo Nan also plans to reveal some martial arts, such as the secret technique of fighting. Martial arts are not easy to hide, but it doesn't matter if they are exposed. On the 12th ring, Mo Nan's feet bloomed like lotus flowers. After 9 moves, he knocked Suruoxi off the ring with 1 punch. On the 9th ring, Mo Nan did not give Li Guqin the chance to use one-hit kill and sent him off the ring in 3 moves. On the 20th ring, Mo Nan used the Fist of Heaven evolved from the Do character secret technique to defeat Jun Yang. On the number 1 ring, Mo Nan defeated Chen Baichuan. On the 19th ring, Mo Nan and Wang Xian exchanged 10 moves, and then Mo Nan killed the other with 1 strike. To be honest, before the qualifying battle started, Mo Nan felt that he might not be able to do well in the qualifying battle, and it might even be very difficult. But the fact is, after 3 days of crazy copying and super large improvement, these geniuses and monsters that Mo Nan originally thought were extremely evil and powerful suddenly became nothing. Mo Nan really wanted to stage a wonderful battle like a fight between dragons and tigers, but unfortunately, no one could compare with him. Therefore, Mo Nan's battles always ended very quickly. No matter who his opponent was, few of them could last more than 10 moves in Mo Nan's hands. Looking at Mo Nan's unreasonable behavior, the people in the audience widened their eyes, their hearts filled with shock. Originally, they were comparing Mo Nan with other geniuses, but now it seems that Mo Nan is not on the same level as them. The first genius in 800 years was indeed beyond their imagination. Perhaps the reason why Mo Nan ranks first in the battle power ranking is because the highest is only first. Mo Nan's performance made these geniuses feel bitter. Everyone has a golden finger, why are you so outstanding? In a corner of the crowd, Li Qi, Ni Huang, and others watched Mo Nan's performance. While sighing in their hearts, they also felt that they were overestimating themselves for their previous ignorance. There was a radiant glow on Ni Huang's graceful and elegant face. Only a person like this could be the ideal Taoist partner in the heart of the future queen. However, all 4 of them made it into the top 100, which was a little consolation. Lin Feng also stood with Li Qi and the others. He sighed, "Is this what my father said, my true opponent?" His tone was equally bitter. Such an opponent was truly despairing. On the other side, Wang Dong finally knew who Mo Nan was, and his face looked extremely ugly. After what happened that night, Wang Dong always felt that something was wrong with his body. He suspected that Luo Yu might have caused internal injuries that caused the cracks. Therefore, he did not choose to participate in the ring fight. After recuperating for a few days, he came to watch the ring fight. He finally knew who Mo Nan was, but despair also surged in his heart. Wang Dong gritted his teeth and said, "Should we use our family's power to get rid of this Mo Nan? And that Luo Yu?" On the other side, Gu Wangqing stood in the crowd, watching Mo Nan's performance, feeling very bitter. If she had made a different decision at that time, perhaps, thanks to that unexpected encounter, there might have been some further developments in the relationship between her and Mo Nan. Now, hey! Gu Wangqing looked at Long Aotian not far away and was furious. It was all this guy's fault, otherwise things would not have developed to that point. Zhao Yelan's eyes turned. Didn't he have a gun? Why hadn't he used his gun skills yet? In the field, there was only one person whose eyes were full of determination and confidence. Even Chu Xuan, although he was defeated by Mo Nan just now, he was not discouraged at all. Chu Xuan encountered many setbacks along the way, but in the end, he defeated and surpassed them one by one. Mo Nan will be no exception and will eventually be surpassed by him. He, Chu Xuan, is the protagonist of this era. The people in the audience were all thinking and having different ideas, while the battles on the stage were going on one after another. As time passed, the sun gradually set. With the end of the last battle, the freshman ranking battle also came to an end. Zhong Lingyun's figure appeared again. Next, those with lower challenge points can challenge those with higher challenge points. The time is 1 hour. Let's begin. Afterwards, some people began to choose their own challenge goals. However, this segment seemed to have nothing to do with Mo Nan, and no one chose to challenge him. Li Guocan, on the other hand, looked at Mo Nan eager to try for a moment, but ultimately did not choose to challenge. In the end, Li Guocan chose Wang Xian. As a result, Li Guocan endured 10 moves and killed Wang Xian with one blow. However, Wang Xian then chose to challenge Li Guocan, and as a result, both of them died. The third time, Li Guocan won again. In the end, Wang Xian did not challenge Li Guocan again. Mo Nan couldn't help but sigh, it seems that Li Guocan's luck is better than Wang Xian's. An hour later, all the fighting ended. Zhong Lingyun also announced everyone's final rankings. Chapter 153. First, Mo Nan. Second, Li Guocan. Third, Wang Xian. Fourth, Li Zhujun. Fifth, Jun Yang. 6th, Chen Baichuan. 7th, Suruoxi. 8th, Lin Feng. 9th, Dust Sealed. 10th, Han Fei. 11th, Feng Zai Feng. 12th, Hong Xing. 13th, Yang Linear. 14th, Golden Sword. 15th, Yan 13. 16th, Chu Sun. 17th, Zhang Tian. 18th, Zhou Yuan. 19th, Yu Hongxiu. 20th, Shi Xiao. 28th, Li Qi. 29, Luo Yu. As Zhongling Yun spoke, names appeared out of thin air and were printed on a list that appeared out of thin air. Zhongling Yun stopped after reading out the ranking of the top 100. Then, the list disappeared into a hall not far away. This time's ranking is quite different from the ranking on the Fenjiun list. What no one expected was that the second place was Li Guqin, who was originally the least favored. Originally, some people said that Li Guqin was the most insignificant person on the list. Now it seems that rumors are really harmful. Mo Nan was also a little surprised. He originally thought that the reason why Li Guqin was not on the combat power ranking list was because he could not withstand more than 10 moves under the combat power mark. Now it seems that this is not the case. Could it be that the one-hit kill technique is ineffective against those virtual attacks that use marks? This is possible. I will find some time later to go to the battle hall again and experience it for myself. Then, it's Li Hujun. Li Hujun's ranking also surprised everyone. Although there are some differences in the rankings of others, they are not too surprising. Zhang Tian and Zhou Yuan are the owners of the live broadcast system and summoning system. If nothing unexpected happens, this freshman ranking list will completely replace the list of the hottest freshmen, and all freshmen will use it as a reference. Among Mo Nan's friends, Chu Ming ranked 60th, Lan Ling ranked 63rd, and Li Wang ranked 80th. As Zhongling Yun finished reading the rankings, the sky suddenly became windy and cloudy, and figures with unclear faces appeared in the air. After the space shook for a while, a powerful momentum came towards him. Zhongling Yun's voice then rang out. Freshmen, from now on, you will be able to choose to join each peak. Everyone will choose according to their own strengths. Afterwards, the Holy Land will provide specialized training and instruction. Okay, let's begin. Hearing this, Mo Nan looked at the dozen or so figures in the sky and frowned. Does each peak only excel in one area? If so, it would be a bit difficult. You need to develop in all aspects. If you only choose one peak, you will be restricted. It is recorded in the introduction of Juxiao that there are a total of 16 meridians in Juxiao Academy. They are Martial Peak, Sword Peak, Knife Peak, Shadow Peak, Weapon Peak, Pill Peak, Talisman Peak, Inscription Peak, Array Peak, 10,000 Demons Peak, Skill Peak, Martial Soul Peak, Inheritance Peak, Divine Body Peak, Law Peak, and 6 Arts Peak. Among them, Liuyi Peak is quite special and its admission method is also quite special. Therefore, it does not participate in the selection of new students. Among them, the areas in which each peak excels are also very obvious, and are basically reflected in the name. Among them, Wu Feng belongs to a comprehensive college and also has the largest number of members. Mo Nan thought for a moment and found that he seemed to be good in every aspect. Which peak should I join? At the moment, it seems that Wu Feng is the best choice. While Mo Nan was thinking, others also began to make their own choices. Many people decided which peak they wanted to join early on. For example, Chen Feng chose Shadow Peak, Yan Shizhen chose Sword Peak, Jin Dao chose Blade Peak, Lan Ling chose Law Peak, Xiao Yan chose Dan Peak, Chu Ming and Su Fei chose Divine Body Peak, and Chu Xiao chose Martial Soul Peak. Mo Nan's other friends all chose Wu Feng. Of course, Lu Wei was forced to join. Brother Nan, which peak do you choose? Lu Wei and Xiao Yan came over, looked at Mo Nan curiously and asked. They are also very curious about what Mo Nan is best at. Even though they have a good relationship with Mo Nan, they don't know what kind of golden finger ability Mo Nan has. Mo Nan was also confused, he himself didn't know. While Mo Nan was thinking, most people had already made their choices. At this moment, a majestic figure in the void suddenly spoke. Mo Nan, are you willing to join Kifeng? This magnificent voice was heard, and then it was like opening Pandora's box. The figures that were originally standing in the void, looking extremely majestic, suddenly exploded. Joining the weapon peak is ridiculous. A martial arts genius like me is going to refine weapons with you? Boy, join the sword peak and I will give you saint-level resources. You think you can even come up with saint-level resources? Come to my Wu Feng, and I'll give you quasi-emperor level resources. Mo Nan has the strongest talent in alchemy and is now a 9th grade alchemy master. Joining Danfan is his best choice. Bullshit, he's a 9th grade talisman master. If he joins Talisman Peak, he'll use the universe as paper and the stars as ink to become the most powerful talisman immortal. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Get out of here. Rules are the sword, and carving the inscriptions of the heavenly Dao is the kingly way. No, using the origin of the mystery as the flag, how can we arrange the supreme formation? For someone as versatile as Mo Nan, Wu Feng is the best choice. Come to Wu Feng, we have plenty of quasi-emperor level resources. Above the sky, the big guys started arguing in front of tens of thousands of freshmen. It's just like the aunties who rush to grab vegetables when there is a sale in the supermarket, fighting with each other until their faces turn red. This scene stunned all the freshmen present. At the same time, through the arguments of several big men, everyone finally learned that the rumor about Mo Nan being a 5 professional master was actually true. While Mo Nan's martial arts prowess crushed everyone, he actually found the time to reach the 5th professional master. It would be fine if your talent in martial arts was astonishing, but your talent in other areas is equally as monstrous. Do you think people can survive? Is this person really the golden finger that awakened at the same time as himself and others? At this point, someone in the crowd swallowed their saliva and said with difficulty, which brother said before that if Mo Nan became a 5 profession grandmaster, he would eat shit while standing upside down? Do you want a fresh one? Although the words were not spoken loudly, they were heard widely in the silent place. For a moment, everyone looked in one direction. In the crowd, Duan Lang faced countless gazes, touched the back of his head awkwardly, and then slowly squatted down. Then, he used the method of greasing the soles of his feet and disappeared into the crowd. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouth twitched. Chapter 154. Everyone was complaining in their hearts, why is this guy here again? However, after seeing such a funny scene by Duan Lang, everyone's shocked mood finally eased a little. Mo Nan, this guy is not a human being at all, he is a complete monster. Is it surprising that monsters do things that are difficult for humans to understand? At the same time, everyone no longer regarded Mo Nan as a peer. This is clearly an old monster who has practiced for hundreds or thousands of years. After thinking about it this way, everyone felt a little more balanced. Then, everyone raised their heads and admired the quarrel in the sky. Such a scene is rarely seen under normal circumstances. But when everyone remembered what these big guys were arguing about, they started to feel emo again. At this moment, the quarrel in the sky became more and more intense, and some people even started fighting. The vast momentum swept through the void, and even if it was just a battle between a series of phantoms, it made the heaven and earth pale in comparison. Even the aftermath of the battle could instantly kill anyone present, including Mo Nan. Mo Nan was also speechless. No, what do you think I am? I will join whoever wins. Mo Nan also thought about not joining any peak. If he felt that there was something he was lacking or needed to improve, he would go to the corresponding peak to attend classes and study. This kind of thing is allowed in the academy, but if you do that, you won't be able to get the resources from the various peaks. Take saint-level resources for example. They are enough resources for a warrior to start from scratch and practice all the way to become a martial saint. This kind of resource is enough to make Mo Nan excited, and he doesn't want to give up. After thinking for a moment, Mo Nan thought to himself, if it really doesn't work, then just join Wu Feng. After all, Wu Feng is more comprehensive and not as biased as other peaks. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky, instantly suppressing the chaotic battle. Humph, how can you, as peak masters, act like this? Although his words were quiet, they suppressed the noise in the whole place. The figures fighting in the sky suddenly stopped what they were doing, and like elementary school students who had made a mistake, they bowed and said, "Palace Master." Humph, back off. After a cold snort from the voice whose voice was only heard but not seen, he spoke again. Mo Nan, the Academy will provide you with imperial-level resources, the 16 meridians of the 9 skies. You don't have to choose to join any of them. You can go to each peak to study at any time according to your needs. What do you think? Mo Nan was overjoyed when he heard this. This result is exactly what I want. In this way, I can have the best of both worlds. This is also the most advantageous option for me. Very good, thank you, Deputy Palace Master. Mo Nan clasped his fists towards the sky and responded. Well, for resources below the Emperor level, you can go to the resource peak to claim them at any time. Yes. Mo Nan agreed, glanced at the peak masters in the sky who looked unhappy, and retreated into the crowd. At this moment, all the peak masters in the sky felt extremely miserable. They didn't expect that the Academy would set such an unprecedented precedent for Mo Nan. Even for the person 800 years ago who was no less talented than Mo Nan, the Academy did not set such a precedent for him. Of course, that person joined the Kylin Academy, but the management models of the 4 major academies are similar, and the Kylin Academy did not open any privileges to that adult. Moreover, since the establishment of Juxiao Academy, only a few imperial-level resources have been given away. Of course, it doesn't mean that there are few people who get emperor-level resources. On the contrary, there are many. But those people have been promoted to emperor-level resources after several years of observation. There are really few people like Mo Nan who got emperor-level resources at the beginning in the history of Juxiao Academy for more than 10,000 years. What's more, the Academy has set a precedent of not joining any lineage before Mo Nan. Why didn't you tell us about this decision earlier? They are now fighting over things like a woman buying groceries, which makes them very depressed. The head of Wu Feng looked at Mo Nan, then looked at the sky, and couldn't help feeling depressed. If this hadn't happened, Mo Nan, this brilliant man, would most likely have been Wu Feng's man. Now, look what they are doing, fighting for nothing. Just when he was feeling depressed, the Deputy Palace Master's voice came into his mind. After listening carefully, the face of Wu Feng Peak Master flickered for a moment, and then he looked at a determined young man with a longbow in the crowd below. Is it possible to be on par with Mo Nan? Is the Deputy Palace Master sure he is correct? He looks very ordinary. Although he is a rare genius, he sees thousands of geniuses like him every year, and he can't see what's special about him. But Wu Feng Peak Master still chose to believe the Deputy Palace Master. He looked at Chu Sun and said, "Chu Sun, are you willing to join Wu Feng? I'll give you saint level, no, quasi-emperor level resources, how about that?" A magnificent voice fell from the sky, and not only Chu Sun was stunned, but everyone else was stunned as well. Wang Xian, Jun Yang, and others were still standing here, so why was it Chu Sun's turn? And he even promised quasi-emperor level resources? You know, what these peak masters promised to Mo Nan before were nothing more than quasi-emperor level resources. What virtue and ability did Chu Sun have? Is he worthy of it? Chu Sun was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Disciple is willing." As expected, those who work hard will be rewarded. Does God also see the efforts and hardships I, Chu Sun, have? Mo Nan, I will surpass you sooner or later. Wang Xian, Chen Baichuan, Jun Yang and others looked at Chu Sun, who had a smile on his face but a firm look in his eyes, and couldn't help but frown. Is there something special about this Chu Sun? He seems to be ranked only 16th. You know, except for people like Chen Feng who chose to join on their own initiative, the top group of talents are all here and haven't moved. How come it is the turn of Chu Sun, who is ranked 16th? Wang Xian's heart was secretly moved. Being chosen second by the Peak Master, could it be that Chu Sun was the most monstrous genius besides Mo Nan? Do I want to bind him? Wang Xian is currently bound to Li Guocan, Jun Yang and Chen Baichuan. The abilities of these three are extremely powerful, and Wang Xian does not want to change them for the time being. He originally wanted to tie up Li's Hujun, but what made him depressed was that he did not lose to Li's Hujun. Even if he deliberately let Li's Hujun win, Li's Hujun just couldn't defeat him. This made Wang Xian very angry. Let's see first. If this Chu Sun is really extraordinary, then bind him. After making up his mind, Wang Xian looked up at the sky, wondering what level of resources he would be given. Chapter 155. There were many others who shared the same idea as Wang Xian. They were all top talents, waiting to see what level of resources the academy would provide. Even a little Chu Sun can get quasi-emperor level resources, so they should be about the same, right? Or in other words, is there anything really special about this Chu Sun? Soon, the Peak Masters in the sky also began to select their own people and extended olive branches to Wang Xian and others. However, the highest condition given by the Peak Masters is just saint-level resources. This is just for the top 10 people like Wang Xian. Most of the people ranked 10th to 20th only received resource promises at the quasi-student level. Those ranked between 20 and 50 only received VIP level resources. This made many geniuses feel very dissatisfied, and their eyes when they looked at Chu Sun were full of doubts and dissatisfaction. Unlike other people who were puzzled, Mo Nan could probably guess some reasons. But what makes Mo Nan curious is how Juxiao Academy knows about Chu Sun's extraordinary qualities. You know, from the surface, Chu Sun doesn't have a golden finger, and his performance in all aspects can only be considered slightly outstanding, without too many outstanding qualities. Could it be that Juxiao Academy also has some way to detect hidden cheat codes? If so, then it makes sense. After all, according to Brother Tianfu's remarks, when favored by luck is powerful, it is more useful than the fairy-level top-grade golden finger. Shaking his head, Mo Nan stopped thinking about it and waited for the selection of candidates from each branch to be completed. Soon after, the selection phase ended. The back of the Juxiao tokens of those who joined the various peaks also had the symbols representing each peak. However, there was no change on Mo Nan's Juxiao token. After the selection was completed, the leaders of each branch left one after another, and the pressure from the sky dissipated. It was not until this moment that everyone felt that the oppressive feeling in their hearts had completely dissipated, and the atmosphere on the scene finally became relaxed. At this time, someone looked at Zhong Lingyun who had been standing not far away and asked curiously. "Senior Sister Zhong, what was that surprise you mentioned earlier? The ranking battle is over, why haven't I seen it yet?" Zhong Lingyun smiled, pointed to the sky, and said. "Right over there." Everyone looked curiously in the direction Zhong Lingyun pointed, but saw nothing. At this time, the sky had turned completely dark. A half-moon leaped up from the mountains in the sky, and the cold moonlight sprinkled down, casting shadows of clouds and trees, swaying gracefully above the earth. When the moon is bright, the stars are sparse, but this does not seem to be the case in the world of Juxiao. Countless stars are shining brightly, dotted on the painting called the night sky, shining brightly. The night is so beautiful. However, the crowd did not come to enjoy the night view. They all stretched their necks, looking for the surprise that Zhong Lingyun mentioned. Just when everyone was puzzled, the sound of a zither resounded through the sky, like the sound of heavenly music from the fairy palace pouring down through the sky gate, making people feel relaxed and at ease. The sound of the guhun rang out in the beautiful night sky, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. As the first sound of the piano fell, a beautiful figure in white, like a fairy from heaven, came walking in the air with her back to the bright moon. She has a face that is so beautiful that even the goddess Suanv in heaven cannot match her beauty. She seemed to be moving forward, yet also seemed to be retreating towards the bright moon, like a moon-going fairy that no mortal could catch no matter how hard he tried. The fairy retreated to the edge of the moonlit night. The cold moonlight reflected on her beautiful face, making her look even more holy. Jade is the muscles and bones, the moon is the skin, the night is the face and the stars are the eyes. A peerless beauty stands alone under the bright moon, gazing towards the world. In an instant, everyone present felt their hearts melt. Looking at the beautiful figure standing by the bright moon, everyone's eyes showed an infatuation. Is there really such a beauty in the world? Even the eyes of Wang Su and Juniang and others flashed with strange light. Chen Baichuan looked at the fairy under the moon with deep admiration in his eyes. It would be a great blessing in life if he could spend the rest of his life with such a beauty. Chu Sun's eyes sparkled, this girl should be my Taoist companion. A half-moon slowly rose up, and a fairy with her back to the moon, as if inside the moon, slowly sat down, and a guhun appeared in front of her. As the white jade fingers, as white as onion roots, plucked the strings, notes like the sounds of nature flowed out. Everyone present closed their eyes involuntarily, feeling the heavenly music that sounded like the sounds of nature. This song should only exist in heaven, how often can it be heard in the world? Mo Nan also closed his eyes and listened to the music. Well, not bad. This woman's attainments in the guhun are only slightly inferior to mine. Mo Nan himself obtained the inheritance of the Qin saint. The Qin in the tradition does not refer specifically to the guhun, but to all musical instruments. Therefore, even the current Mo Nan cannot find fault with her playing skills, which shows how extraordinary this woman's attainments are. Her name seems to be Shu Qing, right? That's right, the one playing the guhun was Shu Qing, whom Mo Nan had met once in Jude Fanghua Pavilion. However, the other party was wearing a veil at the time, and Mo Nan simply took a look at the other party's golden finger and did not explore her appearance. Unexpectedly, she looked so beautiful. However, at that time, Mo Nan saw a hint of hatred towards himself in the other person's eyes. Although it was not very strong, Mo Nan still caught it. Does she want to seek revenge on me for Lin Langtian one day? Mo Nan listened to the famous song Guangling San and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I hope you don't make the wrong decision, otherwise, I can only say that you are beautiful but have a tragic life. Before I knew it, the song was over. But the scene was still quiet, and everyone was reminiscing about the beautiful music and the person who was even more beautiful than the music. After Shu Qing finished playing Guangling San, he slowly turned around and walked towards the bright moon. But in fact, her figure landed on the top of a mountain not far away. Seeing this, everyone finally came to their senses and excitedly rushed towards the top of the mountain. Before they arrived, they took out the Juxiao token in their hands and looked at the beautiful figure in the distance with anticipation. Compared to a martial arts genius like Suruoxi, people like Shu Qing are the best choice for these ordinary geniuses. With such a peerless beauty and unparalleled piano skills, it would be a good decision to become a Taoist partner with him. As for the other party's martial arts talent, it's not important. It's the 13,184th year of the Yangzia calendar. Who still cares about this? On the contrary, only those who do not have talent in martial arts can be devoted and loyal to oneself. And this fairy in the moon definitely meets most people's standards for choosing a partner. Besides, even if they can't end up together, it's not too much to have a sweet relationship in college, right? Chapter 156. Even Chu Xuan, after thinking about it, rushed towards that mountain. And beside Chen Baichuan, a younger brother quietly left and merged into the crowd heading towards the distant mountains. Mo Nan was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. Is it so exaggerated? Why does it feel like this welcome party is more like a blind date conference? In fact, Mo Nan was not wrong. One of the purposes of holding this kind of party was to bring together martial arts geniuses and disciples of the Six Arts Peak. Firstly, it can solve the lifelong affairs of martial arts geniuses, settle their martial arts hearts, and allow them to climb to the peak of martial arts without having to delay their practice because of their children's affairs in the future without any worries. Secondly, it is also to provide a better choice and way out for those who have not awakened the golden finger or have awakened the life-related golden finger. Even on the blue star, life would be difficult for people like this, let alone in an ancient world like the Juxiao world. Liuyi Peak is also the ray of hope that Juxiao Academy gives to these people. If the geniuses of the academy could get together with the disciples of the Six Arts Peak, that would be the best of both worlds. Even some martial arts universities on Blue Star regularly hold social activities with some art and life colleges. The intention is also the same. It is said that the success rate is as high as 80%. However, most of the time, male martial arts geniuses get together with untalented beauties, and very few female martial arts geniuses would choose men without martial arts talent. Mo Nan knew this. Before he awakened his golden finger, Mo Nan had dreamed of finding a life partner at such a social gathering. Mo Nan couldn't help but chuckle when he recalled the time when the homeroom teacher always used this to motivate everyone to study hard. But speaking of this, there is one thing that puzzles Mo Nan. That is, the difference in laws between Blue Star and the Nine Sky World. For example, industries like brothels are strictly prohibited by Yangzia law on Blue Star. The laws of the Yangzia Federation apply to all human beings. Although the Juxiao world is a separate small world, it should also be under the jurisdiction of the Yangzia Federation. However, the fact is that brothels are everywhere in the world of Juxiao. For example, in the marriage system, Yangzia law stipulates that monogamy is practiced below the supreme level of the Sun and Moon realm in martial arts, but in the Juxiao world, anyone with a little ability has 3 wives and 4 concubines. Could it be that Juxiao Academy has become so powerful that it ignores the laws of Yangzia? Shaking his head, Mo Nan felt that it was impossible. Perhaps it was because of the special nature of the Juxiao world that it was a little special. Mo Nan was a little curious. If people from Blue Star married people from the Nine Heavens world, would polygamy be illegal? Shaking his head, Mo Nan put away his chaotic thoughts and looked up at the sky again. Speaking of which, in the world of warriors, it is extremely easy to achieve various stage special effects. For example, the special effect of Shu Qing just now, which was like a fairy from the moon walking down to the human world, and another example is the scene in the sky now. A beautiful woman in a bright red costume stepped on dark clouds and slowly descended from the sky. The originally clear night sky suddenly became gloomy and covered with dark clouds. Then, thunder exploded, and the dull thunder echoed continuously, making the whole world depressing. The white lightning streaked across the sky, shining on the face with theatrical makeup, making the pale complexion look even more sad. After the thunder and lightning, there was heavy rain. In the elm trees, a figure in red used the clouds as her stage, and her slender figure began to move. After a sad and graceful line of opera singing, a tragic drama unfolded in the rain. Mo Nan stretched out his hand and caught a drop of falling rain. Is it really raining? It would be a shame not to use this method as a stage design. While enjoying the show in the rain, Mo Nan stared at the figure in red costume. Mo Nan didn't hold out much hope, thinking it was probably a golden finger related to singing, acting, and performance. However, when Mo Nan stared at the figure in the rain for a moment, he was stunned. Then he raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there was such a golden finger. Name, Yin Honglian. Gold finger, unwavering system, Tao level ultimate. Cultivation, body tempering realm 3rd level. Note 1, choose one person for your entire life. You can bind to one person and gain 80% of their cultivation. Note 2, only the cultivation level is obtained, not other abilities. Note 3, you must truly love the person you are bound to, have yin and yang intercourse with him, and cause him to die. Note 4, once bound, it cannot be changed. Currently bound target, none. Mo Nan looked at the figure dressed in red, singing in the heavy rain. Although her face was heavily painted with theatrical makeup, the beauty of her face could still be vaguely seen. She couldn't help but sigh. Should I say you are lucky or unlucky? Fortunately, she possesses a top-grade Taoist level cultivation golden finger, and has great potential in martial arts. Unfortunately, the conditions for using her golden finger are too harsh. However, once this golden finger is activated, it is still very powerful. Of course, the prerequisite is that her lover is a martial arts genius. Take Mo Nan for example, if someone could synchronize 80% of his cultivation, it would be enough to crush his peers. Although he could only gain cultivation and no other abilities, 80% of Mo Nan's cultivation alone was enough to surpass his peers. Others who possessed Dao-level golden fingers were able to rank in the top 100 among the freshmen, but she could only sing in the rain and perform for this group of geniuses. Moreover, it is not easy to stand out from Liuyi Peak by relying solely on one's own efforts without the help of corresponding golden fingers. Mo Nan knew that it was not easy to stand out among the large number of disciples in Liuyi Peak and perform here. I wish you can find the love of your life and have a good home. Mo Nan couldn't copy the Taoist level golden finger now. After moving his eyes away from the font, he continued to shift his attention to Yin Honglian and admired this rare performance. After a while, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, and the show ended. And the singer also disappeared into the sky. The cold moonlight once again fills the earth, and the stars shine brightly. Everyone seemed to have not yet recovered from the performance just now, or rather, they had not yet recovered from the rapid change of weather. A moment later, someone took out the Juxiao token and flew quickly towards the mountain where Yin Honglian was. However, not as many people went there this time as Xu Qing. After all, the heavy makeup still obscured her original appearance, preventing people from seeing her full appearance. At this moment, the sound of the peep rang out from the sky. Chapter 157. The sound of a pipa suddenly rang out from all directions of heaven and earth. The sound of the 4 strings is like the sound of silk being torn or the sound of a knife. As if there were countless times of reverberation, the sound came from all directions, instantly perking up the people who were originally immersed in the somewhat sad scene just now, and their attention was completely attracted. After the 4-string chorus of swords and spears, the sound of the pipa gradually slowed down. It is like pearls falling on a jade plate, or like heavy rain, or like whispers. In the distant sky, a river suddenly appeared, as if the Milky Way had broken its dam, and the river water flowed out along the gate of heaven and converged into the human world. On the bank of the Milky Way, a graceful figure held a pipa in her arms, her pretty face half hidden, her watery eyes looking towards the human world. One glance seems like 1,000 years. The hearts of tens of thousands of people present were trembling. Mo Nan recognized this woman. When Mo Nan went to Liuyi Peak to learn chess, he met several girls who were talking about tonight's performance while going up the mountain. Among them was this girl. It seems her name is Linger. Mo Nan checked the other party's information. His full name was Zhao Linger. Unfortunately, it was just the musical instrument mastery on the chart. The melodious sound of the pipa came from all directions of heaven and earth, and everyone present was fascinated by it. Especially Li Xiaoao, who was standing not far from Mo Nan, closed his eyes at this moment, with an expression of incomparable enjoyment, and was listening in ecstasy. Half a moment later, the sound of the pipa gradually stopped, and everyone gradually came back to their senses from the melodious world of music. At this moment, Li Xiaoao, who was not far away, suddenly took off and used his fleeting light and shadow body skill to the extreme, rushing towards the mountain where Zhao Linger was at the fastest speed. Soon, Li Xiaoao surpassed everyone, took the lead, and quickly reached the top of the mountain. Li Xiaoao's impatient look made Mo Nan stunned. Is this the legendary love at first sight? Shaking his head, Mo Nan regained his composure. There was another performance in the sky, this time it was a group dance. Although the performers are only at the body tempering realm, as warriors, they can still perform some difficult moves that ordinary people cannot do. Therefore, Mo Nan found this dance show very pleasing to the eye. The dance is very good, and the dancers are even better. It is like hundreds of fairies competing for beauty and flowers vying for brilliance. Each of them has a graceful posture and their eyes are flowing, showing all kinds of charm. Mo Nan also saw several familiar figures among the dancing crowd. They were the few people who were with Zhao Linger at that time. Unexpectedly, they were actually selected for the group dance of the Dance Academy. I hope they can get what they want and find a martial arts genius who is worthy of entrusting their lives to them. Afterwards, one show after another was performed, and the various stars of Liuyi Peak also appeared one after another. It also allowed these martial arts geniuses who had been immersed in their practice to finally understand what it meant to be surrounded by beauties. The people on Blue Star are like this, not to mention the disciples on the Juxiao continent. Each of them seemed to have seen Chang'e's Zhu Beiji, and the two big red hearts in their eyes seemed to be about to pop out. They are like bees that have fallen into a flower pot, surrounded by flowers and don't know which one to pick first. Female geniuses like Jin Chen and Yu Hongxiu, on the other hand, all had unhappy expressions on their faces and snorted coldly. It is worth mentioning that the academy also arranged performances by male disciples. Each of those male disciples was dignified and looked like a living Panin. In addition, they were multi-talented. If they were placed on the earth in Mo Nan's previous life, they would be able to debut on the spot and cause countless screams as soon as they appeared on stage. It's a pity that none of them won the favor of the female genius. Even Ren Yura, who everyone thought would take action, did not move at all. When the male disciples were performing, some of them would look at Ren Yura, which made Ren Yura very angry. I'm just pretending to be ugly on purpose. Do you really think that no one wants me because I'm ugly? Humph, just wait, after I maximize the system rewards and restore my appearance, I will shock you all. Time passed quickly, and by the time all the performances were over, it was already midnight. All the shows ended, and Mo Nan looked around. It's true, this pairing method actually has an 80% success rate. 80% of the female disciples from the Six Arts Peak who had just appeared had at least one martial arts prodigy standing beside them. Although it's not possible to confirm the relationship so quickly, it's probably a matter of time. People like Xu Qing and Yin Honglian are surrounded by a large number of geniuses. Yin Honglian did not take off her stage makeup, and she acted very cold towards the martial arts geniuses gathered around her. But in the end, she had no choice but to add these people's contact information and then left. Xu Qing also added the contact information of the martial arts geniuses around her one by one, and then she looked at the crowd below the mountain. Unfortunately, he was only at the second level of the body tempering realm, and his vision was limited. From such a distance, he couldn't even see the faces of those people, let alone find that person. Miss Shuking, what are you looking for? Chu Sun's voice sounded from the side. He came close to Xu Qing, stood shoulder to shoulder with her, and looked down at the mountain. No. Xu Qing shook her head and looked at Chu Sun. After Chu Sun stepped forward, the people who were originally surrounding Xu Qing consciously made way for him. When Xu Qing saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sir, could you please add your contact information? Xu Qing took the initiative to speak, and at this time, she no longer cared about being reserved. People from Liuyi Peak are trying their best to come here, isn't it just for this? Just as Shu Qing was about to continue chatting with the person in front of him, a man walked up from the crowd and said, "Miss Shu, my boss wants to see you." Shu Qing looked at Chu Sun, then looked at the visitor, with confusion in her eyes. As for Mo Nan, after watching all the performances, he planned to go back to practice. He now needs to focus on the three aspects of cultivation, qi training, body training, and spirit training, and time is really tight. If it weren't for the virtual martial arts arena having a 20-fold time acceleration, Mo Nan wouldn't even have watched the welcome party. Mo Nan was about to go back to practice when Xiao Yan's voice came from the side. "Damn, this guy is really fast. I just added a few contact details, and he brought them back right away." Mo Nan was a little curious and turned to look over. On a distant mountain, Li Xiaoao was walking side by side with Zhao Linger. The two were talking and laughing, having a very pleasant conversation. After descending the mountain, Li Xiaoao and the others walked towards Mo Nan. Chapter 158. A moment later, Li Xiaoao brought Zhao Linger to Mo Nan and others. Looking at the intimate actions of the two, is there really such a thing as fate and love at first sight in this world? Brothers, let me introduce you, this is Zhao Linger, my girlfriend. After Li Xiaoao finished his introduction, he introduced everyone to Zhao Linger. He pointed at Mo Nan and said, "This is my boss, Mo Nan, you can just call me senior brother." Zhao Linger looked towards Mo Nan, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Who are you?" Mo Nan also smiled at Zhao Linger. "Miss Zhao, we meet again." Hearing Mo Nan say this, several people became curious. "Boss, do you know him?" Li Xiaoao asked. "I went to Liuyi Peak a few days ago and met Miss Zhao." Hearing Mo Nan say this, Xiao Yan suddenly came over with a smirk on his face. "Boss, you went to Liuyi Peak, not for roll." After an extremely exaggerated scream, Xiao Yan's fat body flew across the silent night sky. Only then did Zhao Linger come back to her senses. She quickly bowed and said, "Meet senior brother Mo." Afterwards, Li Xiaoao introduced the other people to Zhao Linger one by one. Looking at his serious look, it seemed that he had really decided on Zhao Linger. Afterwards, after chatting for a while, they all prepared to go back to practice. Although Li Xiaoao has already confirmed his relationship with Zhao Linger, it is not time to take her back. After the two of them said goodbye reluctantly, Zhao Linger came to a forest at the foot of Wufeng Mountain. Here, several of her good sisters were waiting for her, and around her good sisters, there were more or less martial arts geniuses surrounding them. They seemed to be saying goodbye at Xinggu Lake. After seeing them, Zhao Linger walked over there. The others also saw Zhao Linger and joked. "Linger, I didn't expect you to confirm your relationship with that person so quickly." "Yes, Linger, you usually seem so gentle, but I didn't expect you to be so decisive in doing things. Tell me quickly, who is that young prodigy?" Hearing the teasing of several good sisters, Zhao Linger's face turned red, and she whispered. "His name is Li Xiaoao." Li Xiaoao. A tall, busty beauty looked at a handsome young man beside her and asked, "Master Zhang, do you recognize Li Xiaoao?" As a sister, she had to keep an eye on Linger and wanted to find out about Li Xiaoao's situation. The man called Master Zhang frowned and thought for a moment, then slowly said, "Li Xiaoao seems to be ranked 129th among the freshmen. Li Xiaoao's reputation is no less than Mo Nan's." The scene of Li Xiaoao challenging Jun Yang on the first day of school is still vivid in my mind. It was definitely an eyesore. Zhang Yuanshan was thinking about the fact that Li Xiaoao's ranking was 129th, which was pretty good to be honest, only one place lower than his own. Upon hearing this, the tall beauty felt a little sorry for Linger. With Linger's peerless beauty, there should be better choices. Why did she choose someone who was ranked after 100? It is said that Xu Qing has a genius ranked in the top 10, and even Zhang Yuanshan next to him is ranked 90th. People are like this. When they have no choice, they think that as long as they have one, it will be fine. But when they have a choice, their thoughts will change and they will want something better. For example, the tall beauty herself now feels that Zhang Yuanshan beside her is a bit disappointing. Zhao Linger caught the slight change in the tall beauty's expression and said, "Among tens of thousands of geniuses, ranking 129th is already quite impressive. Moreover, my liking for him has nothing to do with his ranking. Even if he also has no talent for cultivation, I would still have chosen him." "Linger, hey, that's all." The tall beauty glanced at Zhao Linger, who looked very happy, and sighed with some regret. "Never mind, 129 is not bad." At this time, the young man standing next to a beautiful woman spoke. "Although Li Xiaoao is only ranked 129th, he is a good friend of Mo Nan. His future development is limitless. It is said that his exquisite swordsmanship was taught by Mo Nan." Zhang Yuanshan was stunned. Yes, how could he have forgotten about this matter? If he compared himself with others, it seemed that he was far worse than them. The other martial arts geniuses also showed expressions of agreement. Looking at the expressions of the martial arts geniuses, the tall beauty asked Zhang Yuanshan curiously. "Mr. Zhang, who is this Mo Nan?" Zhang Yuanshan's mouth twitched. "Mo Nan? He is not a human." "Ah!" The women were all stunned after hearing Zhang Yuanshan's answer. "What does that mean? Does this Mr. Zhang have a grudge against that Mo Nan?" Zhao Linger also frowned and kept some distance from Mr. Zhang. Although she didn't know Mo Nan, as the eldest brother of Xiaoao, he was definitely not a bad person. If this person had a grudge against Mo Nan, then there must be something wrong with the person in front of her. Just as the girls were puzzled, the young genius who had spoken first spoke again, his tone also carrying a hint of bitterness. "Mo Nan is the top freshman. Tens of thousands of prodigies in the Nine Heavens Holy Land are not even a fraction as brilliant as him. All the other prodigies pale in comparison to him. He is completely on a different level than us. For 800 years, among the billions of martial arts prodigies, no one has ever been able to surpass him. Being born in the same era as him is both our luck and our misfortune." The young man smiled bitterly and slowly uttered a few words. The other geniuses present, including Zhang Yuanshan, all expressed the same sentiment. After being stunned for a moment, the women finally came to their senses. Suddenly, the image of a peerless young man with unparalleled elegance, one of the 3 million geniuses in the 9 skies, who still had to bow his head when he saw me, appeared in the minds of several women at the same time. It was not until this time that the girls finally understood what Zhang Yuanshan had meant. For a moment, the eyes of the women except Zhao Linger all showed a hint of longing. They suddenly felt that the martial arts geniuses around them, who were originally quite good, or even outstanding, were suddenly not so attractive. After that, everyone chatted for a few more words, and then the girls said goodbye to the martial arts geniuses and headed towards Liuyi Peak. On the way, the tall beauty looked at Zhao Linger and said curiously, "Linger, have you met Mo Nan? What kind of person is he?" The tall beauty was not the only one who was curious. Several other women also walked over with curiosity on their faces and looked at Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger looked at the people surrounding her, opened her mouth, and looked a little hesitant. However, she finally spoke. Mo Nan and others. Chapter 159. Mo Nan, that's the guy we saw at Liuyi Peak a few days ago. Everyone looked at Zhao Linger with some confusion when they heard this. 6 Arts Peak. Who is it? It was that handsome young man we met yesterday morning when we went to register for the program. Qian, you even said you hoped he could join the Qin Academy. What, it's actually him. When the women heard this, they were stunned. It turned out that the black-clothed young man with unparalleled temperament was actually the top freshman who was the most outstanding genius in the past 800 years as mentioned by Zhang Yuanshan, Mo Nan. The beautiful girl Zhao Linger called Qian said with a look of regret. Oh, I felt at the time that he had an extraordinary aura and was particularly attractive. I should have gone over and asked for his contact information. The other women felt the same way, and the tall beauty was also filled with regret. To be honest, I was really amazed when I saw Mo Nan for the first time. But her goal was to become a martial arts genius, and for the sake of her future life, she forced herself to suppress the throbbing in her heart. What on earth have I missed? Wait, it seems like I still have a chance? Mo Nan returned to his own independent courtyard and began his own practice. His body entered the virtual martial arts arena, and with time accelerated 20 times, Mo Nan's one night of practice was equivalent to 20 nights of practice for others. However, I practiced too late tonight and wasted nearly half of my time. After a night of practice, Mo Nan reappeared in the room. His qi training had reached the 7th level of the Danhua realm, and the range of his spiritual awareness had only expanded by less than 10 meters, while his body training had not improved at all. After Mo Nan simply washed up, he walked out of the courtyard. In the art of body refining, without the aid of natural resources and treasures, even Mo Nan, who possesses the ancient body refining technique, would make slow progress. Let's go to the resource peak and collect some resources. Mo Nan was promised imperial level resources from the academy, so it was time to collect them. Speaking of which, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Mo Nan suddenly felt a sense of loss, as if all his skills would be useless in the future. Alchemy? What the hell? Just go to the resource peak to get what you need. Refining equipment? Go to the resource peak. Talisman? Resource peak. Inscription? Resource peak? The formation, this does have some effect. Except for those fixed formation plates that you can just go and pick up, other formations still need to be arranged on site by yourself. Even Mo Nan felt that the system store was of little use, at least, it was like that before he became the great emperor. He didn't believe that the foundation of the magnificent Juxiao Academy could not compare to that of a system store with a low-grade immortal level golden finger. The system store will only be useful after your cultivation reaches the Great Emperor realm. This is obviously a good thing, but Mo Nan feels melancholy that he has no place to display his abilities. Mo Nan soon arrived at the resource peak of Juxiao Academy. A huge mountain is bare, without even flowers, plants, or trees. And this barren mountain is the resource peak of Juxiao Academy. On this barren mountain, palaces are lined up from the foot of the mountain to the top. Mo Nan was not familiar with the situation here. After searching for a while, Mo Nan finally found his destination. Physical refining resources in the Dan realm. Mo Nan pushed open the door and walked in. There was no one in the hall, only windows. Compared to refining qi, there are relatively fewer people who practice body refining, and there are not many people here. Mo Nan came to a window and placed his Juxiao token into a groove. Then, a formation light curtain appeared in front of Mo Nan. For warriors, sometimes the higher the level of resources used, the better. In many cases, the best resources are those that best suit your current level of cultivation. For example, the previous Thunder Pool liquid, although it greatly improved Mo Nan's physical cultivation, Mo Nan was unable to absorb nearly half of the energy and it all dissipated. Of course, not all resources are like this. For some resources, the higher the level, the better. Mo Nan started to select from the array light screen. Listed here were all the most suitable and effective natural treasures for the Danhua realm. After selecting for a long time, Mo Nan picked out a lot of items, and took enough of each item for himself to cultivate to the Purple Mansion realm. Afterwards, Mo Nan wandered around the resource peak for most of the day, selecting all the resources he would need in the Danhua realm. It's not that I don't want to take away the cultivation resources of the next few realms, but the main thing is, damn, there are restrictions. After putting the Juxiao token in, it prompts that it cannot be collected temporarily. This made Mo Nan speechless, and he felt like he was being deceived. Mo Nan stayed at Ziwan Peak until noon, and then left Ziwan Peak reluctantly. Mo Nan now is like a mobile resource package. A great harvest. However, Mo Nan only picked out the ones he could use and did not take the others. Mo Nan felt that the resources promised by the college might be subject to some supervision. Otherwise, a genius from the academy could support several big forces outside, and it seems unreasonable to have no supervision. After leaving Ziwan Peak, Mo Nan rushed towards Wanyao Peak. The next place Mo Nan is going to is Wanyao Peak. Whether you are looking for a beast to tame or hunting monsters in the monster killing and upgrading system to obtain upgrade points, you need to go to Wanyao Peak. Wanyao Peak recruits beast masters and some demon disciples who are close to the human race. Speaking of which, Mo Nan had never seen any demon disciples before. Although he had heard of them before, he had never seen a sword. In Mo Nan's impression, monsters are a group of wild beasts that have extraordinary powers but no intelligence. But in fact, high-level monsters also have very high intelligence. Among them, the peace-loving demons lived together with the human race and had a good relationship with them. And monsters like this are called spirit beasts. Some martial arts universities also recruit spirit beast students, but the recruitment channels are different from those of humans. Therefore, Mo Nan has never seen a spirit beast. On the Wanyao Peak, there are spiritual beasts, beast masters, and countless monster secret realms, which contain a large number of monsters. Thinking about the introduction of Wanyao Peak in his mind, Mo Nan spent an hour before arriving at Wanyao Peak. This place is deep in the Juxiao Mountains, far away from the periphery, so it took Mo Nan some time. After arriving at Wanyao Peak, Mo Nan looked up. Phoenixes are singing, cranes are crying, and all the beasts are roaring. Mo Nan saw a golden-winged rock from afar, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Chapter 160. Mo Nan's eyes were stunned. Golden-winged rock? Isn't this an ancient mythical beast? How come it's so worthless now that it's everywhere? To be honest, Mo Nan was shocked by the scene of the wings spreading like clouds hanging from the sky, blocking out the sunlight. On the distant mountain, the golden-winged rock seemed to feel Mo Nan's gaze and looked at Mo Nan with sharp eyes. Even at such a distance, Mo Nan still felt as if an invisible steel knife had scraped across his body, causing his entire body to tense up. The golden-winged rock suddenly spoke in human language. "Hey, another human has arrived. I wonder if he can withstand a fight this time?" The guy ranked 30th before was too weak. "Hey, kid, what's your ranking on your side? Come over and play with me." The voice is slightly intelligent, but the words and tone of voice are simply too arrogant. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows, speechless. Isn't it said that spirit beasts are close to humans? This doesn't look like it. "UBD, stop interrupting my business and get out of here." Hearing Mo Nan's words, the golden-winged Dapen became anxious on the spot. It was so angry that all its golden feathers stood upside down and it let out a loud cry. "Wow, boy, you dare to call me ABD? I want to take you in as my pet." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-winged rock swooped down from the top of the mountain at such a fast speed that it seemed like teleportation. Before the figure arrived, the strong wind brought by the wings like clouds hanging from the sky arrived first, blowing Mo Nan's clothes rustling. Just in time. Mo Nan's eyes lit up. From what he said, it seemed like he had met the 30th ranked freshman before, and was defeated by this golden-winged rock. "I hope this spirit beast can give me a good fight." Fist of God. Purple runes flashed on his fist, and Mo Nan jumped up and rushed towards the golden-winged rock that was swooping down from the sky. Golden runes also flashed on the sharp claws of the golden-winged rock. In a moment, a fist and a claw collided with each other. The sound of metal clashing shook the void. Mo Nan's figure slowly fell down, while the golden-winged peng bird flipped over several times and flew upside down. Such strong physical strength! Surprise and excitement appeared in Mo Nan's eyes. Come again! Mo Nan took the initiative to step forward and attacked the golden-winged peng bird. Then, the two figures fought each other in mid-air. Mo Nan did not use any other abilities and only fought with his body. The battle between the two sides was so loud that it soon attracted a group of disciples on the Wangyao Peak. Among them are humans and demons. Who is that human being? How could he get to this point with Prince Jinpeng? Are you stupid? He's the top freshman of our human race. I'm already giving him face by not killing Jinpeng in 1 second. No, you're just a defeated general at the hands of Prince Jinpeng. Can you please not be so arrogant? You. Lu Yuan was furious and pointed at a peacock with its head raised and its tail spread out, but he was speechless. Possessing the beast-taming evolution system, he originally thought that he would stand out after coming to the Wangyao Peak where there were no geniuses joining. However, what he didn't expect was that the spirit beasts here were stronger than each other, and were not inferior to himself at all. Especially some of them even brought him tremendous pressure, and were no worse than the top 10 freshmen. Then, he was beaten by the golden-winged rock who was fighting with Mo Nan below. And his idea of contracting these spirit beasts also fell through. Now seeing Mo Nan fighting with this annoying golden-winged rock, Lu Yuan was very excited. So what if you are strong? So what if we are on par with the top 10? Today, I will let you, a bunch of frogs in the well, see what a genius of the human race is. I don't know why, although Lu Yuan and Mo Nan didn't know each other, he felt like he had seen a relative. He felt a little anxious when he saw that Mo Nan was just competing with the other party in physical strength. Mo Nan, what are you hesitating about? Kill it quickly and be done with it, to shock these conceited spiritual beasts. The spiritual beasts on Wangyao Peak also had the same idea as Lu Yuan. They were also very puzzled. Why didn't the little Prince Jinpeng use his innate magical power to defeat this human directly? Why was he so hesitant? As time went on, the battle between the two people below became more and more intense. The little Prince Jinpeng also used all his innate magical powers. However, even though he used his innate magical powers, he was still suppressed by the fists of the human in front of him. At this moment, Prince Jinpeng was extremely miserable. Large pieces of golden feathers fell off, and golden blood spilled into the sky. Jinpeng was now both shocked and angry. What shocked him was that this human boy who suddenly appeared had a physical strength even stronger than him, a pure-blooded divine beast. Although the golden-winged rock clan is not known for its physical strength, it is not comparable to the human race. Even the human race's divine body and holy body cannot match it. But the human in front of him is a little too strong. He can suppress himself with just his physical body, and even he cannot resist when he uses his innate magical powers. What made him angry was that this hateful human boy was now riding on his back and plucking his beloved feathers. It was simply unforgivable. However, the sound it made gradually became mournful. Damn, that's too much bullying for the bird. Mo Nan was riding on the back of the golden-winged rock, holding a handful of golden feathers in his hand. Mixed-haired bird, are you still going to accept me as your pet? No, sir, I was wrong, please stop. The speed and attitude of the golden-winged rock in admitting defeat made Mo Nan stunned in his plucking action. No, the contrast between what you said before and after is too big, isn't it? Which of us is the owner of the contrast system? Since the other person had already done this, Mo Nan felt embarrassed to continue plucking the feathers. However, just when Mo Nan was stunned and was about to stop, the feathers on the neck of the golden-winged rock suddenly stood up. Then, it flew out of the body, like thousands of arrows, shooting towards Mo Nan at an incredible speed. You're such a BD, you're quite sinister. Mo Nan cursed inwardly, and an invisible field expanded around him. Those feathers that were shooting out seemed to be affected by an invisible gravitational force, and they deviated from their directions and flew past Mo Nan's side. It hit the distant mountain, and large pieces of rocks exploded and rolled down. Mo Nan smacked his lips. Monsters don't have golden fingers, they only have their own innate magical powers, but the guy under him is no worse than the top 10 freshmen. The divine beast is indeed extraordinary. Humph, if you don't want to be a mixed-haired bird, then be a bald-haired bird. Chapter 161. As Mo Nan waved his hands continuously, large flakes of golden feathers fell down. Human race, you are going too far. Another large number of feathers fell. I% and O% dollar number. Feathers fell and blood was splattered. Master, I was wrong. 10 minutes later, Mo Nan finally stopped. The beautiful golden and soft feathers of the Garuda have disappeared, leaving only a few scattered feathers randomly stuck on its back. At this time, Jin Peng was lying on the ground half dead, as if he was dead. Mo Nan jumped on the ground contentedly and clapped his hands. Stop playing dead and move aside. You're blocking my way. After Mo Nan said this in a bad mood, he saw the golden-winged peng bird turned over straight like a zombie. Fortunately, Mo Nan still left it with some dignity. The feathers on the belly of the Garuda are still intact and still shiny and beautiful. Hey, UBD, if you don't agree, feel free to come find me at Dali Peak. It's okay to bring your buddies along too. Oh, and my name is Mo Nan. After taking a look at the golden-winged rock still lying like a zombie, Mo Nan turned around and went up to the 10,000 Demons Peak. To be honest, this battle still made Mo Nan feel refreshed. Although he still did not use too many abilities, Mo Nan played his physical body to the fullest, so he said the last sentence. Mo Nan hopes that there will be more battles like this. Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan walked towards the 10,000 Demons Peak. At this moment, everyone on the Wangyao Peak was dumbfounded. Especially those demon beasts, who were staring at the scene below the mountain with dull eyes. What did they see? The little Prince Jinpeng, the most talented person in the Golden-Winged Rock clan, who has the god-level bloodline of the demon clan, was actually plucked by a human? This is such a shame and humiliation. Also, this human is too strong, right? The peacock, who had been so proud before, also closed the screen silently. Some human disciples all had excited expressions on their faces. On the 10,000 Demons Peak, these monsters have always been powerful. Although they are not bullied in normal times, they are often ridiculed by them. Mo Nan's arrival and amazing performance excited everyone present. Especially Lu Yuan, his mouth was almost stretched to his ears. It's really satisfying. Everyone on the mountain had different thoughts, and Mo Nan at the foot of the mountain had already reached the top. Mo Nan also saw the demons and humans on the top of the mountain, and gave them a smile that he felt was very friendly. When the monsters and humans saw Mo Nan's smile, they all retreated in fear. Death smiles. There were also some monsters that looked at Mo Nan with a hint of hostility in their eyes. For example, there is a lion with 9 heads and a body made of white jade, a golden-haired monkey carrying a big iron stick, and a giant snake with a snow-white body. Only monsters that have reached the level of Demon King in the Sea of Clouds can transform into human form. Therefore, the monsters here are all in their original form. This made Mo Nan feel like he was in a zoo, so he stretched out his palm and a bunch of bananas appeared in his hand. Mo Nan threw it hard and threw it to the golden monkey. After receiving a large amount of negative emotions, Mo Nan walked towards the distant buildings with satisfaction. Mo Nan came to a hall, and after getting permission from the people inside, Mo Nan pushed the door and walked in. In a large room inside the hall, Mo Nan saw 2 men and 1 woman, 3 middle-aged people. These are all the teachers of Wangyao Peak. Mo Nan stared over, then shook his head with some regret. How come among the teachers of the prestigious Juxiao Academy, no one's golden finger level has reached the half-step immortal level? However, their cultivation has reached the martial emperor realm of Qunkan realm. The three teachers were drinking tea and chatting. When they saw Mo Nan, they all laughed at the same time. One of the middle-aged men who looked very generous said to Mo Nan, "Hey kid, you're really ruthless." Although he said this, there was no trace of blame in his tone. Mo Nan smiled a little embarrassedly and didn't say anything. At this time, the middle-aged beautiful woman said, "Mo Nan, what brings you to Wangyao Peak?" Mo Nan said to the three people, "I have come here to ask for two things. One is to find a contracted monster beast, and the other is to enter the monster beast secret realm, hunt monster beasts, and hone my martial arts skills." Hearing this, several people were surprised. The bold middle-aged man shouted, "Do you have talent as a beast master?" Jian Mo Nan nodded, and several people sighed in their hearts. He truly deserves to be the one who can make the academy make an exception and grant him privileges. He is truly an evildoer. The calm middle-aged man who had been silent all this time spoke. "In that case, you can go to the beast taming valley and choose a beast. I'll make the decision and give it to you. As for the monster beast secret realm, you need the consent of the elders. However, it shouldn't be a problem. You can go and choose a pre-order first, and I'll ask for you." "Thank you very much." A moment later, Mo Nan walked out of the hall with a small token in his hand. Afterwards, Mo Nan went down the 10,000 Demons Peak and came to the beast taming valley mentioned by the calm middle-aged man. After taking out the small token, Mo Nan successfully entered the beast taming valley. Here are some young monsters. There was no trace of the spirit beasts that Mo Nan had seen on Wangyao Peak before. It seems that spirit beasts that are friendly with humans are not within the range of the Beastmaster's control unless they are willing. After a moment, Mo Nan picked out a young tiger that was completely black with a white king character on its forehead and a pair of small wings. Abyss-winged tiger, noble bloodline. Don't be fooled by its small size, it has strong fighting power. After being beaten by Mo Nan, it finally calmed down. Just when Mo Nan was about to go out, he suddenly saw a black and white ball in the bamboo forest at the entrance of the valley. "Hey? This guy is also a demon beast." Mo Nan walked over curiously and found that this guy was sleeping soundly with a green bamboo bigger than his body in his arms. Mo Nan remembered that the beast taming evolution system seemed to be able to evolve any monster beast of any bloodline into a divine beast. The panda in front of us is just an ordinary monster. Why not use this little guy as a control group to see if the beast taming evolution system is really that magical? After thinking for a while, Mo Nan picked up the black and white ball, which was not too big, and then put it into the beast taming space of the beast taming evolution system. After thinking about it, he put the entire bamboo forest into the farming system. After doing all this, Mo Nan turned and left the beast taming valley. Next, it's time to kill monsters and level up. Chapter 162. On the 10,000 Demons Peak, Mo Nan returned to the original hall. The other party only promised to give Mo Nan one beast, but now Mo Nan chose two. But when the three saw that the second beast Mo Nan chose was the iron-eating beast, they shook their heads in amusement. In the end, Mo Nan's points and spirit stones were not collected, but given to Mo Nan. Pandas are not national treasures on the blue planet, but rather losers among monsters, a lazy bunch with no potential or ambition. Of course, it is not called a panda here, but still retains its original name, the iron-eating beast. Mo Nan, the elders have agreed to your request. Which level of secret realm do you want to go to? The calm middle-aged man asked. Mo Nan thought for a moment and said, "Martial realm, a secret realm of the demon sect level. A monster in the Wei realm is worth 100,000 upgrade points, which is the most cost-effective for Mo Nan." When the three heard this, disbelief appeared on their faces, and three pairs of eyes stared at Mo Nan closely. Could it be that Mo Nan is now able to kill a grandmaster of the martial arts realm? How long has it been since he awakened the golden finger? The combat power of other people in the same period is at most hovering around the Danhua realm, but Mo Nan can actually kill a grandmaster? They don't think Mo Nan is too ambitious and has no clear understanding of himself. There is only one answer, Mo Nan, have this confidence. Such a monster had actually competed with those ordinary geniuses before. The three of them were speechless when they thought about it. It would be great if such a monster belonged to their Wangyao peak. The calm middle-aged man calmed down and said, Mo Nan, if you want to enter the monster beast secret realm for training, you need to spend points, but because of your special situation, we will give you 1 hour of free time. If you want to enter the monster beast secret realm for training in the future, you must spend points. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. The academy still looked like it was obsessed with money. Although he was promised imperial-level resources, that was limited to cultivation resources and did not include other things. Other things still require points. Mo Nan only found out about this when he went to Ziwan Peak this morning. In other words, Mo Nan's previous idea of just lying down was largely unfulfilled, and he still needed to run around for points. I don't know, how many points are needed to enter the secret realm of Wu Yujing? Well, it's not much, 500,000 points per hour. Mo Nan almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Isn't this enough? Thank you, Teacher Yuan. Mo Nan said thank you to the calm middle-aged man. After all, he gave him an hour of free time. No need to thank me, this is the decision of Wangyao Peak. This is for you. Go to the secret realm hall. Teacher Yuan handed Mo Nan another token. After thanking him again, Mo Nan walked out of the hall. The secret realm of monsters here is actually similar to the secret realm of the Secret Realm Guild on Blue Star. However, in the monster secret realm of Wangyao Peak, there are only various kinds of monsters, not as fancy as those in the Secret Realm Guild. The one in charge of the secret realm here is not the system spirit of the high-level system in the Secret Realm Guild, but the Elder of Wangyao Peak. Fortunately, there are not many secret realms in Wangyao Peak, otherwise, there would definitely not be enough manpower. Mo Nan quickly arrived at the secret hall and successfully entered a secret realm of monsters. In a desolate world, Mo Nan's figure gradually emerged. After looking around, Mo Nan began to wander around in this secret place. Not long after, Mo Nan encountered the first demon beast in the martial realm. Mo Nan no longer had any plans to hone his combat skills. He only had an hour, so he had better hurry up and hunt down the monsters. Mo Nan's figure disappeared, and they exchanged 10 moves at the fastest speed, and then killed him with one blow. Speaking of which, one of the triggering conditions for one-hit kill is that the opponent's golden finger cannot exceed the upper grade of the fairy level or above. However, monsters don't have cheat codes, and Mo Nan doesn't quite understand whether the triggering conditions for fighting monsters have changed. But Mo Nan, a monster that killed 3 martial arts masters, successfully triggered one-hit kill. But what made Mo Nan speechless was that this secret realm was not filled with martial arts realm monsters as he had imagined. On the contrary, there were very few of them. Mo Nan needs to keep exploring and searching. Just when Mo Nan killed the 5th monster, his figure disappeared into the secret realm. Standing at the door of the secret hall, Mo Nan's mouth twitched. That's it? Only worth 500,000 points? What's the joke? If I didn't have the monster killing and leveling system, I would have gained nothing from spending these 500,000 points. Mo Nan was speechless, shook his head, and left the secret hall. Dali Peak, Mo Nan returned to his own courtyard. There are not many people on Dali Peak anymore. Many people have moved to places of their choice for convenience. Today is also a day for the freshmen to move and get familiar with the new environment. Tomorrow, the freshmen will start their own teaching and learning. Only Mo Nan was the odd one out. With nowhere to go, he became the king of Dali Peak, guarding the huge mountain all by himself. Mo Nan sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind immersed in the monster killing and leveling system. The 5 martial arts realm monsters provided Mo Nan with a total of 500,000 upgrade points. Mo Nan's current cultivation level is Qi Refining Dan Realm 7th level, and Body Refining is also at the 7th level of Dan Realm. As for the cultivation of the soul, it seems that it cannot be improved by upgrading points. He raised his Qi Refining skills to the 9th level of the Danhua realm, spending 240,000 upgrade points, and raised his Body Refining skills to the 9th level of the Danhua realm, also spending 240,000 upgrade points. As for consolidating and polishing the cultivation of the Dan realm to a level sufficient for promotion to the Zifu realm, Mo Nan needs to accomplish it himself. Then, Mo Nan looked at the beast taming evolution system. The 2 little guys were staying quietly in the beast taming space. Mo Nan also named the 2 little ones. The abyss-winged tiger is called Xiao He and the iron-eating beast is called Tuanzi. Mo Nan gave a thumbs up to his naming skills. Xiao He was lying on the ground board, while Tuanzi was pacing around the beast controlling space a little uneasily, picking up bamboo shoots on the ground and sniffing them hard from time to time. "Are you hungry?" Mo Nan had an idea and went to the yard to release the 2 little guys. Afterwards, Mo Nan signed a beast taming contract with the 2 little guys according to the method in the beast taming evolution system. After the contract was completed, Mo Nan looked at the beast taming evolution system again. The main function of the beast taming evolution system is bloodline evolution. It can evolve the bloodline of the beast over and over again, making it evolve into the bloodline of a divine beast. To evolve bloodline, one needs. Chapter 163. If you want to complete the bloodline evolution of your own monster, you need the essence and blood of other monsters. To be precise, it requires the essence and blood of a divine beast. A drop of blood from a divine beast can allow your beast to undergo a bloodline evolution. Monster blood? This is a bit tricky. Essence blood is different from ordinary blood and is very precious. Take the golden-winged rock for example. Even though it had its feathers plucked by Mo Nan and shed a lot of blood. But that was just ordinary blood and didn't have much effect on it. Don't be fooled by his dying appearance, that was merely a sign of his broken heart, he wasn't actually seriously injured. But it's a different story if one loses essence and blood. Even if one loses a drop, it will be enough for the other party to recuperate for several years. If Mo Nan had extracted the opponent's blood essence before, the golden-winged pengbird would definitely fight him to the death. After all, they are a race close to humans. If there is no sufficient reason, Mo Nan would not do anything extreme. Otherwise, the old guys of the golden-winged pengbird clan might come out in person and ask Mo Nan for an explanation. Unless, Mo Nan has sufficient reasons, for example, the golden-winged pengbird offended him to death, or there was an irreconcilable conflict. In that case, Mo Nan wouldn't have to show mercy. Mo Nan was speechless. Such important news could only be known by the host after the contract with the beast was signed. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Now, where can I get the essence and blood of the divine beast? Looking at the 2 little guys in the yard, each one more silly and cute than the other, Mo Nan started to have a headache. However, according to the system, this kind of evolution theoretically has no upper limit, which makes Mo Nan feel a little comforted. Forget it, let's just keep them as 2 pets for now, and then slowly find a way to get the essence and blood of the divine beasts later. After completing the contract, Mo Nan was able to communicate with the 2 little guys simply through his thoughts. Sent the 2 little guys away and let them play by themselves. Mo Nan is the only one left on Dali Peak. On such a big mountain, it is no problem to keep 2 pets. There are quite a few bamboo forests on the mountain, enough for Tuanzi to splurge on. As for Xiao He, it doesn't need to eat. It just needs to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. After sending the two little guys away and telling them not to leave Dali Peak, Mo Nan returned to his room. It was almost evening, and it was time for Mo Nan to start his training for the day. In the virtual martial arts arena, Mo Nan squandered the resources he had obtained from the resource peak during the day without any regrets. One night in the outside world is equivalent to 10 days and nights in the virtual martial arts arena. At a certain moment, Mo Nan's aura suddenly increased significantly, and huge changes took place in his body. The purple palace in the body opened wide, and true energy poured in like the sea. The 9 fiery sun true pills were also transferred from the Danshan Chi Sea to the purple palace. The Danshan Chi Sea has now turned into chaos, as if the world has not yet been opened up, ancient and desolate. The aura on Mo Nan's body was more than 100 times stronger. Mo Nan's weapon refining skills have broken through to the purple mansion realm. Opening his eyes, Mo Nan slowly exhaled. Feeling the power in his body that had become countless times stronger, Mo Nan laughed. Purple Mansion Realm, Grand Master of Martial Arts. Once upon a time, Mo Nan looked at the awakening ceremony and envied the cultivation of Principal Su Zhong. I look forward to breaking through to the Purple Mansion Realm one day and becoming a respected martial arts master. Who would have thought that in just less than 3 months, Mo Nan's wish would come true? However, the Grand Master of the Purple Mansion Realm is nothing in Mo Nan's eyes now. Although his chi refining skills had broken through to the Purple Mansion Realm, his body refining skills had not increased. The main reason was that Mo Nan hadn't practiced yet. 10 days in the virtual martial arts arena had only allowed Mo Nan to break through his chi refining skills to the Purple Mansion Realm. Mo Nan couldn't help but sigh that the later the cultivation level reached, the more difficult it was to improve. At this time, a night had passed in the outside world, and Mo Nan also slipped out of the virtual martial arts arena. After a night of training, it's time to start working to earn points. After a simple wash, Mo Nan left the yard. After feeling the position of Xiao He and Tuanzi, Mo Nan felt relieved and stopped paying attention to the two little guys. For Mo Nan now, it is still not easy to obtain the essence of the divine beast. Whether it is to borrow the divine beast from Wang Yao Peak or to buy it in the system store, it is not easy to do. And go to Resource Peak to collect it. The essence of divine beasts is a resource above the emperor level, and Mo Nan cannot claim it. As for exchanging it with points? Don't be ridiculous, the points required are enough to scare people to death. Shaking his head, Mo Nan left Dali Peak. Today is the day when all branches of Juxiao Academy begin classes. After thinking about it, Mo Nan put aside the matter of earning points and prepared to choose a lineage to attend the class. Firstly, you can listen to the lectures of martial arts masters and hear their understanding of martial arts. Secondly, Mo Nan was also curious about what the courses in college would cover. After descending Dali Peak where he was the only one there, Mo Nan chose a direction and walked forward. I had contacted Li Xiaoao and others through the Juxiao token before, and learned that the teaching content of each peak in recent days is similar. They all teach some basic things, and then teach their respective specialties. Therefore, it doesn't matter where in Mo Nan's area he takes the class today, so Mo Nan chose Yingfeng, a peak with fewer people but not too far away. This is a place dedicated to training assassins, killers, and intelligence personnel. Every person here, if placed on the starry battlefield, is a ghost that the enemy fears. Like the god of death, he hides in the corners of the battlefield, searching for prey and delivering a fatal blow to the opponent. An assassin of the same level can often play a much greater role than an ordinary warrior of the same realm. This can be seen from the fact that Chen Feng can kill Hong Xing, who is at the same level as him, in seconds. A moment later, Mo Nan arrived at the foot of Shadow Peak. This place actually has another name, which is Dark Peak. Whatever the name is, it doesn't really matter. After taking a look, Mo Nan walked up to Shadow Peak. There were very few people on Shadow Peak, and Mo Nan walked for most of the day without seeing anyone. It wasn't until he reached halfway up the mountain that Mo Nan saw anyone. There is not just one, on the contrary there are quite a few people. They seem to have gathered here specifically, and everyone is doing his own work. However, what they were doing made Mo Nan stunned. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mo Nan was a little confused. What are these people doing? Chapter 164. The scene not far away looked like an ancient version of a mortal market. There are old people, women, peddlers, cart drivers, and vendors, all kinds of life are included. Not far away, a middle-aged man with a towel on his shoulder was shouting loudly. Freshly fried dough sticks, so crispy and fragrant. Some passers-by also walked forward and bought fried dough sticks. Then he ordered a bowl of soy milk from the soy milk stall next to him and ate it with the fried dough sticks. During this time, he did not forget to tease the beautiful proprietress selling soy milk. The same is true in other places, which are no different from ordinary streets. Mo Nan was a little stunned. No, even though you are assassins, you don't have to do this, right? Shaking his head, Mo Nan walked over and ordered 2 fried dough sticks and 2 mutton buns. When he came to the soy milk stall, Mo Nan ordered another bowl of soy milk. Just when Mo Nan was about to eat some complaints, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and his instinct as a god-level assassin began to detect abnormalities. Mo Nan turned his head, glanced at the proprietress who was greeting the guests, and put down the bowl in his hand. Boss lady, this is a bit rude of you. Hey, what are you talking about, little brother? But the soy milk doesn't taste good? I can make soy milk for you by hand, haha. Mo Nan's face darkened. No, can you drive on this broken road? Madam, I'm just here for breakfast. Is it necessary to leave my ingredients? Hey, sir, what are you talking about? I have a small business, please don't ruin my reputation. As the beautiful proprietress spoke, she quickly replaced Mo Nan's bowl of soy milk. When she handed it to him, she rubbed the back of Mo Nan's hand with her exposed arm. Mo Nan was speechless. Are you assassins or actors? After Mo Nan finished breakfast, he hurried to the top of the mountain. After Mo Nan went up the mountain, some chatting could be heard from the soy milk shop. This person seems to be Mo Nan, the top freshman of this term. Indeed, I saw him in front of the battle hall. What is he doing in our shadow peak? Don't tell me he's an assassin. Who knows? But his perception is really sharp. The original proprietress's eyes lit up. He is Mo Nan? I said he has an extraordinary temperament, so I tried to test him. Then his eyes turned again. How about we give this junior a surprise? Several people looked at each other, and there was an eager look in their eyes. On the other side, Mo Nan was walking up the mountain, sighing in his heart. Alas, there are fewer and fewer gold fingers that can be copied now. The group of people just now should all be former students. Although their cultivation is very good, they are all in the Purple Mansion realm and Martial Intention realm. However, none of the golden finger had reached the half-step immortal level. Mo Nan quickly reached the top of the mountain and found Ying Feng's lecture hall. Mo Nan saw 4 figures here, 5 to be exact. Because one of them is in invisible state. The invisible person is Chen Feng. In addition, there are 2 boys and 2 girls, who should be new students who have joined Ying Feng. Mo Nan thought about it, hit his figure, and then walked into the lecture hall. No one noticed Mo Nan, not even Chen Feng, who was also invisible. After waiting for a while, a woman dressed in black, about 28 or 29 years old, walked in. The sleek tights make her figure look even more graceful. However, her appearance is not outstanding. She is not absolutely beautiful, but she is also very attractive. Compared to the goddess type like Suruoxi, this kind of person is the ideal type of life in the hearts of more people. Of course, if she wasn't a top killer. Name, Moyu. Gold Finger, Supreme Killer System, immortal level lower grade. Cultivation, Star Realm. Note: professional killers gain different levels of rewards by successfully hunting down their targets. Mo Nan looked at the other party. This supreme killer system was extremely simple from the name to the notes, and it was clear at a glance. But the owner of such a simple system is a martial arts monarch. This was the first time that Mo Nan had seen a strong man of this level in person. Of course, the shadows of the previous peak masters do not count. A warrior's training becomes more difficult in the later stages. To reach the Star Realm is not a simple matter of one sword. For example, Bai Yufei, Luo Yun, and others from Linen City also graduated from the Four Absolutes Academy, but their cultivation level is only at the Martial King level. Mo Nan originally thought that the teachers of each peak would be powerful warriors at the level of martial emperors. Unexpectedly, Shadow Peak was so kind to its freshmen that it directly sent a martial lord, and moreover, a teacher who was also a martial arts genius. While Mo Nan was sighing in his heart, he copied this supreme killer system without hesitation. Mou glanced towards Mo Nan, then looked around the lecture hall, and a cold voice sounded. "Are you six the only ones joining Shadow Peak this time?" When Mou finished speaking, everyone present except Mo Nan was stunned. Among them, the two men and two women sitting together looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. What is this teacher talking about? Aren't there only 4 people here? Where did 6 people come from? Then, the 4 of them seemed to remember something. It seemed that there was a genius among the new students who was extremely good at invisibility. Could it be that he had also joined Shadow Peak? That's not right. Even if he joined, there are only 5 people. Where did the 6 people come from? Chen Feng was also confused. Is there a 6th person here? He looked around quickly, but still found nothing. This gave Chen Feng goosebumps, as if there was someone lurking beside him who could take his life at any time. Mou ignored the reactions of several people. After looking towards Mo Nan again, he walked up to the platform in front. Then she began her lecture. She first explained some basic things, starting from the body tempering stage, and spoke very carefully and seriously. Mo Nan was also listening attentively, and to be honest, it was really helpful to Mo Nan Hai. Through Mou's explanation, Mo Nan also found some minor shortcomings and areas that need improvement in the body tempering realm. During Mou's lecture, 2 hours passed quickly and Mou stopped teaching. She stood up, glanced at Mo Nan and Chen Feng who had been invisible, and said, "That's all for today. Tomorrow we'll start talking about the qi condensation stage. Okay, go back and digest and practice on your own." After saying that, Mou turned and left. Mo Nan also walked out of the lecture hall with some reluctance and headed down the mountain. What Mo Nan didn't know was that a surprise was waiting for him. Chapter 165. On the mountainside of Yingfeng, Mo Nan was walking down the mountain, thinking about what to do next. At this moment, Mo Nan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Mo Nan reached behind him and grabbed 2 silver needles. Looking at the 2 tiny silver needles, his brows couldn't help but frown. Immediately, an invisible field expanded around Mo Nan, covering an area of about 10 meters. However, to Mo Nan's surprise, he found nothing. Oh, there really is something. Mo Nan didn't feel any murderous intent, and he could probably guess that someone was testing him and didn't really want to kill him. Of course, if I wasn't strong enough, I would probably just be able to escape with a minor injury. Mo Nan chuckled in his heart, want to test me? Or want to give me a blow? What a pity, you are not enough. Afterwards, Mo Nan displayed his own life experience, covering an area of 110 meters. All the surrounding scenes appeared clearly in Mo Nan's mind. It turned out to be these guys. This breakfast is really not worth it. Mo Nan spotted 4 figures 100 meters away. The big man selling fried dough sticks is, of course, just a big man in disguise. He is actually a young man. The beautiful woman selling soy milk and the two customers drinking soy milk at that time. Assassin? Who isn't an assassin? Then let's have a contest between assassins. Thinking of this, Mo Nan's mouth curled up, and his figure disappeared on the spot. 100 meters away, a few people who had simply hidden themselves looked at Mo Nan who had suddenly disappeared, and a hint of surprise appeared on their faces. One of them had been lurking beside Mo Nan. When he was about to attack, he found that he had suddenly lost his target. This surprised him and he suddenly retreated and dodged to the side. However, he was still a step too slow, and a small dagger brushed past his neck, causing a pool of blood to spurt out from his shoulder. He was startled and looked around but could not find any trace of Mo Nan. He knew that his invisibility was useless against Mo Nan, and a talisman quickly appeared in his hand. At the same time, his figure disappeared from Mo Nan's consciousness. Mo Nan sighed, as expected. Spiritual consciousness is not omnipotent, and talismans are one of the most useful things to restrain spiritual consciousness. Of course, such talismans are very advanced and expensive. However, Mo Nan had already marked this guy using the marking function of Frost Field. In Mo Nan's eyes, he still had nowhere to hide. In this situation where the enemy is in the open and I am in the dark, the outcome of the battle is already determined. Especially when there is not much difference in the cultivation level of both sides, there is no suspense at all. Soon, the man's body was covered with knife marks, and he looked miserable. Although they were just superficial injuries, they looked really miserable. The assassin was shocked and frightened. Is this guy still a freshman? How is it possible that I, a student from the 9th class of the sophomore year, have no power to fight back against this guy? A moment later, a sharp dagger was pressed against his throat. You are already a dead man now. A cold voice was heard, and he could feel the coldness on his neck, but he could not see the opponent's figure. He understood Mo Nan's words, nodded, showed up, and stood there motionless. Mo Nan put away the dagger and lurked towards the three people in the distance. The three people in the distance also saw the battle here. Their faces changed drastically and their brows frowned deeply. The fight between Mo Nan and the other took place in a flash. Before the three of them could react, they saw their companions appear and stand there motionless. Not good. The burly man spoke in a low voice and gave the two people beside him a look that urged them to fight with all their strength. If this was a real assassination, they would have fled thousands of miles away by now. But this was not an assassination, otherwise they would have acted together. They also wanted to try and see what was different about this Mo Nan. The three of them were indeed top assassins, and they immediately analyzed the reasons why their companions had failed. Talismans appeared in their hands. In a corner that no one noticed, Mo stood in the shadows, his body blending into the environment. She looked at everything in front of her with great interest, and there was a strong interest in her eyes. I didn't expect that there is such a genius in assassination among the Shadow Peak's minds this time. Why don't you talk to the Peak Master and let me take care of this little guy? Mou was Yingfeng's student 10 years ago and also the most outstanding student of Yingfeng in the past few decades. After graduation, he stayed at Juxiao Academy and became a teacher there. She had been training in the Starry Sky battlefield and only came back yesterday. Originally, there was someone else who taught the new disciples, but she was the one who took over at Mou's own request. Therefore, she did not know Mo Nan, and she did not know that Mo Nan was not from Yingfeng. Mo Nan and his companions not far away had also started fighting. Although there were two great masters of the martial arts realm among the three, they were still no match for Mo Nan under various means and were eventually defeated. 4 figures stood quietly in 4 places, motionless, like dead people. On the foreheads of the 4 people, there was indeed a note with a few large characters written on it. This person is dead and will be resurrected tomorrow. Mo Nan appeared and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This wave of his actions also earned him a lot of negative emotions, and Mo Nan grinned. After looking at the few people who were motionless but had very interesting expressions on their faces, Mo Nan smiled and said, "For senior brothers, we are all people of integrity. If you lose, you must accept the punishment. As disciples of Shadow Peak, I believe you will abide by the rules." Then, Mo Nan looked at the proprietress who was wearing revealing clothes. Of course, it looked revealing to people in ancient times, but in fact, the exposed parts were not as much as those in short sleeves. "Boss, your cooking skills are great. I'll come back tomorrow to drink soy milk. Remember, I want handmade soy milk." Facing the other party's embarrassed and angry gaze, Mo Nan laughed and left Ying Feng. Another large wave of negative emotion points has been earned, which is really good. Mo Nan left, but Shadow Peak did become lively. The four people with notes on their foreheads became the source of laughter for all the disciples of Shadow Peak for the next 6 months. Mo Nan returned to Dali Peak. Strike while the iron is hot, Mo Nan entered the virtual martial arts arena and began to organize what he had learned from today's lecture. Around noon, Mo Nan left the virtual martial arts arena. At this moment, although his cultivation level has not changed much, his foundation has become more solid. The combat effectiveness has also been slightly improved. After going out, Mo Nan went down Dali Peak again. Chapter 166. The next thing Mo Nan has to do is to earn Juxiao points. It was still the same old places, and Mo Nan earned about 300,000 points a day. After spending an afternoon on Danfan, Mo Nan obtained 260,000 Juxiao points and 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones. In the evening, Mo Nan returned to Dali Peak and began to practice. Another night passed between the rising and setting of the sun and the setting of the moon. Mo Nan's body refining skills have also reached the Purple Mansion realm. After washing up and going out, Mo Nan headed to Ying Feng. Under the murderous gaze of the boss lady, Mo Nan ate fried dough sticks and soy milk and went to the top of the mountain to attend the class. In the next few days, Mo Nan's schedule did not change much. He just took some time to go to the resource peak and collect all the cultivation resources in the Purple Mansion realm. During the day, attend classes and earn points, at night, practice. 3 days passed quickly. Mo Nan finished today's classes and returned to Dali Peak from Ying Feng. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, Mo Nan suddenly heard a scream. Mo Nan's face changed, and he used his body skills to quickly rush towards the direction where the sound came from. In a mountain stream not far from Dali Peak, a little black tiger was biting a woman. The woman's original white clothes were stained red with blood, and there was a wash basin overturned on the ground next to her. And under the woman was a black and white ball. When Mo Nan arrived, the woman had already passed out and was covered in wounds. "Xiao He! What the hell are you doing?" Mo Nan was shocked. If Xiao He hurt any innocent person, the responsibility would be entirely on him. Mo Nan flew over directly, came close, and slapped the little black thing on the woman away. After glaring at the other person fiercely, Mo Nan quickly checked the woman's situation. She looked miserable, with wounds all over her body. A large piece of flesh on her left thigh had disappeared, revealing the white bones. And under her, Tuanzi was curled up in a ball, sleeping soundly. Mo Nan carefully turned the woman over. "Is it her?" Mo Nan recognized the woman. Although she had removed her heavy stage makeup, Mo Nan still recognized her at a glance. Deep red curtain. Mo Nan didn't bother to admire that peerless beauty, and hurriedly took out several healing pills and put them into Yin Honglian's mouth. Her lips were soft and cold at the same time, and her faint breath hit Mo Nan's fingers, which was almost imperceptible. Mo Nan used his fingers to pry open her neat white teeth, put the pill into her mouth, and then used the true energy to dissolve it and send it into her body. After a while, the wound on Yin Honglian's body stopped bleeding and her breathing became heavier. Mo Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked fiercely at Xiao He beside him. "Tell me. What's going on?" If you hurt someone for no reason, I'll stew you tonight. I clearly told them not to leave Dali Peak, but these two little guys are not very obedient. Although Mo Nan could have simple communication with the two beasts, they were still young and had limited intelligence, so there were still some obstacles in the communication process. After Xiao He explained for a long time, Mo Nan finally understood what it meant. You mean, she wants to take Tuanzi away? Seeing Xiao He nod, Mo Nan frowned. Mo Nan looked at Yin Honglian, who was still in a coma. Is that really the case? But even if it is, it wouldn't cost someone their life. Although the injury has been temporarily controlled, it would still be life-threatening if left untreated. Mo Nan thought about it, picked up Yin Honglian by the waist, and rushed towards Dali Peak. People still need to be saved. Fortunately, Mo Nan himself is a master of alchemy, so there is no problem in saving people. Mo Nan was not very angry about Yin Honglian wanting to take Tuanzi away. Firstly, Mo Nan didn't have any feelings for these two beasts for the time being, and secondly, it was not certain whether what Xiao He said was true. Mo Nan was very angry just because these two little guys ran out without listening to him. Fortunately, Mo Nan was the only one on Dali Peak now, and no one saw him when he returned to his courtyard with Yin Honglian in his arms. Otherwise, there will be another rumor about his romantic affairs. Mo Nan placed the red curtain on the bed, and the water element gathered to clean her wounds and body through her clothes. Mo Nan went to the resource peak again and got some elixirs for blood and flesh growth. After refining it into a pill, he gave it to Yin Honglian to take. Mo Nan didn't stop until Yin Honglian's injuries stabilized. Looking at Yin Honglian, who was still in a coma, Mo Nan set up several defense and early warning formations in the courtyard before leaving the yard. The two beasts were received by Mo Nan into the beast control space. This busy time delayed Mo Nan for nearly 2 hours. For someone like Mo Nan who makes thousands of points every minute, it's a huge loss. After leaving the yard, Mo Nan quickly rushed towards Fu Feng. In the evening, in Dali Feng's room, Yin Honglian woke up slowly. Just as she was about to get up subconsciously, she felt a heart-wrenching pain in her body. After a moan, she fell back onto the bed. It was only then that she gradually recalled what had happened during the day. I am not dead. The scene at that time reappeared in her mind, making her face turn pale. She was washing clothes at the time, and suddenly she saw two cute little guys, especially the black and white one, which was so cute that she had no resistance at all. Therefore, he took out the only 3 spirit stones he had and fed them to the two little guys. Looking at them circling around her, Yin Honglian was very happy. However, at this moment, the two little guys suddenly started fighting, and the black and white one was beaten and rolled on the ground. She was heartbroken and ran over to stop the fight, but it was of no use. She picked up the black and white ball and prepared to take it somewhere else to separate the two little guys temporarily. Unexpectedly, her action made the black tiger crazy and it attacked her. She didn't expect that the little black tiger was so strong. She, who was at the 3rd level of body tempering, was no match for it. But she still held the black and white ball tightly under her body until she lost consciousness. By the way, where's that little guy? I hope he wasn't eaten by that monster. Yin Honglian quickly looked around and saw an unfamiliar environment before her eyes, as if she was in a certain room. Where is this place? Smelling the strange scent on the quilt and looking at the simple layout around me, this seems to be a man's room? Looking down at her wounds and body that had been cleaned, Yin Honglian's face turned even paler. Chapter 167. Yin Honglian discovered that although she had not changed her clothes, her entire body had been washed. Her senses were obscured by the intense pain from the injury, and she couldn't feel if there was anything else wrong with her body. She wanted to check it out, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Yin Honglian closed her eyes in despair. If she lost her virginity, her God-given abilities would be wasted, and her last glimmer of hope would be shattered. It would be fine if the other person was a person with martial arts talent, so that I could slowly develop feelings for him and eventually bind myself to him. If not, then there is really no hope at all. Just as she was daydreaming, the door of the room was pushed open and a figure in black walked in. Yin Honglian opened her tightly closed eyes and quickly looked towards the door. What comes into view is the face of an extraordinarily handsome young man. The moment she saw the young man, Yin Honglian felt a lot more at ease for some reason. If Mo Nan knew about Yin Honglian's changes, he would have to sigh. Fortune's favor does have some effect, but the direction of this effect is not quite right. Are you awake? Mo Nan saw Yin Honglian looking at him with her beautiful eyes wide open and somewhat confused, and said something to her. The many questions that Yin Honglian had prepared before finally turned into a soft hum as thin as a mosquito's hum. Mo Nan had no intention of chatting any further, so he spoke directly and simply recounted what had happened during the day. At the same time, Mo Nan also learned the reason for what happened during the day from Yin Honglian. Miss Yin, you should rest here first and leave after your injuries are healed. After giving instructions, Mo Nan walked out of the house. He usually practices in the virtual martial arts arena, so it doesn't matter whether he goes into the room or not. Just practice in the courtyard these days. Yin Honglian's cultivation level is only the 3rd level of body tempering, not much stronger than an ordinary person. After suffering such a serious injury, she will not be able to get out of bed for several days. Because of her weak body, Mo Nan did not give her any strong medicinal pills. Mo Nan came to the yard and released the 2 beasts. Tell me. Why are you fighting? Through the babbling explanations of the 2 little guys, of course, it was mainly Xiao He who said that Tuanzi would sleep after eating. It was only after a moment that Mo Nan learned the details of what had happened. In fact, it was just a misunderstanding. Xiao He just wanted to train his weak companion who only knew how to sleep, but Yin Honglian misunderstood it as a fight. However, Mo Nan still imposed corresponding punishment on the 2 little guys for going down the mountain without permission, which is that he will not let them out in the future. To prevent similar situations from happening again in the future. Anyway, there is no difference between staying in the beast-controlling space and being outside, both can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Mo Nan suddenly thought that he seemed to have overlooked something. For myself, I can now practice fasting, and eating is more for the sake of satisfying my appetite. But Yin Honglian can't do that. She can't bear not eating. Mo Nan spent a few reputation points to exchange for some food in the reputation system and walked back into the room. Yin Honglian hadn't eaten for a day and was seriously injured, so she was starving to death. But she was too embarrassed to tell Mo Nan, so she could only grit her teeth and bear it. At this moment, the young man from before came back and brought in delicious food that she had never seen before. You did all this? Mo Nan didn't know how to explain it, so he could only nod. That's right, let's try it and see how it tastes. After filling the table with food, I suddenly realized that the girl couldn't get up now. Mo Nan could only help her up, lean her against the head of the bed, and then move the table to the side of the bed. This action seemed nothing to Mo Nan, but he ignored the fact that the people here still retain traditional ideas. During the whole process, Yin Honglian blushed and did not speak. By the way, Miss Yin, if you disappear for a few days, will there be any problems at Liaoyi Peak? If there are, I will go over and tell them. After hearing what Mo Nan said, Yin Honglian suddenly remembered that she didn't know where this place was, and who the person in front of her was. How could she forget to ask such an important question? Thinking of this, she quickly asked. Isn't this Liaoyi Peak? Who are you? Mo Nan glanced at Yin Honglian and felt that this girl was a little dull. This is Dali Peak. As for me, well, it doesn't matter. Mo Nan thought about it and didn't say his name. His name is now well known in Juxiao Academy, and Mo Nan didn't want to bring any pressure to Yin Honglian. The 2 of them just met by chance, and when she recovered from her injuries and left, it was over. Dali Peak. Yin Honglian didn't know what she was thinking of. A light flashed in her eyes, then quickly dimmed. If everything is all right over there, I'll leave first. You can just focus on recovering. It was my beast that accidentally injured the girl, and I will do my best to heal her. After finishing speaking, Mo Nan left the room. In the room, Yin Honglian chewed the delicious food, thinking about Mo Nan's identity in her heart. She knew that Dali Peak was one of the residences of the martial arts disciples of Juxiao Holy Land. It seems that this person is at least a martial arts genius. But she heard from the sisters on Liuyi Peak that all the martial arts geniuses on Dali Peak had recently moved to the peak where the 16 meridians were located. There are rumors on Liuyi Peak that some female disciples should not be allowed to hang around Dali Peak because there is no one there now. But the person who saved him still lives on Dali Peak. Could it be that the 16 meridians of the 9 skies don't want him? Somehow, Yin Honglian suddenly became a little worried. After dinner, she lay on the bed and covered her head with the quilt. Mo Nan's quilt, a grown man's, naturally couldn't have the fragrance described in novels, but covering it with her still made her feel extremely safe. The sky gradually darkened, and Yin Honglian's Juxiao token began to flicker. During the performance that night, some people who had added her contact information started sending her messages. In the past few days, she would politely reply a few words and chat with the other party, hoping to find someone who could unlock her God-given abilities. But today, she didn't want to reply at all. Pulling the quilt over her, she fell into a deep sleep. In the virtual martial arts arena, he began his own training. Ever since he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, Mo Nan felt that his cultivation speed had slowed down countless times. Even with the 20-fold time acceleration of the virtual martial arts arena, 3 days had passed and Mo Nan's cultivation had not made much progress. His chi and body cultivation were still at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. However, the range of spiritual awareness expanded to 200 meters. A night passed quietly during Mo Nan's practice. Chapter 168. Mo Nan's figure appeared in the yard. With 20 times the time acceleration, in 4 nights, Mo Nan's cultivation finally broke through to the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Of course, it's just chi training. After finishing the basic course, ask about the requirements for entering the star battlefield. Mo Nan exchanged some food again and sent it to Yin Honglian. After checking the other party's injuries and leaving a few corresponding pills, Mo Nan left Dali Peak. Still the same, go to Yingfeng to attend classes. After finishing the class, when Mo Nan was about to go to the weapon refining peak to earn points, the Juxiao token suddenly flashed. After taking it out and taking a look at it, a hint of doubt appeared in Mo Nan's eyes, and then he rushed towards Wu Feng. Wu Feng, in a majestic hall, Mo Nan knocked on the door and entered. In the main hall, 2 figures were chatting and laughing. What surprised Mo Nan was that one of them was dressed in a suit and tie. Isn't this person from Juxiao Academy? Mo Nan stared at the 2 of them and forgot about the past. Name, Li Minghao. Gold Finger, Cold Jade Spirit Body, Immortal Grade Low. Cultivation, Sun and Moon Realm. Note, Ice-type Mutant Spirit. Name, Xiaoming. Gold Finger, Master Teacher System, Half-Step Immortal Level. Cultivation, Star Realm. Note, teaching and educating people, you can get different levels of rewards based on the different achievements of students. The Cold Jade Spirit Body, a lower-grade immortal level physique, is very powerful at first glance. The other party's cultivation level has directly reached the Sun and Moon realm. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man is actually a martial arts supreme. However, his golden finger belongs to the physical type golden finger, and its level is not higher than the holy body of heaven, and Mo Nan does not want to replace it. As for this master-teacher system, Mo Nan chose to copy it. The two people in the room greeted Mo Nan enthusiastically after seeing him. Li Minghao, the Supreme Master of Martial Arts, does not look like a Supreme Master at all. He is more like a political elite who has risen to the top quickly. This is Mo Nan, the top scorer of the third round, right? Mo Nan quickly bowed. It is me, may I know who you are, senior? Li Minghao waved his hand. Why, you've only been in the Nine Heavens world for a few days, and you've already learned all this from the ancients. What's the point of being called a senior? Just call me Uncle Li. Okay, Uncle Li. That's right, come and sit down. Li Minghao enthusiastically pulled Mo Nan to sit down. After a brief chat, Zhao Ming on the side said. Mo Nan, this is Deacon Li from the Martial Arts Palace headquarters. I'm here for the martial arts techniques you learned in the Hall of Enlightenment. Let's talk about it. After finishing speaking, Zhao Ming drank his tea by himself and left the time to Mo Nan and the others. Mo Nan was also a little surprised when he heard this. A deacon from the Wuodao Palace headquarters? Coming for the fighting word secret art? Uncle Li, I don't know. Mo Nan, let me be frank. Your fighting secret technique is of vital importance to our human race. We would like to add it to our arsenal and hope to have your consent. Human arsenal. It was the first time that Mo Nan heard of this term, and he looked at Li Minghao with some confusion. The human race arsenal is where the top martial arts of our race are collected. All the martial arts included are above the wilderness level, and each of them is related to the inheritance of the lifeblood of the human race. After taking a sip of water, he continued, your fighting secret technique was comprehended by you, and it's so powerful, at least a great and wilderness level secret technique. Therefore, on behalf of the Martial Arts Palace, I've come to negotiate with you. I'd like to have it included in the human arsenal for our outstanding people to practice. We'll also offer you something in exchange. What do you think? Mo Nan didn't mind this, on the contrary, he was quite happy about it. It's just one of my many means. If I can use it to exchange for resources I need, why not do it? But what should I order? It seems like I lack nothing now. Uncle Li, what are the requirements for learning the martial arts in the human race's arsenal? Well, this is usually exchanged for merit points gained in the Starry Sky battlefield. In addition, rewards will also be given to those who have made great contributions to the human race. You can choose one if you like. Mo Nan shook his head. He had no intention of learning another martial art for the time being. After thinking for a while, Mo Nan said, I want the blood of the divine beast. In addition, when I enter the Starry Sky battlefield in the future, give me absolute autonomy. After thinking for a while, Mo Nan continued, also, there are natural treasures that can increase the lifespan of ordinary people. Mo Nan didn't need anything urgently, so he asked for some things for his parents and younger brother. This is very important. Mo Nan himself has embarked on the path of martial arts, and his lifespan is destined to be very long. Mo Nan didn't want his parents to be grey-haired or even leave him after one of his retreats. Mo Nan had the idea of looking for this kind of natural treasures a long time ago, but such natural treasures were too precious. Mo Nan had only seen them in the system store, and the effects were very average and the prices were extremely expensive. As for the resources that Juxiao Academy promised to him, they did not include this type of things, and their level was far beyond the emperor level. If Mo Nan could grow the elixir seeds himself, it would have the same effect, but God knows when that thing would grow. As for the second condition, Mo Nan also has his own considerations. After entering the Starry Sky battlefield, you become a human soldier. Since you are a soldier, you must abide by many regulations, but Mo Nan wants to move freely. The first condition is very simple and there is nothing much to say. Li Minghao frowned. I can agree to the first and third conditions, but this autonomy. In the Starry Sky battlefield, even a martial arts supreme like him is subject to regulations and restrictions. Of course, with the authority of a pavilion master, he can make such a decision, but if he gives the autonomy to Mo Nan, it will be too dangerous for Mo Nan. If a genius like Mo Nan died in the starry sky because of this, it would be his fault. Uncle Li, I am definitely not a reckless person. I hope you will agree. Seeing Mo Nan's determined look, Li Minghao could only sigh. Okay, I agree to all three conditions. Seeing that the other party agreed, a smile appeared on Mo Nan's face. Mo Nan didn't waste any words, and immediately took out a jade slip and wrote the practice method of the fighting word secret technique on the jade slip. Then, it was handed over to Li Minghao. Next, Li Minghao praised and encouraged Mo Nan again. Chapter 169. Half an hour later, Mo Nan walked out of the hall. He obtained 10 drops of blood from a divine beast and 3 unknown lotus seeds. 3 lotus seeds, each of which can increase the lifespan of an ordinary person by 30 years. Although it has only been 30 years, Mo Nan is already very satisfied. He knew how precious these natural treasures were. Although it is not a cultivation resource, its value is beyond imagination. I'll have to look for more things like this in the future. Mo Nan wants the people around him to stay with him forever. This is a long-term project that Mo Nan must carry out. Mo Nan stayed at Kifeng until the evening, but did not return to Dalifeng directly. Instead, he rushed towards the Wangyao Peak deep in the mountains. After accumulating points for 4 days, it's time to go to the monster's secret realm. Mo Nan has recently chosen to spend all of his Juxiao points on improving his cultivation. Because, in order to enter the Starry Sky battlefield, the minimum requirement for cultivation is Martial Realm, Grand Master. Therefore, deducing sword dance and the like can only be put on hold for the time being. Freshmen who want to enter the Starry Sky battlefield must meet the following conditions. The first is to cultivate to the realm of martial arts. The second one is to enter the top 10 of the Purple Mansion Realm combat power rankings. Third, master a martial art above the U level. Fourth, defeat a student who is ranked in the top 1000 in his sophomore year. Fifth, complete an assessment task of the academy. These 5 conditions are quite harsh. Among them, cultivation is a mandatory requirement. As for the second martial arts and the third combat power ranking, you just need to choose one of the 2 to complete it. The last 2 must also be completed. Moreover, these 2 conditions are more difficult than each other. When Mo Nan learned about these conditions from Zhao Ming, he was dumbfounded. He had a feeling that Juxiao Academy just didn't want freshmen to enter the Starry Sky battlefield. The so-called Starry Sky battlefield authority is simply a blank check. Mo Nan really couldn't think of anyone else who could fulfill these conditions at this stage except himself. Especially beating the top 1000 sophomores, that was pretty damn impressive. Mo Nan and his group are the 3rd batch this year, and the first 2 batches were also considered freshmen. Sophomores include all students from the entire last year. According to the situation in the 3rd phase of Mo Nan, there are about 20 low-grade immortal level golden fingers in one phase, and more than 212 phases. As for the first 1000, if nothing unexpected happens, they are all golden fingers of Dao level or above. Of course, this is the period with the most geniuses in Juxiao Academy, and this cannot be used as an inference. But among the top 1000, at least they should have a top-grade Dao level golden finger, right? At the very least, there should be a mid-level Dao grade, right? The most important thing is that the gap of a whole year cannot be made up by 1 or 2 golden finger levels. Mo Nan suspected that the top 1000 students in the sophomore year might have reached the Martial King realm. There is also an assessment task that I don't know what it is, which is simply a pit within a pit. Only you have the opportunity to fulfill all the conditions. Among the others, only Wang Xian and Li Guocan have a chance. As for Li Hujun, who possesses the 50-50 system, the conditions mentioned victory, but he could not win. For the remaining people, it is difficult to complete the 4th condition at this stage. Of course, the level of the lower grade immortal golden finger is there. In a few months, there will still be some people who can meet all the conditions. But Mo Nan can't wait that long. He wants to enter the starry sky battlefield as soon as possible and get better and better. Mo Nan had never seen a mid-grade immortal level golden finger before. The only one I synthesized myself. He must find a stronger golden finger in order to grow as quickly as possible. At present, it seems that the only place where higher level cheat codes exist is the starry sky battlefield. Thinking about entering the starry sky battlefield, Mo Nan soon arrived at Wangyao Peak. After 4 days of accumulation, Mo Nan's points reached 1.5 million. It seems like a lot, but it's only enough to stay in the monster secret realm for 3 hours. This made Mo Nan speechless. Points, it's really not banned. 3 hours later, Mo Nan left Wangyao Peak. He originally wanted to enter the secret realm of the Demon King level in the Cloud Sea realm to kill the Demon King with thunder, but it actually required a full 2 million points in 1 hour. Mo Nan was helpless and could only enter the secret realm of monsters in the realm of martial arts. In 3 hours, he hunted down 17 demon clans and obtained 1.7 million upgrade points. Mo Nan couldn't help but wonder, is his damn Wangyao Peak targeting him? After all, except for people like me who have the monster killing and upgrading system, who can accept such a high fee, for others, it is simply like spending 100,000 spirit coins to buy rice, and no fool would do it. But Mo Nan could only grit his teeth and be the fool. At this time, the moon was at its zenith, and it was probably around 10 o'clock in the evening. Mo Nan returned to Dali Peak. Pushing open the gate of the courtyard, Mo Nan saw a beautiful figure struggling to hold the door and looking out. The moonlight shone on her weak figure, stretching her shadow very long. Her pale face, which had not yet healed from her injuries, still could not hide her beautiful face. After seeing Mo Nan, a smile finally appeared on her face. "You're back." Mo Nan nodded, and suddenly realized that he had forgotten to leave a piece of clothing for the girl. Although she had washed her clothes with water elements before, there was no way to hide the rips on them. "Can you walk now?" As soon as Mo Nan finished speaking, he saw Yin Honglian's hand holding the door frame slip and she was about to fall to the ground. Mo Nan's figure flashed and he supported her 1 step ahead. After carefully helping her to the bed, Mo Nan said speechlessly, "Your injury hasn't healed yet. Don't move around, otherwise it will worsen the injury. If the injury gets worse, all the medicine Mo Nan made this morning will be in vain." I understand." She didn't know what was going on, but when she didn't see Mo Nan coming back, she suddenly became anxious and struggled to walk out. Mo Nan was speechless as he looked at the wound that had just healed and started bleeding again. "You are such a grown-up, why do you still make yourself like this?" After giving Yin Honglian a few more pills, he exchanged them for some food. Afterwards, she exchanged for a moon-white long dress in the system store and handed it to Yin Honglian. Then Mo Nan walked out of the room. Flashed into the virtual martial arts arena. Sitting cross-legged in the ancient martial arts training ground, Mo Nan immersed his mind in the monster killing and upgrading system. It's time to improve your cultivation. The effects of the practice in the past few days have been slow, and Mo Nan really misses the feeling of getting something for nothing. Mo Nan thought about it and decided to first improve his chi refining skills to the martial realm to complete the first condition for entering the starry sky battlefield. Chapter 170. There were a total of 1.7 million upgrade points, and Mo Nan began to distribute them. After breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, the upgrade points need to be at the level of 100,000. Mo Nan's current chi refining cultivation is at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, and it will cost 200,000 upgrade points to reach the third level. With 1.7 million upgrade points, Mo Nan raised his cultivation to the sixth level of the Purple Mansion realm, and finally had 300,000 points left. He originally wanted to keep it, but after thinking about it, he decided to improve his body cultivation to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. After using up all the upgrade points, Mo Nan started his practice again. In the room, Yin Honglian leaned against the head of the bed, staring at the moonlight outside the window in a daze. The Juxiao token flashed, and a message popped up. Miss Yin, I'm quite direct. I'll get straight to the point. I'm rank 17th among the freshmen, which I consider quite good among these tens of thousands of freshmen. Following me is your best choice. Also, as long as I spread the word, no one will dare approach you. I'm also your only choice. Please consider it. Yin Honglian is feeling very confused right now. If it weren't for what happened in the past 2 days, Zhang Tian would be her best choice. She had also made plans to cultivate feelings with this person. If both parties really developed feelings for each other and were in love with each other, she could activate her divine abilities, and she would have someone to entrust her with, thus having the best of both worlds. However, she no longer has such thoughts now. Did he go to the 16 Meridians class today? Is cultivation so difficult for those who are not accepted by the 16 Meridians? Where does he sleep at night? Did she eat? Did he buy this dress specially for me? Did he prepare those meals in advance? If Zhang Tian knew I was here, it wouldn't implicate him, would it? A chaotic stream of thoughts flashed through Yin Honglian's mind, and even she herself couldn't understand why she was thinking about such messy things. That night, Yin Honglian couldn't sleep. The next morning, Mo Nan appeared in the courtyard. The gains from last night's training were quite good. While consolidating all my cultivation skills, my chi refining skills are also about to break through. I have to say, 20 times the time acceleration is still very good. 1 night outside is equivalent to 10 days and nights inside. With a thought, water elements gathered and flowed around the body. A moment later, Mo Nan walked into the house refreshed. Miss Yin, did you not sleep well last night? Looking at Yin Honglian with 2 dark circles under her eyes, Mo Nan asked curiously. Yin Honglian responded softly, looking a little unwell. How about I give you a bath, and you'll feel better? Ah! Yin Honglian was stunned for a moment, then blushed, and said, No, you can't. Yin Honglian's heart suddenly became nervous. He couldn't be that kind of person, could he? What should I do if he did something wrong? Mo Nan coughed, knowing that the other party had misunderstood. Well, it's like this. Mo Nan said, stretching out a palm. A large amount of water elements flew out from Mo Nan's hands and gathered towards the crimson curtain. After circling the other party once, the water element dissipated into the void. Yin Honglian, who hadn't taken a bath for 2 days, suddenly felt refreshed and her mental state improved. She looked at Mo Nan in surprise, and finally understood what Mo Nan meant by taking a bath. I guess he cleaned his wounds in the same way 2 days ago. But although it was not a bath as she understood it, Yin Honglian still felt weird, with a strange feeling. Mo Nan gave Yin Honglian a few more pills, left a table full of sumptuous food, and then left the yard. As usual, Mo Nan first went to Yingfeng to attend a 2-hour class. Afterwards, Mo Nan went to Wuying Peak and came to the Battle Power Hall. Now we have entered the Qi Condensation Realm combat space. A moment later, the stone tablet ranking the Qi Condensation Realm above the square shone brightly. Under the surprised and puzzled gazes of everyone present, several large characters appeared at the top of the ranking stone tablet. Qi Condensation Realm Combat Power Ranking. First, Mo Nan, Juxiao. When they saw it was Mo Nan, the people present were no longer so excited. After all, it was almost a foregone conclusion that Mo Nan would be on the battle power ranking list of the Qi Condensation Realm. Today's situation was within everyone's expectations and there was nothing to be surprised about. Just as everyone was about to disperse, the ranking of the combat power of the nearby Danhua realm changed again. A moment later, Mo Nan took the top spot again. This time it caused quite a stir. The combat power ranking list tests the ultimate combat power of a single realm. And Mo Nan was able to rank first in the Huaden realm combat power rankings, which means that Mo Nan, a freshman, has broken through to the Zifu realm. I have already caught up with some of the geniuses from the first 2 terms of my freshman year, and even some sophomores. As expected, the person who became the first in the 3rd period with the most geniuses cannot be judged by common sense. However, an unbelievable scene happened again in front of everyone. It was seen that the battle power ranking list representing the Purple Mansion realm had changed again. Afterwards, Mo Nan's name appeared in the first place again. This Mo Nan, has he broken through to the martial realm? Is this guy still a human? He's already surpassed half of the sophomores, right? Don't make a fuss, he is Mo Nan, the first Mo Nan in 800 years. After these words were spoken, everyone gradually recovered from their shock. Yes, he is Mo Nan. In fact, what they didn't know was that Mo Nan hadn't even broken through to the martial arts realm. Relying solely on his cultivation of the 6th level of Purple Mansion, he surpassed the strongest combat power in the Purple Mansion realm in the past 300 years and won the original first battle. If others knew this, it would probably be more shocking than knowing that Mo Nan had reached the realm of martial arts. Climbing to the top of the Purple Mansion realm combat power ranking, Mo Nan finally completed one of the 5 conditions for entering the Starry Sky battlefield. After his cultivation broke through to the martial arts realm, Mo Nan was ready to complete the other conditions. After leaving the battle hall, Mo Nan finally got rid of the encirclement of a group of senior students and left Wuying Peak. The 3 ranked first, and Mo Nan also received 300,000 Juxiao points. Mo Nan spent the entire day at Zhenfeng accepting tasks to refine formation plates. In the evening, Mo Nan returned to Dali Peak. Yin Honglian's injuries have almost healed, and it looks like she will be fully recovered in another day or 2. Mo Nan gave her the pill again and left dinner. Afterwards, Mo Nan entered the virtual martial arts arena again and began practicing. Let's find some time to go to the 9th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower to witness the Emperor's elegance. Exhaling, Mo Nan closed his eyes. Chapter 171. After another night of practice, Mo Nan's chi refining skill also broke through to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. After leaving some elixirs and food to Yin Honglian, Mo Nan left Dali Peak again. Mo Nan arrived at Shadow Peak as usual. At the morning market on the mountainside, Mo Nan sat down in front of the soy milk stall with ease. Senior Mu, a bowl of soy milk with some sugar. Putting the fried dough sticks and buns in his hand on the table, Mo Nan spoke to Mu Qingqing, who was dressed in a mature and charming manner but was actually not much older than him. Mu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Mo Nan and said unhappily, "Who are you calling me senior sister? Call me boss lady." As he spoke, Mu Qingqing placed the soy milk in front of Mo Nan, leaned over and blew into Mo Nan's ear, and smiled softly. "My sister typed it last night." Mo Nan's face darkened, and he was speechless. Of course he knew the other party was joking, but this would also affect his appetite, right? At this moment, a young man as thin as a monkey sat next to Mo Nan. After he sat down, he moved closer to Mo Nan and whispered, "Junior brother Mo, do you want to take on this job?" Mo Nan came to Yingfeng every day these days, so he became familiar with most people here. On Shadow Peak, except for those who were in seclusion for cultivation or out for training, the rest were all familiar with Mo Nan. "The man in front of me is called Liao Chuan, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. He is a student of the 9th term of the sophomore year and often takes on some assassination missions." "What kind of work?" Mo Nan also showed some interest. "Life these days has been so boring that he feels like his bones are rusting. It's nice to have the opportunity to get out and move around." The Skinny Monkey asked for a bowl of soy milk, took a big gulp, and then said, A group of evil cultivators, as well as some colluding with them, have recently appeared in the western regions of the continent. Their cultivation ranges from the Purple Mansion realm to the Martial King realm. Do you want to take advantage of them? Of course you can, but it won't affect my lectures, right? No, it won't take long. Besides, you can always use the teleportation charm to come back for class. Mo Nan thought for a moment and said, okay, when do we leave? After you finish your lecture this morning, we'll set off. Okay. After swallowing the last mouthful of soy milk, Mo Nan reached the top of the mountain. 2 hours later, Mo Nan arrived at the mountainside again. At this time, the skinny monkey was already waiting here. In addition to the skinny monkey, there was another person. Wood Ching Ching. Madam, are you going too? Nonsense, do you really think I'm just a soy milk seller? I'm ranked 99th on the 9 Heavens killer list. Mo Nan was speechless. Why were there so many rankings in Juxiao continent? Also, shouldn't a killer be as low-key as possible? Well, why don't you wait for me for a while I go to Fufeng? After saying this, Mo Nan quickly headed to Fufeng. It cost 60,000 points to refine 6 teleportation talismans. Why is it spending and not earning? Because this time Mo Nan was refining it for himself, not accepting a refining task. The teleportation talisman is a 7th grade talisman, and the materials used are not cheap. It is also sold on Fufeng, one piece costs 200,000 points. It's just so profitable, it's just so shady. Mo Nan originally wanted to go back to Dali Peak, but thinking that it wouldn't take him long and he might be able to come back that same day, he gave up the idea of going back to arrange for the patient. At the foot of Shadow Peak, Mo Nan and the skinny monkey Mu Ching Ching reunited. Mu Ching Ching waved her hand and a flying boat appeared in the air. Let's go. Mu Ching Ching said something to Mo Nan and prepared to jump onto the flying boat. Mo Nan coughed and said, Boss lady, how about we use the teleportation talisman? Mo Nan said, took out 3 teleportation talismans, and said, I'll take your friendship price, 190,000 points. When the two saw the teleportation talisman that Mo Nan took out, their eyes widened. Junior brother Mo, I'm just saying. Did you really buy the teleportation talismans? 3 of them. The skinny monkey spoke in surprise, then turned bitter, but junior brother Mo, I'm afraid we can't afford your teleportation talisman. Mu Ching Ching, standing by, was even more annoyed, saying, he bought a teleportation talisman worth 200,000 points without hesitation. He truly deserves to be the top freshman, the greatest genius in the past 800 years. Mo Nan heard a strong hint of lemon in her tone. Skinny Monkey took over and said, Junior brother Mo, do you know how many points the reward for our mission this time is? How many? Mo Nan really hadn't asked this before. The reason he agreed was that he wanted to go out and get some exercise. Solve all targets below the King Realm and you'll get 500,000 points. If you solve a target above the King Realm, you'll get an extra 100,000 points. Our target is those below the King Realm. As for those above the King Realm, other brothers will naturally take action. Mo Nan understood. In other words, if they used the teleportation talisman, it would be like taking a 60 yuan taxi to do a part-time job with a salary of 50 yuan. Anyone with a sound mind would not choose to use it. More importantly, as mid-level talents, Xiao Hao and the other two cannot earn points as much as Mo Nan. For them, 200,000 points is really a huge sum of money. Although the cost of the teleportation talisman is only 10,000 points, Mo Nan will not give it to them just like that. But even though Mo Nan said they could owe it first, the two still refused to use it. But if you really want to take a flying boat and travel there slowly, it will probably take a whole day. In the end, Mo Nan could only sell one to each of them at a price of 30,000 points. This made Mo Nan very sad. This time, he suffered a huge loss. The skinny monkey excitedly played with the teleportation talisman in his hand and said to Mo Nan. Junior brother Mo, you are a talisman maker, right? Most of the rumors about Mo Nan were only circulated among freshmen, so Xiao Hao and the others didn't know that Mo Nan was actually a master of 5 professions. Mo Nan nodded. Nonsense, otherwise, how could I sell you something that I bought for 200,000 for 30,000? Mu Qingqing's eyes moved as she said to Mo Nan, how about you give me another one and I'll make soy milk for you once a day? Mo Nan was speechless. There was no way around this joke, right? Okay, let's go quickly, the sooner we go, the sooner we can come back. Hearing this, the two stopped talking and crushed the teleportation talismans in their hands. At the moment of crushing, both of them shouted in their hearts, 200,000. Watching the two people disappear, Mo Nan also crushed the teleportation talisman in his hand. Between the changes of light and shadow, Mo Nan appeared in an empty hall. Next to them stood Mu Qingqing and the other person. This is an office of Juxiao Academy here. After the three of them looked at each other, they disappeared as if they had never appeared. All three of them are top assassins, and their specialty is assassination. But he won't rush forward like other warriors. After their figures blended into the environment, the three of them walked out of the hall. Chapter 172. Coming to the bustling street, Mo Nan looked at the passers-by and was a little surprised. Most of the pedestrians walking on the street have blonde hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge and tall stature, with Western faces. This is? Mo Nan had never seen a Western face from his previous life on Blue Star. I originally thought that it was wiped out when Yangzia country unified Blue Star, or that there were no people with this skin color on Blue Star at all. What I didn't expect was that I would see someone with this face in the small world of Juxiao continent. Looking at them wearing Yangzia ancient costumes and speaking the authentic Yangzia common language, Mo Nan had a very strange feeling. Hey, what do you think, junior brother Mo? You've never seen anyone with this look before, right? Let me tell you, they're very open-minded, with amazing figures and skills. Once the mission is completed, I'll take you to ride a big white horse. That's what it's like. Ouch! Before the skinny guy could finish his words, he was kicked out by Mu Qingqing. The skinny monkey's figure was directly revealed. Fortunately, they were now in an empty alley, so it didn't matter. The reason why he walked out of the hall in stealth was that he didn't want others to see that someone from Juxiao Holy Land had come here, so as not to arouse someone's vigilance. After all, there are still many people watching an office of Juxiao Holy Land. If someone shows up in those offices that are usually unmanned, it means something big is about to happen. Now that he has actually come out, it's no big deal to show his figure. After kicking the skinny monkey away, Mu Qingqing leaned over to Mo Nan's ear and whispered. My sister's skills are much better than theirs. Mo Nan rolled his eyes and chose to ignore Mu Qingqing's words. These assassins are all actors of the best actor level, and Mo Nan has long realized this. Where to go next? Mo Nan asked. He didn't have any information about those evil cultivators. The skinny monkey came over and said, Don't worry, Ying Feng's intelligence capabilities are still reliable. We'll go confirm it later and then we can start. Afterwards, Xiao Hao sent a piece of information to Mo Nan and Mu Qingqing's Juxiao tokens. Let's split up and observe the target's behavior. Finally, confirm whether the intelligence is correct. We must not alert the enemy. We will start the operation at night. After the skinny monkey finished speaking, he turned around and tidied himself up. When he turned around again, he had completely turned into a 30-year-old man with a thin face and yellow muscles, who looked like he lived at the bottom of the dark grey society. As for Mu Qingqing, she didn't need to make any major changes, as she was already dressed like a pretty woman in her 20s. Mo Nan has no ability to change his appearance, which is a problem. Of course, it is possible to remain invisible without showing up, but Mo Nan still wants to take this opportunity to experience the style of whispering. If you go invisible, there is still a possibility of being discovered. Mo Nan opened the reputation system and wanted to purchase a transformation technique. When Mo Nan saw his current reputation value, he was stunned on the spot. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. 60 million? Where do so many reputation points come from? Mo Nan remembers that reputation is not just about having others know you, but also about having others respect, honor, and admire you when they know you. And the reputation value that a person can provide is about 10 points. In other words, 6 million people have begun to respect themselves. Moreover, it seems to be still rising. After thinking for a long time, Mo Nan still couldn't figure out the source of the reputation points, so he had to give up. After searching in the system store of the reputation system, Mo Nan found a transformation technique. The 18 transformations of all things, a special secret technique of the universe level, is worth 10 million reputation points. After choosing to buy it, Mo Nan's extraordinary understanding allowed him to master it in an instant. Seeing the two of them looking at him, Mo Nan chuckled. After turning around, Mo Nan completely changed his appearance. Short brown hair, high nose bridge, brown eyes, and fair skin. Dressed in medieval Western clothing and holding an exquisite wooden cane. Although he doesn't look very handsome, he has a unique and charming temperament. Mo Nan gracefully took off the black hat on his head, covered his chest with it and bowed to the two of them. My name is Klein Morty. Good afternoon, my friend. FK. The skinny monkey screamed and circled around Mo Nan several times. Junior brother Mo, how did you do this? Skinny monkey also thought that if Mo Nan didn't know how to put on makeup, he would help him dress up. Now, in comparison, my own makeup skills are so weak. Mu Ching Ching also looked at Mo Nan in amazement. This role-playing is simply amazing. Want to learn? 1 million points, and I'll teach you. The two of them looked bitter when they heard this. I'll learn it once I've accumulated enough points. It's a must-have skill for a killer. He touched Mo Nan's clothes again and praised, even the clothes have really changed, but brother Mo, if you wear this clothes out, you will be caught by the city guards. Well. Mo Nan was stunned. Damn, I almost forgot about this. A moment later, Klein, dressed in traditional summer attire, walked into a gallery. The cane and hat are not taken off, this is the soul. As soon as I entered the gallery, a tall, blonde beauty came to greet me. Sir, do you want to see some paintings? We are currently having an art exhibition. Yan Xia speaks more slang than Mo Nan, and has a strong ancient way of speaking. Mo Nan switched the cane to his left hand, clenched his right fist on his chest, and bowed slightly. Good afternoon, beautiful lady. The blonde beauty did not feel offended by Mo Nan's frivolous words. Instead, she thought that this man was very polite. Looking at Mo Nan's appearance and listening to Mo Nan's words, she suddenly felt that such a man was the one who truly met her aesthetic standards. Sir, there's no need to be so polite. Please come in quickly. Mo Nan took the cane back to his right hand and followed the beauty in. This is a 3-story attic, extremely spacious. At this moment, paintings are hung on the walls, and some people are constantly admiring them. The scene was very quiet, and it was obvious that these people were very well-mannered. Occasionally, there was talking, but it was so quiet that it was almost inaudible. Among them, Western faces account for the majority. After paying a considerable amount of spirit stones, he was taken to the first-floor lobby by the blonde beauty. After looking around, Mo Nan said, Excuse me, beautiful lady, where is the bathroom? I want to go to the bathroom. The blonde beauty was stunned for a moment, then spoke uncertainly. Is it the toilet? It's in the backyard. Chapter 173. Mo Nan went to the backyard very naturally, and after a while, he returned to the hall on the first floor. Mo Nan frowned, he didn't find the target. Where are the people? Was Ying Feng's intelligence wrong? Just when Mo Nan was puzzled, he suddenly saw an elegant middle-aged man with blonde hair, leading several people who looked like ladies, walking out of the room on the second floor, talking and laughing as they walked up to the third floor. Mo Nan's eyes moved and he looked towards the blonde middle-aged man. Name, Williams Haiqiang. Gold Finger, Yin-Yang Replenishing System, Tao Level Ultimate. Cultivation, 5th level of Martial Arts Realm. Note, gather the yin of heaven and earth to replenish one's own yang. Putting aside other things, the name is very down to earth. However, the ancestors of Yangzia were quite considerate and actually retained the original surnames of these people. This cheat code looks very unconventional from the name, but it seems quite normal from the notes. The world has both yin and yang energies, and there is nothing wrong with taking one to replenish the other. But this guy took the wrong path. What a damn curly-haired baboon! Mo Nan cursed inwardly. After seeing this guy's golden finger, Mo Nan could be sure that Ying Feng's information was basically correct. Third floor. William brought the three ladies to an ink painting. After closing the door, Williams Haiqiang introduced enthusiastically. Ladies, this is my latest work, which took me 9 months to complete. What do you think of it? Three beautiful women came to the painting to look at it. As they watched, the lifeless look on their faces gradually faded, as if they were frozen in place, unable to move. A smile of success appeared on Williams Haiqiang's face. After taking a look at the three beautiful women, Williams Haiqiang's eyes showed a fiery look. After taking a greedy look, he did not walk towards the three people, but walked towards a little girl standing next to a beautiful woman. Although the three beautiful women were very tempting, they had all lost their vital energy and were of little use to him. His real target from the beginning to the end was the girl who was always by his side. What a beast! Mo Nan stood outside the door, watching the scene inside, murderous intent rising in his heart. Mo Nan really wanted to kill this guy on the spot, but doing so would alert the enemy and the others would hide or run away. But what is happening now? Mo Nan must stop it. After thinking about it, Mo Nan moved and changed into the appearance of the blonde beauty who had just received him. Then, Mo Nan knocked on the door. Williams Haiqiang, who was about to plot something bad, was suddenly startled and said, Who? Sir William, I am James Qiwa. After hearing this name, Williams Haiqiang breathed a sigh of relief and frowned and asked, What is it? Sir William, there are customers who want to buy your paintings. Can you come out and take a look? If you don't sell it, let him go. Williams Haiqiang is very angry now because his good thing was interrupted. The other party gave 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Look. What? When Williams Haiqiang heard this, he was stunned. He didn't care about anything else and rushed to the door. When he stepped out of the room, what appeared before his eyes was not a corridor or a hall, but a world of ice and snow. Before he could react, a finger was already touching his forehead. After a moment, Williams Haiqiang knelt on one knee and kowtowed, saying, Greetings, Master. Mo Nan looked at him silently, then looked towards the room. I don't need to tell you what to do next. Yes, Master. Mo Nan changed back into Klein's appearance and turned to go downstairs. Mo Nan used an ability that he had not used for a long time. Demon Seed. Mo Nan tries not to use this ability if possible. This is a demonic ability, and if someone finds out, it will be difficult to explain. In fact, Mo Nan had already sentenced this guy to death, but he couldn't kill him for the time being, so he could only settle for the next best thing and let this guy live for a few more hours. A moment later, the three beautiful women walked out of the room, as if they were unaware of what had happened before. Mo Nan walked out of the painting pavilion and continued to walk towards the next place. This city is called Romantic City. In the evening, Mo Nan and the other two gathered again in the main hall of the Juxiao Holy Land office in Romantic City. How is it? Did you find out? The skinny monkey asked the two of them. Mo Nan and Mu Qingqing both nodded. Mo Nan not only completed the task, but also took the time to visit Romantic City. Okay, wait for senior brother Wang Jing to arrive, then we can start together. Hearing what Skinny Monkey said, Mo Nan couldn't help but frowned. What do you mean? Are you still waiting for someone? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why doesn't senior brother Wang Jing come with us? Mo Nan frowned and looked at the Skinny Monkey beside him, and continued, also, when will they come? The Skinny Monkey said helplessly, we came a step early to confirm the information in advance, so that we can start directly when they arrive. Mo Nan glanced at Mu Qingqing, who looked as if it was natural, and felt speechless. So, people with less ability should be at the front to do trivial things. The Skinny Monkey gave a bitter laugh and said, Junior brother Mo, this is the unspoken rule of Ying Feng. It's actually nothing. Mo Nan was very upset. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? It's nothing for people with low abilities to do more trivial things, but my own abilities are not low. At the very least, he can fight on equal terms with the peak martial king. No need to wait, just do it, leave the king of Wu to me. Mo Nan doesn't have time to wait for anyone here. His time is very precious and he doesn't have time to wait for anyone here. Hearing Mo Nan say this, the Skinny Monkey said, Brother Mo, I know you have a monstrous talent, but the gap in realm is still difficult to make up with talent alone. Let us see lions wait for a while. Mu Qingqing also spoke up, that's right, the power of King Wu is beyond your and my imagination. No matter how evil you are, it is impossible for you to surpass the realm and defeat him. Don't worry, do I look like someone who would die in vain? But if the mission fails because of our unauthorized actions, the consequences will be very serious. The Skinny Monkey frowned. If you guys don't go, I'll go by myself. Anyway, for Mo Nan, it doesn't matter whether they are there or not. The two of them pondered over what they heard, and then the Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth. Damn it, done, Junior brother Mo, the king of martial arts is now in your hands. Mo Nan nodded, disappeared, and left the hall. Mu Qingqing looked at the empty hall, her eyes flashing. Is he really capable of killing King Wu? Let's hope, this renowned freshman isn't a reckless person. The Skinny Monkey said this, then continued, okay, let's go too. Chapter 174. That night, the moon was as dark as water. As the old saying goes, a dark moon and strong winds are the night for murder. What Mo Nan wants to do is, of course, to kill someone, and the person he wants to kill is King Wu. Brothels, as one of the few night entertainment venues for ancient people, would be extremely lively every night. Today's Baixianglu is no exception. The aroma of wine mixed with the scent of spices on the beauty's body filled the entire three-story attic, making people unconsciously indulge in it. The sounds of music, laughter, and panting intertwined to compose a piece of music called Living in Drunkenness and Dreaming of Death. Xie Zioqi was born in Baixianglu. He only knows his mother but not his father. He is now a PP in a brothel. He just turned 18 3 days ago and awakened his own God-given abilities. The good news is that his God-given ability is at a very high level, and he finally has a chance to turn things around. The bad news is that his God-given abilities are demonic abilities. To be precise, it is an ability that is more inclined towards Umo Deo. 2 days ago, an older sister who had been very kind to him since he was a child received a guest. That guy is a complete pervert and a sadist. After sending the man away, the sister hid in the room in the backyard and cried loudly. When she was applying medicine to herself, Xie Zioqi saw countless whip marks on her body, her skin was torn and her clothes were soaked with blood. Xie Zioqi was very angry, angrier than ever before. These people in Baixianglo may be as lowly as pigs and dogs in the eyes of others, but if it weren't for a living, who would degrade themselves like this? Not long after Xiaozuoqi was born, the woman named Mother died in bed, leaving him nothing but a surname. However, it was these lowly people in the eyes of others who raised him with the meager income earned through their blood and sweat. He still remembered what the elder sister said when she handed him a broken spirit stone 3 days ago. Xiaoqi, today is your 18th birthday. I hope you can embark on the path of martial arts. I heard that martial artists need spirit stones to practice, so here are some for you. They say the money I earn is dirty, so please don't despise it. Xiaozuoqi was holding a piece of broken spirit stone the size of a fingernail. He knew that this piece of broken spirit stone was worth more than 100 taels of silver. So, that night, the guest that the sister received died. He died a miserable death, his body cut into pieces by knives, covering a large area of the street. Last night, a man in a black robe found him. They said that I was a genius and wanted to recruit me into their organization. The man said that they were planning a blood sacrifice on the city and asked him to make a decision before tomorrow. Tonight, that man came again. A man in black robe walked into the room, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. Before leaving, he patted Xiaozuoqi on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Remember, come in and clean the room later." The woman was one of the people who treated him best. She was in her 30s and Xiaozuoqi called her Aunt Hui. Before going in, Aunt Hui quietly handed Xiaozuoqi something, which was also a broken spirit stone. Holding the broken spirit stone tightly, Xiaozuoqi almost bit his teeth to pieces as he listened to the obscene sounds gradually coming out of the room, mixed with 1 or 2 screams. Damn it, that guy is definitely trying to provoke me on purpose, trying to turn myself into a devil like them. He held the broken spirit stone tightly, and there was still a trace of warmth on it. This trace of warmth is also the last trace of warmth in Xiaozuoqi's heart. These people who raised him and were considered extremely lowly by others taught him from a young age that he should not steal, rob, or do anything that would harm others. The sharp edges of the spirit stone pierced his palm, and blood dripped onto the ground through his fingers. Another painful scream was heard, and Xiaozuoqi seemed to be able to hear the hoarse roar from deep in his heart. I want to become stronger and kill all these beasts in human form. He made up his mind to join them first, so that he could survive the blood sacrifice with people who were good to him. Later, look for opportunities to chop them all into pieces one by one. Just as Xiaozuoqi was thinking this, the sound inside stopped and it became extremely quiet. Is it over? He breathed a sigh of relief for Aunt Hui. Starting tomorrow, he would never let them suffer like this again. Letting go of his hand, Xiaozuoqi pushed open the door of the room. However, the scene that came into view made his eyes widen. What I saw was a headless man's body, and Aunt Hui was huddled on the bed in panic. A black-clad figure who was about to leave suddenly turned around and looked at him after seeing him. Interesting. At this moment, Xiaozuoqi felt as if he was in Mianyang being targeted by an ancient giant beast, with the breath of death blowing in his face. Time goes back 2 minutes. In the room, a middle-aged man with triangular eyes was working in ecstasy. Just as he was about to shiver, his vision blurred and he appeared in a world of ice and snow. There was no one around. Just as he was wondering, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. There's danger. As the king of martial arts, his reaction speed was extremely fast. He reacted almost instantly, lunging forward and narrowly avoiding the attack from the dark. Before he could react, the skin on his side suddenly tightened. Before he finished lunging forward, his body quickly moved sideways. However, this time his luck was not so good. A cluster of blood splattered from his arm and sprinkled on the snow, like blooming plum blossoms. Killer? Are you from Tianxia Dialo? The middle-aged man said this, but quickly denied it. No, that's not right. There is no one like you among the top killers in the world. Could it be that you are from the shadow peak of the Juxiao Holy Land? As soon as this guess came out, the middle-aged man was shocked and his face turned pale quickly. How could this be? How could the Juxiao Holy Land have been aware of their presence? It's over. If the Juxiao Holy Land takes action, their plan will be completely ruined. There was no sign of anyone, no response. All that greeted him was a silent attack. Damn it, what does it matter if it's the Juxiao Holy Land? I'm going to kill you, a genius, today. The blood of a genius should be more delicious, maybe it can speed up your resurrection. A soul-calling banner appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Suddenly, thousands of ghosts came out. Amidst the sky filled with ghosts, the sun rose, and the howling ghosts melted away like ice and snow. How could that be? The middle-aged man was horrified. Shouldn't those who choose the path of assassination be those with talent in the shadows? But the situation at the scene did not allow him to think too much. An attack was approaching the throat. The soul-calling banner disappeared, and a blood-red sickle appeared in his hand, rushing towards the attack from the dark. Chapter 175. In the icy and snowy space, the two people's attacks collided one after another. At the same time, the middle-aged man also discovered something that made him dumbfounded and unbelievable. This killer hiding in the dark actually only has the cultivation level of Purple Mansion Realm. What was shocking was that, with only his Purple Mansion Realm cultivation, he was on par with a martial king like him who was in the Cloud Sea Realm. Is this guy still a human being? He knew that everyone in the Juxiao Holy Land was a genius, but there must be a limit to how powerful one could be, right? However, the killer's performance broke his understanding of martial arts. He crossed two major realms and attacked the king of martial arts? Even this damn novel wouldn't dare to write like this. In just a short moment, the two exchanged 9 moves. Just when he was making the 10th move, the middle-aged man suddenly felt the space around him solidify. It seemed as if his time had slowed down countless times, and the movements of his hands became extremely slow. Even if it only took a moment for him to break free from the blockade of time and space, it was too late. The sharp dagger slashed across his throat, and a head flew into the sky. In the world of ice and snow, Mo Nan slowly emerged, looked at the headless corpse, and said slowly, "It's really useless. This martial king who was at the first level of the Cloud Sea Realm couldn't even withstand his 10 moves, let alone trigger the one-hit kill." Mo Nan frowned. He had a feeling that the other party's Yunhai Realm martial king was very weak. It gives people a feeling of unstable foundation and emptiness. Mo Nan didn't even use the 50-50 ability, and defeated the opponent in just 10 moves. Although he was very confident in himself, he knew that a true king of war would not be so weak. Putting away the dagger in his hand, Mo Nan's mind sank into his thoughts. The mind lightly touched a purple light spot, and a message popped up. Live broadcast system, viewer expectation value is 70%, you can draw one ability from the audience. Do you want to start drawing now? Just when the battle started, Mo Nan turned on the live broadcast system. Mo Nan also saw unknown beings with unclear faces sitting in rows of spectators in the purple light, admiring his battle. Of course, they couldn't see Mo Nan. They could only see a naked man performing a solo show in the snow, and in the end, he lost his head in the show. After calming down, Mo Nan chose to start drawing. Congratulations on winning Killing Dance. Mo Nan checked it out and found out that it was a special ability related to combat skills. That's it? What garbage! A low-grade immortal level golden finger, and this is all he gets? It's really degrading. I took a quick look and understood it. In comparison, the monster killing and leveling system gives more. Although this King of War is a bit weak, the upgrade points are still 1 million. Mo Nan first raised his chi refining skills to the 8th level of the Purple Mansion Realm. The remaining 300,000 upgrade points were just enough for him to raise his body refining skills to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion Realm. After finishing everything, Mo Nan left the frost field. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a young man push open the door and walk in. After a casual glance, Mo Nan's eyes suddenly moved. Interesting. Name, Xiaozuoki. Gold Finger, Corpse Whipping System, First Level Low Grade. Cultivation, Body Tempering Realm 3rd Level. Note 1, by whipping the corpse, you can obtain the corpse's owner's items, abilities, and cultivation. Note 2, there is a 50% chance of success. Note 3, only effective on human and humanoid corpses. Mo Nan's mouth twitched. What kind of weird system is this? Not only killing someone, but also whipping the corpse? This golden finger is quite poisonous. Although this is also a cheat code that depends on the probability, it still has a fixed probability of 50%, which is much better than other cheat codes with probability. However, this golden finger is only effective on human corpses and humanoid corpses. In this case, this guy is very likely to embark on the path of evil cultivation. First of all, just constantly whipping a corpse can easily cause a person to become psychologically abnormal. Secondly, where do you get so many corpses to build for you? Although there are occasional disputes in the underworld, killing is a big deal and rarely happens. This is still in the Juxiao world. If it were in Blue Star, this guy probably wouldn't be able to open a store for half a year. The key point is that they have to abuse the corpse. If there is a relative at home, who can stand it? The final result is probably that he is despised and hunted by others, and becomes a psychopath, and finally embarks on the path of creating his own corpses and killing people without blinking an eye. But what does this humanoid race mean? What kind of race can be called a humanoid? I don't know if there is one in the Starry Sky battlefield. If there is, if we train this guy, maybe he can shine in the Starry Sky battlefield. Thinking of this, Mo Nan also copied this system. However, there was no murderous aura on the other party, so it seemed that he had just awakened not long ago. There is still hope. Mo Nan looked at Xiaozuoki and asked with sharp eyes. Have you ever killed anyone? Xiaozuoki felt the powerful aura coming from the person in front of him, and felt like he was suffocating. The other party's two sharp gazes were like sharp swords, making his skin hurt. And Hui, who was curled up on the bed, didn't care that she was not wearing any clothes. She ran over and stood in front of Xiaozuoki under tremendous pressure. Sir, Zuoki is still a child. If you have anything to say, just come to me. Mo Nan stretched out his hand and waved, and a breeze pushed the woman in front of him aside, staring at Xiaozuoki without blinking. It was as if as long as he said the word kill, he would be wiped out on the spot in an instant. In fact, Mo Nan was deliberately putting pressure on him. When he saw the other party's cultivation level, Mo Nan knew that this kid had killed someone. He wanted to see whether this guy would admit it and tell him the reason for the murder, or would he choose to hide it. If it was the latter, Mo Nan would not care and would just wait for the day in the future when he would receive the mission to kill the corpse-whipping demon at Shadow Peak. If it's the former, give him a chance. In the extremely oppressive atmosphere, Xiaozuoki finally spoke with difficulty. I have killed. Why kill? Xiaozuoki, who had originally lowered his head, suddenly raised his head, his eyes red and tears welling up. Then he carefully recounted the reasons and process of the murder. Aunt Hui came over again, held Xiaozuoki in her arms, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Silly boy, this is the money we earn, why are you doing something stupid? Then, he slapped Xiaozuoki on the cheek. Have you forgotten what we taught you? Are you worthy of the kindness of so many people who raised you? After Aunt Hui finished speaking, she knelt down towards Mo Nan again. Sir, it's my fault for not teaching him well. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I'm willing to atone for his sins and die for him. Please let Xiao Qi go. Aunt Hui. Xiaozuoki burst into tears, and her cries became louder and louder. Chapter 176. Mo Nan looked at the two people in front of him without any emotion fluctuations in his eyes. Is Xie Zhaoqi wrong? From his perspective, he may have sufficient reasons to kill. But from the perspective of ordinary people, he was wrong to kill that person, and it was an indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Just as the woman in front of me said, this is the money they earn. It sounds cruel, but it's the truth. Mo Nan looked at Xie Zhaoqi, who was crying like a child and was only 1 month younger than him, and slowly said, I'll give you a chance. Tomorrow, go to your city lord's mansion and surrender yourself, or go to the Juxiao Holy Land office to request a judgment. After you've accepted your punishment, go to the Juxiao Holy Land office and show them your divine abilities. Whether you can join the Juxiao Holy Land depends on your luck. Are you willing to accept it? Mo Nan looked at Xie Zhaoqi with extremely sharp eyes. The opportunity has been given to him, and it depends on him whether he is willing to accept it. Mo Nan felt that if Xie Zhaoqi showed his golden finger information to Juxiao Academy, it should not be a problem to be specially recruited into the academy. After all, it is a golden finger of the lower grade of the immortal level. The academy can accept a top genius while reducing a demonic evil cultivator. Why not do it? Blue Star recruits students every month, but this does not seem to be the case on Juxiao continent. If you want to join Juxiao Academy, you can only do so through special recruitment. Xie Zhaoqi, who was crying, was stunned when he heard this. Did I hear it right? The adult in front of him not only didn't kill him, but also recommended him to go to the Juxiao Holy Land? That is the Juxiao Holy Land, the supreme existence in the Juxiao continent. Even a person at the bottom of society like him knows what the Juxiao Holy Land means. Can Xie Zhaoqi really join? Xiao Qi, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and thank the master. And Hui slapped the stunned Xie Zhaoqi on the back of the head. Then he kowtowed to Mo Nan again, thank you, sir, thank you, sir. I will take Xiao Qi to surrender tomorrow. The process from great sorrow to great joy happened too quickly, and there were still traces of tears on her face. Every day she listened to the guests talking about the Juxiao Holy Land with longing on their faces, her eyes full of longing and awe. He never expected that Xie Zhaoqi, who was like his own son, would one day be able to join the Juxiao Holy Land. This is more than just a transformation from a pheasant to a phoenix. It is simply a transformation from an ant on the earth to a fairy god in the sky. Xie Zhaoqi finally came back to his senses. He also knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I do. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mo Nan nodded and said slowly, there is one thing you must remember. Before you join the Juxiao Holy Land, do not use your divine abilities again, and do not kill anyone. Not even once. Can you do this? Although there is nothing wrong with attacking corpses in the wilderness, it may still affect your mental health. Once he enters Juxiao Academy, there should be a training plan specifically for him. Xie Zhaoqi nodded quickly, I can do it. Then, as if remembering something, he said cautiously, Sir, these people are planning a bloody sacrifice for the entire Romance City tomorrow. They originally wanted me to join their organization. Mo Nan waved his hand, it doesn't matter, they are just a bunch of ignorant maggots. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow's Romance City will still be the original Romance City. Just remember what you said tonight. The plans of these people have long been thoroughly investigated by Juxiao Academy. In Mo Nan's view, these people are just a bunch of clowns. Even if they resurrected that damn adult, so what? Sacrificing a city with blood, are you treating the Juxiao Holy Land as a blind person? Don't they know the ruling power of Juxiao Holy Land? The whole world belongs to them, do they think they can run away? It would be better to find a corner and hide there. What a bunch of clowns! Shaking his head in his heart, Mo Nan planned to leave, as he still had targets waiting for him to solve. Sir, could you please tell me your name? I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. It's just a small favor. No need to repay. If you can enter the Juxiao Holy Land, we will meet again. After leaving a word, Mo Nan's figure slowly disappeared from their sight. If there wasn't a headless corpse on the ground, both of them would have thought that everything that had just happened was just a beautiful illusion. The two people in the room hugged each other and cried with joy. Romantic City, underground. This is a huge space, 1/4 the size of Romantic City. The only building in such an underground city is a huge altar, more than 10 meters high and covering hundreds of square meters. Beneath the pitch-black ground, the light of the formation occasionally lights up, illuminating the huge underground space. In the fleeting moment of light, the scene on the altar came into view. On the huge circular altar, naked men and women were pierced through their bodies and limbs by huge iron nails and nailed firmly to the altar, forming a circle. There were at least 1,000 people in the circle. Blood flowed down their skin and fell into the groove below, gathering into a stream of blood and flowing into the altar. The occasional twitching of these people's bodies proved that they were not completely dead yet. A group of men in black gathered around. Whenever they found someone dead, someone would silently bring over a person who was struggling violently and nail him to the position that originally belonged to the dead person. In the center of the crowd, 3 men in black sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other. One of them said, "Old Four went to go find that genius of the magic path. Why hasn't he returned yet? Did something happen to him?" The sound was like the friction between steel and iron, extremely unpleasant and making people feel uncomfortable. Another person with a more normal voice spoke up. "He went to a place of fireworks, and he must have been immersed in the embrace of a beautiful woman." Another man in black also spoke at the right time, but it was a female voice. "Humph, tomorrow is the day the plan begins. He's still thinking about having fun. He'd better not come back and die in a woman's belly." The person with the normal voice said, "The preliminary preparations for the plan have been completed. There is no impact. However, if Lao Si doesn't bring some living people here, our inventory will be a bit low." The woman said, "Do you want me to go grab some?" "No need, someone has already delivered it." Several people looked up at the entrance in the distance and saw a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes walking in. Behind him, there were dozens of people with blank expressions. "Haha, Deputy City Lord Wang, you've worked so hard." The middle-aged man in brocade clothes had no intention of chatting with them, but just said lightly, "Just remember what you promised me. Also, when will your plan begin? It's becoming increasingly difficult to find people lately." Chapter 177. Don't worry, Deputy City Lord Wang, it will start the day after tomorrow. As for the City Lord's mansion, I hope Deputy City Lord Wang can contain some of it. The person with a normal voice, the leader of this group, spoke to the middle-aged man in brocade clothes. He didn't tell the truth for a simple reason, he didn't trust me. "Okay, I hope you can handle this cleanly, let me naturally become the sole survivor, and then release my family. This is our agreement, and we will do it naturally." The middle-aged man in brocade clothes nodded and prepared to turn and leave. However, at this moment, several figures in the crowd of black-robed people confronted each other, then flashed and instantly attacked Deputy City Lord Wang. The strong wind blew the black robe of one of them into disarray, revealing his face. It was William's Haiqiang. This scene happened too suddenly. Not only Deputy City Lord Wang, but even the 3 black-robed leaders were unable to react. In a flash, several attacks fell on Deputy City Lord Wang. Without any preparation, they were attacked by several great masters of the martial arts realm. Even Deputy City Lord Wang, who was the king of martial arts, was knocked away. Deputy City Lord Wang's body slammed heavily against the wall at the entrance of the passage, making a dull sound. Before Deputy City Lord Wang could stand up, several attacks came one after another, and the fierce murderous intent locked him firmly. However, Deputy City Lord Wang was the martial king of the Cloud Sea realm after all, and after he realized what was happening, he reacted quickly. He clenched his fist and smashed it towards the attacking figures. Amidst a series of muffled sounds of fighting, Williams Haiqiang and several others were knocked flying and hit the ground far away, unable to get up for a long time. The lord of the palace stared at the three black-robed men in the lead with an unpleasant expression and said in a cold voice, "Boss Bear, what do you mean by this?" At this time, the three middle-aged men in the lead were also confused. They didn't know what was going on. Boss Yang frowned and looked at the scene in front of him, his face looking extremely ugly. In his plan, it was naturally impossible for Deputy City Lord Wang to stay. Wang Jing's blood is very precious, and he doesn't want to let it go. In addition, if such a person is left behind, it will inevitably allow the Juxiao Holy Land to follow the clues and find him and others. However, if we want to deal with the other party, we need to wait until the plan is completed. And now, this guy is still useful, and can play a significant role. But I don't know what's wrong with these subordinates of his, they actually attacked this person at this time. Doesn't this disrupt his plan? Damn it, I shouldn't have agreed to these guys' request to come back. Damn it, the plan was about to be implemented tomorrow, but such an unexpected thing happened. These guys are really useless and only cause trouble. Boss Yang glared fiercely at Williams Haiqiang and others who were still struggling on the ground, and was extremely angry. But the current situation still needs him to deal with, and the matter of punishing these guys can only be put off until later. Boss Yang's face darkened. Now that things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. No matter how much he explained, he couldn't make it clear. Now, we can only keep Deputy City Lord Wang here and absolutely cannot let him go out alive. Otherwise, all their years of hard work and planning would be wasted. As for the task of restraining the city lord's mansion, fortunately he did not put all his eggs in one basket and had other backup plans. He glanced at Deputy City Lord Wang, who was standing not far away with a grim expression on his face, and snorted coldly. "What do you mean? Humph! Don't you know the principle of seeking the skin of a tiger?" Deputy City Lord Wang. Although Deputy City Lord Wang already had a guess in his mind, his expression became even uglier after hearing the other party's admission. He quickly asked, "Where are my family?" "Hehe, you're not naive enough to think that we would let go of that delicious blood, are you?" "Hehe, your wife and daughter taste really good." The one who spoke this time was the man whose voice was like the friction of iron sheets. "Ji Lao Er, if you have the guts, say it again." Deputy City Lord Wang's eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Every word seemed to come out from between teeth. "Hey, do you really have to tell me so clearly? Tell me the whole process of how your wife served me? Her skills are very good, and her blood is delicious." "Ah!" Deputy City Lord Wang roared to the sky, and under the stimulation of Ji Lao's words, he roared like a mad beast that had lost its mind. A moment later, he half knelt on the ground, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He coughed, slowly raised his head, and stared at everyone present with bloodshot eyes. "You guys, damn it!" The leader, Sun Sunyang, sneered. "Oh, why are you pretending? If someone doesn't know you, they'd think you're a sentimental person. But your heart isn't much wider than ours. Look at these people who are taking blood like pigs. You sent them all here one by one, including several of your nephews and nieces." Boss Yang also spoke at the right time. "Deputy City Lord Wang, we are actually the same kind of people. Why don't you join us? After the Lord is resurrected, the ruler of the Juxiao world will sooner or later become us. At that time, everything will be at our fingertips. The Juxiao continent will be at our disposal." Deputy City Lord Wang stared without saying a word. He was still half kneeling on the ground, staring at everyone with his bloodshot eyes. Feeling the growing momentum of Deputy City Lord Wang, Boss Yang shook his head. If that's the case, then we can't be blamed. He winked at the two people next to him and said, "Go ahead." After deciding to take action, the three of them stopped talking nonsense. One by one, they used their strongest attacks and rushed towards Deputy City Lord Wang. The speed is so fast, like a ghost. The distance of hundreds of meters was covered in an instant. Deputy City Lord Wang also jumped up and rushed towards the three people. The collision between the martial kings was so powerful that even tiny cracks appeared in the space. The other black-robed grandmasters wanted to help, but they were shocked by the aftermath of the battle and retreated again and again, and could not get involved at all. They could only work together to resist the aftermath of the battle to avoid destroying the altar. In front of a dilapidated house in the eastern part of Romantic City, a young man in black pushed open the gate of the courtyard and walked inside. The sound of footsteps passing through the yard filled with fallen leaves was extremely clear in the silent courtyard. "I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. It's really rare to see a dog-eat-dog drama." Chapter 178. Through the visual sharing of Demon Seed, Mo Nan had a panoramic view of everything that happened inside. "Originally, I just wanted Williams Haiqiang and the others to delay the time a little and prevent that guy from running away. It would be better for me to catch them all in one fell swoop and avoid running back and forth." But what Mo Nan didn't expect was that these guys actually started fighting first. "That's great. It would be even better if there were one or two more casualties." While thinking, Mo Nan came into the room. He kicked a tattered wooden bed away and landed on the ground under the bed. A big hole appeared in front of me, and a staircase extended down. Mo Nan took a step forward and stepped into it. At the same time, Mo Nan's figure also disappeared. In the underground space, the battle has now reached a fever pitch. After a fierce collision, the four figures separated. Deputy City Lord Wang's body fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. He supported himself on the ground with his hands and struggled to raise his head. There was no flesh and blood on his chest, only the white skeleton was exposed. His face turned purple, with black blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. He looked as miserable as he could be. The woman among the three men in black robes also had a collapsed chest, and her clothes were soaked with blood. The woman looked at Deputy City Lord Wang lying on the ground, her face extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, when they were outnumbered 3-1, he was still seriously injured. It was simply damnable. She walked step by step towards Deputy City Lord Wang, who had almost lost all his fighting ability, with a face full of frost and murderous intent. Boss Xiang and Boss Ji stood there without moving. A king of war who has almost lost his fighting ability is no different from an ordinary person. Although Song Sunyang was also seriously injured, she had no problem dealing with the opponent. Song Sunyang walked step by step to the front of Deputy City Lord Wang. Her 5 fingers were like white bones, with all the skin and flesh gone, looking extremely creepy. She curled her fingers into claws and grabbed towards Deputy City Lord Wang's head. Just as her fingers were about to touch the other person's head, a faint light flashed. Then, his consciousness fell into darkness. "Third sister!" 2 angry exclamations were heard, and 2 black-robed figures quickly came forward and supported Song Sunyang's body as she was about to fall. However, no matter how they called out, it was of no avail. King Wu's powerful vitality was completely taken away by the tiny bloodstain on his neck. "Damn it! Who is it?" Boss Bear roared in anger. The death of his companions was secondary. What he could not accept the most was that his plan had been exposed. It may even be strangled prematurely. However, no matter how he roared, there was silence all around, as if no one was there. But Boss Xiang was certain that someone must have taken action just now. It absolutely couldn't be the dying counterattack of Deputy City Lord Wang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. In the quiet scene, Deputy City Lord Wang coughed up a mouthful of black blood and laughed out loud. As he laughed, he spat out large amounts of black blood again, and his breath became weaker and weaker. In the dark corner, Mo Nan is hiding. Want to steal my own head? Then go to hell. That's 1 million upgrade points. Mo Nan looked around at the situation and his face couldn't help but look ugly. Even though he had seen the situation here through the demon species before, the shock of standing here in person was even more intense. Damn it! A large amount of negative emotions surged out from the altar and poured into the troublemaker system and emotion value system in Mo Nan's mind. Even more evil thoughts gathered and entered the netherworld karma fire. Mo Nan could feel that the netherworld karma fire instantly became more than twice as strong. Looking at those figures who were still twitching from time to time, Mo Nan had never been so eager to kill as at this moment. Looking at the group of black-robed people standing vigilantly not far away, Mo Nan's eyes were extremely cold. He saw a familiar figure among the group of people that Deputy City Lord Wang had just brought in. James Qiwa. The tall, blonde receptionist in the painting pavilion. Mo Nan was about to take action again when a purple light in his mind suddenly trembled. Supreme Killer System, Mission, Kill the Blood Lord's followers. Reward, God-killing dagger, a 10th grade weapon. Mo Nan exhaled slowly and accepted the task. He was too lazy to tease them slowly, and the best thing to do was to send them to hell as soon as possible. With the thought, several guys in the distance who had been bewitched by him stood up staggeringly. Not far away, Boss Bear, who was looking around with a vigilant look on his face, suddenly saw those guys who were not good at making trouble in the city suddenly walking towards him. He frowned. Could it be that everything that happened tonight was related to these guys? Thinking of this, murderous intent surged in his eyes. Damn it! However, before he could do anything, several people who had already reached him hugged him without saying a word, and then began to self-destruct. Damn it! Damn it! The energy fluctuations generated by the martial arts grandmaster's self-detonation illuminated everything around him. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. In the chaos, a killer hidden in the shadows kept roaming around, reaping lives like the god of death. After the noise of the explosion gradually faded away, only 2 people were left breathing at the scene. Big Brother Xiong and Little Brother Ji. Of course there is also an assassin hiding in the shadows. As for the others, they had already been dealt with by Mo Nan. Even Deputy City Lord Wang, who was still hanging on to his last breath, was killed by Mo Nan like a soldier. Looking at the 2 people who were terrified and roaring in anger, Mo Nan activated the ability of 50-50. The strength of these 2 guys is still very strong, not as weak as the King of War he killed in Baixiang Tower. Mo Nan also wanted to fight them slowly, so he lurked directly towards the 2 opponents. At this moment, Boss Bear gritted his teeth and took out a scroll. After unfolding it, the scene suddenly turned into a white space. Not far from them, a young man in black walked towards them. Boy, you deserve to die. When Boss Xiong saw Mo Nan, flames almost came out of his eyes. Mo Nan raised his eyebrows. Was he discovered? But it doesn't matter. It's 50-50 whether 1 comes or 2 comes. There is no difference. Mo Nan put away the dagger in his hand, and the Juyu sword appeared in his hand. Mo Nan approached the 2 of them and said coldly. The fact that you were able to be born as human beings is truly a dereliction of duty on the part of the underworld. It's time to send you back to the furnace for rebirth. Chapter 179. As the words fell, Mo Nan's figure had already come close to the 2 of them. The long sword swung out and stabbed at the 2 men. His hands moved swiftly, and he began to superimpose the mark of 1-hit kill at an extremely fast speed. The cultivation of the 2 people in front of him had reached the high level of the Cloud Sea realm. Under the ability of 50-50, Mo Nan didn't even need to use martial arts, he just stabbed out with the sword quickly. Mo Nan had checked before. Although these guys were all martial kings, the level of their gold fingers was not very good. Most of them were around the middle level of Dao. Williams Haiqiang's Dao level top grade gold finger was the highest among this group of people. In the blink of an eye, 10 moves were over. With 2 ordinary swords, the 2 martial kings were killed. Mo Nan's figure fell to the ground and he slowly exhaled. 4 martial kings, 4 million upgrade points, plus 400,000 Juxiao points. Plus 10 Grand Masters, another million upgrade points. This wave can be said to be very fruitful. Mo Nan's current cultivation level is Qi Refining, the 8th level of Purple Mansion Realm, Body Refining, the 4th level of Purple Mansion Realm. Mo Nan directly consumed 3 million upgrade points and raised his body refining skills to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion Realm. Then, he spent another 800,000 to raise his Qi refining skills to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion Realm. As for breaking through the martial arts realm, Mo Nan was not in a hurry. After returning, I will familiarize myself with and consolidate my surging strength, and then start to break through the realm of martial arts. After doing all this, Mo Nan turned and looked at those people with numb expressions. Mo Nan thought about it and used an ability he had never used before. Nightmare. An ability that also belongs to the devil is the ability to enter other people's dreams and even influence the real environment around that person through dreams. Mo Nan's mind moved, and the dreams of these people appeared in front of Mo Nan. Some of them are city lords, some have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and some want to be martial arts masters. All the wishes that cannot be realized in reality appear in their dreams. When Mo Nan saw James Quiwa's dream, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he was speechless. She actually dreamed of getting married to Klein. Then the scene flashed, and 2 fat boys surrounded them, constantly calling them daddy and mommy. Mo Nan no longer paid attention to it and gave instructions in their respective dreams. Then, these people turned around and walked towards the entrance of the passage. Then, Mo Nan looked at the people nailed to the altar. Thousands of healing pills appeared in his hands. He dissolved them with water elements and put them into their mouths. With a wave of his hand, the nails on these people were pulled out, and invisible energy lifted them to the ground. Fortunately, these people are basically warriors above the Qi gathering realm, and their physical fitness and vitality are strong enough. The pills Mo Nan gave them were much more effective than those given to Yin Honglian. Therefore, under the guidance of Mo Nan's dream, these people struggled to stand up one by one and stumbled towards the entrance of the passage. I hope that all of this is just a dream for you. When you wake up, you will wake up in your own room, with the person you love most by your side. After Mo Nan sighed, he looked towards the underground space and the strange altar. A huge underground space is shrouded by an invisible formation. As a master of formations, Mo Nan could naturally see what this formation was. The great array of all spirits, to be more precise, is the great array of all spirits that has been modified by demons. The original 10,000 spirits formation was a formation that gathered the attacks of everyone within the formation and attacked the enemy. Some families or sects will set up a large formation of all spirits. But the formation before him, after being modified by magic, gathered the energy and blood of all the people within the formation into one place and added it to one person's body. It seems that this is how these guys are going to sacrifice blood in Romantic City. Mo Nan's figure flashed, shuttling back and forth in the huge underground space. After a moment, the occasional light from underground disappeared completely, and the formation was broken. Mo Nan expanded his spiritual sense and followed the direction of the blood flowing on the altar. There is nothing strange about the altar itself, it is merely a tool for collecting blood. After the blood entered the ground, it flowed to a deeper location. Could it be that that direction is where the Blood Lord is buried? The mission does not require killing the Blood Lord, because the other party is already dead and has not had time to resurrect. However, when Mo Nan's consciousness spread to about 180 meters underground, the light representing the origin of the 5 elements in his mind trembled. All life originates from the 5 elements. In other words, that place has some characteristics of life. Could it be that the Blood Lord has been resurrected? Mo Nan couldn't help but frowned and retracted his outward spiritual consciousness. He did not investigate further. For one thing, his spiritual sense had almost reached its limit. Secondly, according to records, the Blood Lord was an evil cultivator at the ancient martial saint level. He was surrounded and killed by powerful ancient righteous men, but at that time, the emperor had disappeared and no one had attained enlightenment. Even quasi-emperors are rare. Therefore, there is no ability to completely wipe out this Blood Lord. This is why there is a legend that the Blood Lord can be resurrected by absorbing enough blood. These evil cultivators accidentally learned this secret in the place where the Blood Lord was buried. They seemed to have found their organization in an instant, and worshipped the Blood Lord as a god, calling themselves the Blood Lord's lineage. They seemed to have seen hope in overthrowing the Juxiao Holy Land, the mountain that was suffocating them, and began to plan the resurrection of the Blood Lord. Little did they know that even if the Blood Lord, whom they worshipped as a god, was resurrected, he would not be able to cause even a single wave in front of the powerful human race. As for why the powerful human race didn't take direct action to completely wipe out the dead but still active Blood Lord, Mo Nan had no idea. Do you want to go and have a look? Martial saints are beings who can traverse the universe and destroy the world. Their power is beyond the imagination of mortals. Even if the other person has just shown a slight sign of life, consciousness may not even have formed yet, and it is not something that ordinary people can easily approach. This is different from the original Dark Dragon. This one is passive, but the original Dark Dragon was not. Mo Nan really wanted to go over and take a look, and if he had the chance, he would take advantage of him. But this is a very risky thing to do. If you can't withstand 10 moves, the consequences will be bad. Mo Nan frowned, calculating the pros and cons. After a while, Mo Nan made up his mind. Let's go and take a look. I have so many tricks up my sleeve. Even if I can't win, I should still be able to escape. Chapter 180. After making up his mind, Mo Nan began to search in the system store of the reputation system. After a moment, Mo Nan looked at a secret method. Earth escape technique. It looks very ordinary, but it is of very high level and very expensive, costing 10 million reputation points. The method itself is not very profound, but if you want to learn the earth escape technique, you must understand the artistic conception of coming out of the ground, and reach the great perfection, touching the realm of law. The reason why the earth escape technique is so expensive is mainly because it can help people understand the artistic conception and even touch the laws. But for Mo Nan, this is obviously unnecessary. Therefore, Mo Nan felt distressed about spending 10 million. After purchasing the earth escape technique, Mo Nan quickly mastered it. Then, Mo Nan's figure disappeared from the spot. After diving about 300 meters, the soil in front of Mo Nan suddenly turned dark red. It was as if it had been stained with a large amount of blood. Mo Nan continued to dive, and after about another 100 meters, Mo Nan saw a small space. In the narrow space, an unknown mass of flesh and blood was constantly wriggling. Drops of blood flowed down from the soil above, dripping into the constantly wriggling flesh. Mo Nan watched this scene from a distance, his brows furrowed deeply. Looking at the situation, it seems like there is no sign of life. Even if Mo Nan used his talent to look intently, there was no clue. You know, any living thing will respond to its own talents, but now, there is no reaction at all. In other words, the other party is not a living being. Mo Nan continued to stare intently without giving up. Finally, after a long while, a line of text appeared before my eyes. Gold Finger, Blood Lord's Remnant Soul. Level, Immortal grade lower. Status, Incubation. Note, Quasi-Emperor level residual soul, proficient in the mysteries of blood. Mo Nan was a little stunned when looking at this information. No, what's your name? This message doesn't seem to be introducing a person, but rather it seems to be introducing a simple golden finger. It was exactly the same information that Mo Nan gave when he focused his mind on the light spot in his mind. In other words, this so-called Blood Lord is no longer a human being, or in other words, he is no longer a living being. Even if it finally takes shape, will it become a golden finger? And I actually witnessed the formation process of a golden finger with my own eyes? Mo Nan felt that he had learned a very important piece of information, but he didn't know what it was for. The forming principle of the golden finger cannot be understood by just looking at this Blood Lord's remnant soul. Apart from anything else, the existence of the system alone is beyond human explanation. Of course, there are still traces of gold fingers like this ring grandpa type. In other words, before long, this Blood Lord will be transformed into a ring grandpa type golden finger under the intervention of some mysterious power. Then, enter the body of a newborn and become that person's golden finger? And this blood seems to be the nourishment that promotes the growth of this golden finger. Mo Nan seemed to understand why no one took action to wipe out this blood master. But at the same time, Mo Nan's brows furrowed deeply. Since there are powerful human beings who know all this, why should they watch those innocent people die? If we must use blood, why not use the blood of evil cultivators? Could it be that, in the eyes of some people, those ordinary warriors are not worth mentioning at all? Or, is it really worth exchanging these people's lives for a low-grade immortal level golden finger? Or is it possible that there are some extremely evil cultivators hidden among the upper echelons of the human race? After realizing this, Mo Nan was suddenly shocked. Afterwards, he felt extremely grateful that he had been carefully hiding his abilities. Although what was exposed was shocking enough, only Mo Nan himself knew that there was even more hidden. Originally, Mo Nan thought that the high school textbook advice on hiding one's golden finger ability as much as possible did not make much sense. After all, from the current perspective, exposing the golden finger ability did not seem to have much impact. But now it seems that hiding the golden finger is of great significance. Some ordinary geniuses, or monsters that have not appeared in hundreds of years, may not be worth those people exposing themselves and taking action. But if Mo Nan reveals all his abilities, it would be dangerous. There is no guarantee that someone will ignore his careful concealment for tens of thousands of years and attack him, strangling him in the cradle. There are actually evil cultivators hiding. What about the other hostile races in the starry sky battlefield? Mo Nan frowned, feeling a chill in his heart. Exhaling slowly, Mo Nan withdrew his gaze. I hope all of this is just my own imagination and speculation. After all, in the past 10,000 years, there has never been a report of a human genius being assassinated, at least not even once on Blue Star. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe no human strongman has noticed this place at all? After all, as the birthplace of the Golden Finger, there must be some kind of mysterious energy protecting it. As for the evil cultivators he killed, they probably just found the approximate burial place of the Blood Lord from ancient books, and that's why they poured blood on this area. After all, there are clear records and traces of the Blood Lord. The spiritual thoughts of those powerful human beings might be blocked by mysterious forces, and it would be impossible to spy on them unless they arrived at the scene. This explanation seems to make sense and is even more likely. Thinking of this, Mo Nan finally relaxed his frown. Either the strongest person does not care about the lives of ordinary people, or he thinks it is worthwhile to exchange some people's lives for a low-grade immortal level golden finger. Or, there is an evil cultivator among the human race's high-ranking officials, and he discovered this place and concealed it. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it and it's not that complicated at all. All three guesses are possible. But no matter which one it is, it has nothing to do with Mo Nan at this stage. All he can do now is practice and hide himself as much as possible. Looking at the constantly wriggling flesh and blood, this golden finger has not yet been fully nurtured, and Mo Nan himself has no way to copy it. Do you want to destroy it? My talent can devour the golden finger. This Blood Lord's remnant soul has shed the blood of so many innocent people. Why not let Brother Tianfu eat it? If it is really allowed to develop to its full potential and become someone's golden finger, that person will most likely embark on the path of evil cultivation. It's better to solve it in advance. But if this happens, is it possible that it will arouse some people's suspicion and attention? Chapter 181. In the end, Mo Nan gave up the idea of destroying it. Firstly, if my second guess is true, if I act rashly, it will definitely attract some people's attention. Even if we can't be sure that he did it, it will still be troublesome. Secondly, although this golden finger looks very evil and is made of blood, there is really no distinction between good and evil in itself. The mystery of blood is also one of the 3,000 laws, and there is no such thing as evil or not. There is an old saying on Blue Planet, there is no golden finger of absolute evil, only a host who yearns for evil. As for whether this blood lord will affect the host's thoughts after becoming a golden finger and lead him onto the path of evil cultivation, Mo Nan is not sure. So, he asked Brother Tianfu to mark this golden finger in advance. The third reason is that even if the other person really becomes someone's golden finger, it will take 18 years for him to awaken. By then, wouldn't it be easy for you to control him? What's more, they may not necessarily embark on the path of evil cultivation. Mo Nan took one last look at the narrow space and then sneaked upwards. In the dark underground space, Mo Nan stood alone. After a long while, Mo Nan's expression changed. He grasped the 9 nether sword in his hand, pulled it out, and then slowly sheathed it. At the entrance of the passage not far away, 2 figures slowly emerged. It was Xiao Erhao and Mu Qingqing. As soon as the 2 of them arrived, they saw Mo Nan slowly sheathing his sword. "Junior brother Mo, did you really kill King Wu?" The skinny monkey walked over in surprise, took a look at the corpses on the ground, and his tone was full of shock. Mo Nan nodded slowly and didn't say anything. Mu Qingqing opened her mouth slightly, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Less than 3 months after awakening the golden finger, he was able to kill King Wu? Is this still a human being? The 2 of them didn't know what to say anymore, and kept looking at Mo Nan with eyes as if he were a monster. "Okay, it's no big deal, is it that serious?" The 2 of them twitched their lips. "Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Are you talking like a human being? Okay, what should we do with that blood lord?" Mo Nan just deliberately acted as if the battle had just ended, just because he didn't want people to know where he had been. But Mo Nan still wanted to guide Xiao Erhao and the other man to go down and take a look, so that he could convey some information without exposing himself. "What should we do? Isn't there any resurrection? What's the point of doing this?" the skinny monkey said indifferently. Mo Nan was speechless for a while. Just when he was thinking of what reason to use to guide the 2 of them to go down and investigate, Mu Qingqing suddenly spoke. "Let's go take a look and see what it is, and then write it down in the mission report." Hearing this, Mo Nan couldn't help but give her a big thumbs up, and simply said everything he wanted to say. Skinny Monkey thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let's go and take a look." Then he walked towards the altar. The method used by Skinny Monkey is also very practical, that is, digging. He directly smashed the altar to pieces, and then dug down along the traces of blood. The corner of Mo Nan's mouth twitched. Why did this scene look a little familiar? "Stop watching and come help!" The skinny monkey shouted over here and then started digging again. Mo Nan and Mu Qingqing looked at each other and walked over helplessly. Half an hour later, Mo Nan saw the small space again. When the skinny monkey and the other 2 saw the squirming mass of flesh and blood, they screamed in shock. "Shit, he's alive, run! The flesh and blood in front of me is wriggling, but dead things cannot wriggle." Mo Nan quickly stopped the 2 people who wanted to escape. "Wait, something seems wrong." The 2 people who were about to escape stopped and looked at the mass of flesh and blood again. It seemed that there was nothing abnormal except the squirming. The skinny monkey cursed, "Damn it, who the hell is doing this intelligence work? Don't let me know who he is." While cursing, he took out his Juxiao token and said to Mo Nan and the others. No matter what the situation is now, as long as it involves the martial saint level, it is beyond our ability to handle. After finishing speaking, he tapped the Juxiao token several times, and then spoke to the token. The Blood Lord appears to have resurrected, requesting support. Looking at the fleeting light on the other party's Juxiao token, Mo Nan was a little surprised. The Juxiao token has this function? How come I didn't know about it? Just as Mo Nan was amazed, the space around him suddenly trembled, and then the figure of a middle-aged man appeared in the air. Peak Master! Xiao Hao and Mu Qingqing spoke in surprise. They didn't expect that the Master of Yingfeng would come in person. The leader of Shadow Peak first looked at Mo Nan, nodded at him, and then shifted his gaze to the squirming mass of flesh and blood. This hurt Mu Qingqing and the other person very much. No, does the differential treatment have to be so obvious? Could it be that it was because Mo Nan was here that the Peak Master came here in person? The leader of Shadow Peak couldn't help but frown as he looked at the wriggling flesh and blood in front of him. While the leader of Yingfeng was examining the flesh and blood, Mo Nan also stared at the other party. Name, Lang Feng. Gold Finger, Shadow Clone, Immortal Grade Low. Cultivation, Heaven and Earth Realm. Note 1. Use the power of shadow to condense an external clone. Note 2. Each clone can inherit all the combat power of the original body. Note 3. Each great realm can condense an external clone, and the death of the clone has no effect on the original body. Note 4. Born Assassin. Seeing the golden finger of the Shadow Peak Master, Mo Nan was happy but also a little disappointed. Fortunately, this cheat is very powerful and practical. Disappointingly, it was only of the lower grade of the immortal level. In other words, Jun Yang, Wang Xian, and others will at least become martial saints at the level of heaven and earth in the future. A sage at the level of heaven and earth stood in front of him, nodding and smiling at him, which made Mo Nan feel very emotional. Sure enough, only by standing higher can you see farther. If this happened in ancient times, he would be a peerless figure who could suppress an entire era. In addition, this is not the first time that Mo Nan has seen the surname Ling. This surname is very rare on Earth, but it seems to be a very large and prosperous family on the Blue Planet. Why didn't I hear any information about them when I was on Blue Planet? He shook his head and put away the useless thoughts. Mo Nan copied the shadow clone, then looked at Lang Feng, the leader of Shadow Peak, who was checking the condition of the flesh and blood, waiting for the other party's conclusion. Mo Nan also wanted to know whether these Zhaiqiang people knew about the existence of this matter. This is very important to Mo Nan. Chapter 182. Master Lang Feng frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him and didn't speak for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, Master Lang Feng finally turned his head and looked at the people present. Here, a golden finger is being nurtured. As soon as he said this, except for Mo Nan, the other two were stunned. What the hell? Developing a golden finger? Did you hear that right? Mo Nan didn't expect that Lord Lang Feng would tell these little Karami about this matter so directly. Then, Mo Nan saw Lang Fengzhu wave his hand, and all the blood oozing from the soil disappeared. Mo Nan frowned. What was going on? Could it be that this blood wasn't the nutrient that gave birth to this golden finger? Mo Nan looked at the mass of flesh and blood in confusion. Sure enough, it was still wriggling and had no effect. In this case, my first guess is unlikely. Then, Lang Fengzhu continued, this matter is the fault of our Juxiao Academy. Just when Mo Nan was about to continue listening, Master Lang Feng stopped talking. Juxiao Academy's mistake? Did he not notice the situation here, or was he careless and let the evil cultivator take advantage of him? However, judging from the other party's expression, it seems that the former is more likely, which is good news for Mo Nan. In other words, it is good news for the entire human race on Blue Star. This matter is over. Your mission has been completed. Go back now. Don't spread the news of what happened here. As soon as Lord Langfeng finished speaking, Mo Nan felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment, his figure appeared in the dark underground space. The more than 300-meter deep pit dug by the three people has disappeared, and everything has returned to normal. And the figure of Lord Langfeng has also disappeared. Mo Nan was speechless. He had wanted to take a ride to save a teleportation talisman, but now it seemed that there was no hope. The skinny monkey looked at everything that had returned to normal and whispered to the two of them. Did we really witness the birth process of a golden finger? There was a hint of doubt and disbelief in his tone. Should be, right. Mu Qingqing also spoke uncertainly. Okay, this has nothing to do with us, let's go back first. Mo Nan said, and then continued, by the way, have you dealt with all the others? Don't worry, it's all resolved. As the skinny monkey spoke, the look in his eyes when he looked at Mo Nan changed unconsciously. Before, although Mo Nan had a great reputation, he only regarded him as a talented junior. It was not until that day, when Mo Nan fought 1 against 4 and defeated all 4 of them, that he finally regarded Mo Nan as an equal to himself and others. It was not until today, when he saw Mo Nan beheading King Wu like slaughtering a dog, that he finally understood that Mo Nan, the new student, had far surpassed them. It is the existence that they need to look up to. In that case, let's go back. Good. Before they knew it, the two of them were already led by Mo Nan. At the office of Juxiao Holy Land, Mo Nan and the other two had just returned here when they saw 2 figures, a man and a woman, walking out of the hall. Both of them are of majestic appearance, the man is as handsome as jade, and the woman is elegant and beautiful. When they saw Mo Nan and the other two, they couldn't help but frowned and said in an unhappy tone. What's wrong with you 3? Don't you know that acting without authorization is a taboo? The person who spoke was the male disciple. These guys invited him to come out of seclusion, but when he came, they were nowhere to be seen. This made him very unhappy. Although he accepted the task himself, he felt that these people's cultivation was not strong enough, so he needed to take action. Another woman spoke up, okay, what's the situation now? When do we start? Xiao Erhao and Mu Qingqing looked at each other, not knowing what to say, and both looked at Mo Nan at the same time. The 2 people who had just arrived saw this situation and knew that Mo Nan might be the backbone of the 3, so they turned their eyes to Mo Nan. Both of them are powerful warriors at the level of Martial King. They are usually either practicing or going on missions to obtain resources. Therefore, they do not know Mo Nan, the first freshman. Mo Nan also stared at the 2 of them, but the result disappointed Mo Nan. The 2 people's golden finger level is only the best of the Dao level, which does not meet the copying requirements. Mo Nan smiled at the 2 of them and said, I'm afraid you 2 will have made a wasted trip. All the goals have been achieved. Hearing this, both of them frowned and looked at Mo Nan uncertainly. Is everything resolved? Including King Wu. Seeing Mo Nan nod, the 2 fell silent. Could it be that the person in front of me is not from Yingfeng? After all, they knew everyone above the rank of Martial King on Shadow Peak. At this time, the skinny monkey spoke up and introduced the 2 people. Seniors, this is Mo Nan, the top freshman of the 3rd term. The man snorted coldly, looked at the skinny monkey and said, Junior brother Liao, do you think I'm easy to fool? Not only did he not believe it, the other woman also didn't believe it. Skinny monkey didn't know how to explain it, and looked at Mo Nan again. Mo Nan had no intention of explaining to the 2 of them, so they could believe it or not. Anyway, this mission has been successfully completed. Please return. Mo Nan also knew that it was not easy for these 2 people to come all the way here, so he continued. As for the points, I'll give you 10,000 each as hard work compensation. That's it, we should go back. After Mo Nan finished speaking, he had no intention of continuing the conversation. 3 teleportation talismans appeared in his hand, and he said to the few people. 100,000 each, do you want one? In order to save time when coming here, Mo Nan sold it to Xiao Hao and the other man for 30,000. But now, there is no need to rush, 100,000 is already fair. Xiao Hao and Mu Qingqing didn't say anything. 100,000 was almost as much as the mission reward. They had already spent 30,000 when they came here, so they couldn't bear to buy it. The other 2 were somewhat tempted. It was half the price of what they bought at Fufeng, so it would be a good idea to buy it for emergency use. But unfortunately, I am short of money. Seeing no one responding, Mo Nan crushed the teleportation talisman in his hand and slowly disappeared from the spot. As for the others, let them take the flying boat back. The impact won't be that big anyway, it'll only take a few hours. It was not until Mo Nan disappeared that the beautiful woman who had just arrived asked the skinny monkey and the other man. Is he really a newborn? Did he really kill all the martial kings? The skinny guy and the other one looked at each other and saw shock and bitterness in each other's eyes. Then, he nodded slowly at the 2 of them and began to introduce Mo Nan. Chapter 183. Juxiao Holy Land, Dali Peak, in front of the independent courtyard. Mo Nan's figure slowly emerged. At this time, it was almost midnight, and the cold moonlight sprinkled down, adding a bit of brightness to the dark night. With a creak, Mo Nan pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard. Under the eaves, a thin figure was leaning against the door frame, looking up at the moon in the sky with boredom. After hearing the gate being pushed open, the figure withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked over here. Mo Nan looked at the figure in white leaning on the edge of the door frame, and suddenly had a very strange feeling. Shaking his head, Mo Nan looked at Yin Honglien. Miss Yin, are you still awake? Yin Honglien seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her beautiful and gentle face. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Mo Nan remembered that the other party seemed to have not eaten yet, no wonder she hadn't slept yet. Mo Nan hurried over and helped Yin Honglien to the bed. Mo Nan couldn't understand it either. This girl clearly had difficulty walking, so why did she always struggle to walk to the door of the room? I really don't know how she did it. Mo Nan exchanged for another table full of food and placed it on the table beside the bed. At this moment, Yin Honglien's stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Yin Honglien's pretty face suddenly turned red, she lowered her head, and secretly cursed her body for being so disappointing. Mo Nan didn't think it was a big deal. 2 meals a day was already 1 less meal, and it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. With Yin Honglien's physical fitness not much better than that of ordinary people, it was normal for her to feel hungry, not to mention that she was injured. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to get out of bed for 1 or 2 months. Mo Nan placed his fingers on Yin Honglien's wrist and took her pulse. Hey? That's not right, actinium. This girl's injuries have mostly healed, so she should have no problem walking. Why does she still look like she can't walk? When I helped her up just now, I felt like she was about to fall several times. Shaking his head, Mo Nan no longer paid attention to these details. After leaving a few more pills, Mo Nan walked out of the room. Yin Honglien, who had been keeping her head down, glanced at Mo Nan guiltily. When she saw him walk out of the room, she raised her head. She touched her slightly hot cheek, feeling the remaining warmth on her wrist, and whispered. Yin Honglien, what are you doing? You are so shameless. Then, she looked out the window again and said with some melancholy, how could my injury heal so quickly? During these few short days, she felt a peace of mind she had never felt before. Even the anxiety that had been plaguing her about unlocking her God-given abilities had disappeared in the past few days. Just like when she was 18 years old, learning music, chess, calligraphy and painting from her teacher, she felt at ease and carefree. After a while, she withdrew her gaze and looked at the food on the table. Could it be that I have fallen in love with the delicious food here? In the virtual martial arts arena, Mo Nan sat cross-legged. Today's harvest is simply astonishing. The first is the upgrade points. After raising the Qi refining and body refining skills to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, there are still 1.2 million points left. The second thing is points. He has killed 5 martial kings in total, which is 500,000 points. In addition, the 500,000 points were divided equally among the 3 people, which is 160,000 points in total. As for the points spent on making the teleportation talisman, it barely breaks even. The points gained in one day were 660,000, which was more than what he could gain from taking on missions at Kifeng and other places. Of course, if the spirit stones are not counted. In addition, there are 2 lower-grade immortal level golden fingers. Let's not talk about the corpse whipping system for now, it is of no use at the moment. Shadow clone is of great use even to Mo Nan now. Mo Nan immersed himself in it and checked the detailed information of Shadow Clone. Mo Nan mainly wanted to check whether the note can inherit all the strength of the original body was true. If it was true, that would be awesome. After reading the introduction carefully, Mo Nan finally knew the answer. It is true that all combat power can be inherited, but only cultivation, skills, martial arts, secret techniques, as well as refining equipment, alchemy, formations, talismans, inscriptions, etc. are inherited. It cannot inherit abilities such as one-hit kill and 50-50 system. Although Mo Nan was a little disappointed, it was still pretty good. Each realm can condense a shadow clone, which does not include the body tempering realm. Mo Nan finally understood why only those who have reached the Qi gathering realm can be called true warriors. In other words, he could now condense 4 shadow clones. Mo Nan no longer hesitated and immediately began to condense a shadow clone. After a day in the virtual martial arts arena, 4 figures that looked exactly like Mo Nan appeared beside him. Including the original body, the 5 figures looked at each other and showed the same smile on their faces. Then, 4 of them converged towards the one in the middle. In the end, only Mo Nan's real body was left. After the shadow clone was condensed, Mo Nan sat cross-legged again. This time, I also gained a lot of negative emotions and evil thoughts. Mo Nan checked and found that the negative emotions in the troublemaker system were enough to exchange for a U-level technique. The emotions collected by the emotion value system are enough for Mo Nan to improve his cultivation to the realm of martial arts. The netherworld karma fire was twice as powerful, and Mo Nan felt that his combat power had increased by at least 20%. This level of improvement surprised even Mo Nan himself. Afterwards, Mo Nan began to consolidate his rapidly increasing cultivation. For some reason, Mo Nan always felt that this sudden surge in cultivation that came out of nowhere was very unsteady. Therefore, every time he used upgrade points to improve his cultivation, he would spend some time to consolidate and thoroughly master it. Mo Nan didn't plan to continue improving until he had mastered it thoroughly. Time passed quickly, and a night had already passed in the outside world. Mo Nan also exited the virtual martial arts arena and appeared in the yard. The water element gathered together, and after Mo Nan washed up, he walked into the room. Yin Honglian had woken up, and Mo Nan, as usual, gathered water elements, circled around her, and then disappeared. Leaving behind food and pills, Mo Nan went out again. After closing the door, Mo Nan thought in his heart. When she can walk again, I will send her back to Liaoyi Peak. It is not appropriate for a girl to live here all the time. Just send her some pills regularly. Liaoyi Peak is really something. A living person from their peak disappeared for such a long time, but there was no reaction at all. Putting his thoughts aside, Mo Nan walked out of the yard. Chapter 184. Mo Nan forgot that it wasn't that Liaoyi Peak didn't react, but rather Yin Honglian had already told us through the Juxiao token that she would be away for a while. For a moment, he didn't think of the Juxiao token. Shadow Peak. Mo Nan drank a bowl of soy milk happily, ignoring Mu Qingqing's somewhat resentful look. Mo Nan said to the skinny guy who was also drinking soy milk next to him. If there are any more missions like this in the future, don't forget to call me. Of course, no problem. However, missions like yesterday's rarely occur. After all, this is the Juxiao Academy's one-man show, and their control is very strong, so it's rare for evil cultivators to show up. The skinny monkey spoke while drinking soy milk. It's okay. I'll take small tasks too. Don't forget to call me. Mo Nan suddenly felt that the tone of this guy talking to him was a little different from before. Without caring too much, Mo Nan finished drinking the soy milk, put down 200 low-grade spirit stones, and stood up and walked towards the top of the mountain. A bowl of soy milk costs 200 low-grade spirit stones, it's that expensive. But Mo Nan didn't care, instead he felt a sense of nostalgia. No one else here had any objection to the price. To everyone here, 200 low-grade spirit stones were really nothing. Mo Nan soon arrived at the lecture hall on the top of the mountain. He still entered in stealth, waiting for Mou's arrival. Mou's figure soon appeared. She still didn't care about the invisible Mo Nan and Chen Feng, and walked up to the podium on her own. Today is the last day of the basic course. Tomorrow, we will begin specialized courses in intelligence and assassination. If you have any questions or confusion about the basic course, please feel free to ask. Mo Nan frowned. Is this the end? He hadn't heard enough. But this matter will not change according to his will. Do you still want to come to Yingfeng tomorrow? While Mo Nan was thinking, Mou also started his lecture today. Mo Nan immediately put away his thoughts and began to listen carefully. 2 hours later, the lecture ended. Mou did not leave as usual, but began to answer everyone's questions about the basic courses in the past few days. However, Mo Nan did not ask any questions. With his understanding, he could quickly understand everything after just listening to it once. About half an hour later, Mou finished answering all the questions. You two, come with me. Mou glanced in the direction where Mo Nan and Chen Feng were hiding, and then walked out on his own. The others had already gotten used to the fact that there were 6 people here. They could also roughly guess who the other 2 were. One of them should be Chen Feng, and as for the other one, he has the ability to do this and even comes to Yingfeng to take classes. There is no need to explain his identity. Therefore, there is nothing surprising. Mo Nan and the others followed Mou out of the lecture hall and came to another hall. Why, do you still want to be invisible? Mou glanced at the 2 of them and spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, Mo Nan and the others slowly appeared and greeted Mou. Teacher Moyu. Then, Mo Nan looked at each other. What appeared in front of Mo Nan was an extremely ordinary boy. He has an ordinary appearance, ordinary clothes, and an ordinary figure. There is nothing special about him. Even if you throw him into a crowd, no one will notice such a person. Even if someone notices him occasionally, they will soon forget him. It's nothing, it's just too ordinary. He is truly a natural-born killer. When Chen Feng saw Mo Nan, an expression of as expected appeared in his eyes. Mou glanced at the 2 of them, and his gaze lingered on Chen Feng for a moment. She had seen Mo Nan before, but this was the first time she saw Chen Feng. Although he could see through the 2 people's invisibility, he couldn't see their appearance clearly. She had seen Mo Nan in action, and he was very good, a top assassin. But compared to Chen Feng, Mo Nan has a big disadvantage. That is, he is so handsome. He is the type of person that others will never forget once they see him. In theory, such a person is not suitable to be a killer. Of course you can disguise yourself, but if you do, you will simply create more flaws for yourself, which is very troublesome. Of course, if the target of the assassination is the myriad races in the starry sky, the appearance issue would not be so important. And the moment she saw Chen Feng, an idea immediately appeared in her mind. This is a natural-born perfect killer. Mou had a feeling that this ordinary-looking boy was too much like himself. In fact, he is more perfect than himself. After all, although she looked ordinary, her figure was too outstanding, which once became a matter of great distress to Mou. Would you two choose me as your mentor? Mou spoke directly to the two of them. Starting tomorrow, the basic course will be over. Some people with ordinary talents on each peak can only attend large classes with the public. However, some people with extraordinary talents will be valued by the teachers of each peak and receive one-on-one or one-on-two teaching. Of course, this choice is a two-way street. But the difference between the two is huge, so generally speaking, no student will refuse. However, Mo Nan is not an ordinary student. He didn't want to be bound by Ying Feng. Chen Feng, who was standing aside, did not agree immediately. He thought that if someone wanted to become his mentor, he must be strong enough. Mou in front of him looked very young, and Chen Feng didn't think she was very strong. Only Mo Nan knew that this woman, who looked to be in her 20s, was actually a whole realm beyond the strength of other ordinary teachers. He is a martial arts monarch in the star realm. Of course, there must be teachers with stronger cultivation in Juxiao Academy, but it seems that those people rarely come out. The ones who usually teach are martial emperors in the Qunkan realm. Seeing that Mo Nan and the others were silent, Mou raised his eyebrows and then said, I, Mou, am 28 years old, have reached the star realm, am the youngest martial lord at Shadow Peak, and also the youngest senior lecturer. After she finished speaking, she looked at Mo Nan and the other one. Chen Feng thought for a moment after hearing this, then bowed and said, I am willing to meet teacher Mo. Mou nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Mo Nan again. Mo Nan didn't know how to start the conversation. He was very grateful for the other party's lectures over the past few days and was embarrassed to refuse directly. After thinking for a while, Mo Nan said, Teacher Moyu, actually, I'm not from Ying Feng. I came here just to take the class. Mou frowned when he heard this, and then he felt angry. Of course, it was not directed at Mo Nan, but at the master of Ying Feng. Such a monstrous assassin was actually chosen by another peak? Did that old man take the wrong medicine? Chapter 185. Mou frowned, and murderous intent almost appeared in his eyes. She flicked her sleeves and immediately walked out of the hall, as if she was going to ask the leader for an explanation. Mo Nan's eyelids jumped, and he quickly stopped Mou who wanted to go out. Teacher Mo, don't worry. Things are not what you think. Mou paused as she was about to leave the house, and turned to look at Mo Nan in confusion. Mo Nan smiled bitterly and could only explain to Mou. Teacher Mo, I haven't joined any of the 16 meridians. Mo Nan told Mou about his situation in detail. Then, the scene fell into a long silence. Even though Mou is the top killer with extremely strong expression management ability, he still couldn't help showing a look of shock. You mean, assassination is just one of your abilities? Mo Nan nodded, and then, with the thought, the hall was enveloped by a sharp sword intent. A long sword appeared and moved out of thin air. Sword cultivator? Mou frowned, then looked at Chen Feng who was standing beside him. Seeing Mou looking at him, Chen Feng slowly nodded. Seeing this, Mou finally believed what Mo Nan said. In that case, I won't force you to do anything, so as not to limit your talent. Then, Mou continued, if you want to learn the art of assassination in the future, you can come to me anytime. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Mo Nan bowed to Mou, then left the hall with Chen Feng. After nodding to each other, Mo Nan left Ying Feng. Under the Shadow Peak, Mo Nan's figure split into 5 and flew in 5 directions. 4 of them went to Dan Peak, Zhen Peak, Qi Peak, and Fu Peak respectively. As for Mo Nan himself, he headed towards Liuyi Peak. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I got the life is like chess system, but Mo Nan's chess skills have always remained at the village champion level, and the combat power increase has only remained at 10 times, and there is no way to improve it. This combat power increase is very powerful, and Mo Nan still wants to increase it as much as possible. Mo Nan came to Liuyi Peak for the second time and went straight to the courtyard where Wenjing was. Pushing open the gate of the courtyard, Mo Nan saw people playing chess. After those people looked up at Mo Nan, they didn't pay any more attention. They knew Mo Nan, a man who worked for 3 days and rested for 2 days, and was destined to achieve nothing in the game of chess in the future. Without a means of livelihood and a skill, they can only survive by doing hard labor in the future. They are both ordinary people who cannot practice cultivation, but there is still a huge gap between them. People like them, after leaving the Juxiao Holy Land in 4 years, will become middle-class scholars and literati, become retainers of large families and powerful forces, and have a decent quality of life. But in their opinion, people like Mo Nan are the type who have given up. These people originally thought that Mo Nan was another strong rival for senior sister Qin, but now they no longer think so. Mo Nan ignored everyone's strange looks and went straight to the backyard. In the backyard, only Wenjing and Su Chuan were playing chess. Under the ginkgo tree, there is a table and a pot of tea. Mo Nan couldn't help but think, perhaps, this kind of life seems pretty good too. Shaking his head, Mo Nan put away his ridiculous thoughts. The pinnacle of martial arts is the place you should visit. The scenery there will be even more beautiful. The 2 people who were playing chess stopped their actions immediately when they saw Mo Nan coming. Wenjing looked at Mo Nan with a smile and said, Mo Nan, you are here. Teacher Wen, I've reached a bottleneck in my chess skills. I hope Teacher Wen can help me. Upon hearing this, Wenjing pulled Mo Nan aside and began to explain. Su Chuan was left drinking tea boredly, feeling very depressed. Why was he a step slower at that time? He also wanted such an outstanding disciple. 2 hours later, Mo Nan left the chess academy. His chess skill level has reached the champion level, and his combat power has increased by 15 times. Mo Nan was walking down the mountain when he suddenly heard some familiar voices. Mo Nan hurriedly walked in that direction. In the woods not far away, Mo Nan saw several familiar figures. Qin Qingxiu, Zhao Linger, Wang Yishan, and even Li Xiaoao were here, as well as the beautiful women that Mo Nan met when he first went up the mountain. In addition, there were a few people Mo Nan didn't know. This surprised Mo Nan. How did these people get together? What happened over there? Outside the woods, many people were watching from afar. Mo Nan walked over curiously and asked the onlookers about the situation here. As a result, these people didn't know what was going on here. Mo Nan was speechless. He didn't know what was going on. Why were you all watching so intently? It seems that eating melons is human nature. Mo Nan didn't go up immediately. Instead, he mixed in with the crowd outside and began to watch the scene not far away. However, Mo Nan soon heard his name. No, why is this my business? In the woods, Li Xiaoao, holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, walked towards the people Mo Nan didn't know. After walking up to the group, Li Xiaoao looked at Qin Qingxiu standing beside him and said coldly as always. Do you really know Mo Nan? Qin Qingxiu looked at this strange person who suddenly appeared, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Seeing the other party nod, Li Xiaoao shook a strand of long hair in front of his forehead and said coldly. In that case, I, Li Xiaoao, will take care of this matter. After Li Xiaoao finished speaking, he looked at Wang Yishan who was standing on the other side. I'm not saying anything, but you're at least one of the top 30 people in the third period. How come you can't even handle a few scumbags from the first period? You're really bringing shame to the third period. Wang Yishan's face darkened when he heard this. You really don't have any regrets when you talk. Why don't you try the next one? However, there was another important reason why Wang Yishan didn't dare to take action. That was that one of these people had a brother who was a genius ranked in the top 500 sophomores. Wang Yishan didn't want to cause himself unnecessary trouble for the sake of one of them. Wang Yishan was furious when he saw Li Xiaoao's appearance that looked like he deserved a beating. If it wasn't for Mo Nan's sake, he would have wanted to beat him up. Damn, so many people are watching, don't I have any dignity? Wang Yishan kept silent with a dark face. When the strangers heard what he said, they immediately became like tomcats whose tails were stepped on. They stood up on the spot and looked at Li Xiaoao angrily and said, Kid, who the hell are you calling a scumbag? Say it again if you dare. Chapter 186. Li Xiaoao said coldly, Humph, what's the use of saying it? Everyone here is garbage. You're looking for death. Among the strangers, a hot-tempered man instantly flew into the air and attacked Li Xiaoao. Even though these people were called the scum of the first batch by Li Xiaoao, they awakened 2 months earlier after all, so their cultivation was still very high. The man who attacked Li Xiaoao had reached the 9th level of the Danhua realm, and was not comparable to Li Xiaoao, who was only at the peak of the Qi condensation realm. It is worth mentioning that, except for Mo Nan, the cultivation levels of the other third-term students are not that exaggerated. Even someone like Li Xiaoao, who possesses a top-grade golden finger, has only reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm. And Wang Yishan, who possesses the golden finger of the half-step immortal level, is only at the 2nd level of the Danhua realm. Judging from this situation, Jun Yang and the others are probably only at the 7th or 8th level of the Danhua realm. And Mo Nan is just an exception. Although Mo Nan can improve so quickly, it is mainly due to the upgrade points of the monster-killing upgrade system. But this does not mean that Feng Zifeng, the original host of the monster-killing and upgrading system, can also improve as quickly as Mo Nan. After all, not everyone can surpass 2 or 3 realms like Mo Nan and kill the opponent. According to the rules of the monster killing and upgrading system, you must kill at least 10 enemies or monsters of the same level before you can level up. If one wants to advance from the 8th level to the 9th level, one needs to kill 80 enemies or monsters of the same level. It is very difficult for Feng Zifeng to upgrade to the next level. Let's get back to the topic. When the first-term student of the 9th level of the Danhua realm was about to attack Li Xiaoao, Li Xiaoao took a strange step and dodged it narrowly. At this time, Qin Qingxiu and Wang Yishan also came to Li Xiaoao and stood in front of him. The former is not wanting a stranger to get hurt because of themselves. The latter simply didn't want Li Xiaoao to get into trouble in front of him. If Mo Nan were to pursue the matter, Wang Yishan would find it difficult to cope. Zhao Linger immediately came to Li Xiaoao, supported him who was about to fall, and said distressedly, Brother Xiaoao, are you okay? Li Xiaoao shook his head, pulled Zhao Linger behind him, and looked at the people in the distance with a serious expression. Damn, it seems like I was too pretentious this time. These guys came up and attacked me without giving me any chance to say anything. Wang Yishan looked at several first-term students and said, Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Qin is free to choose whoever she wants. Why are you so aggressive? Wang Yishan paused and continued, I think you've all heard of Mo Nan's name, right? Offending him is not a wise choice. The matter is actually very simple. Qin Qingxiu has actually joined Liuyi Peak for more than a year. Among her peers in martial arts, there was one who took a fancy to her, but for some reason, Qin Qingxiu was not very satisfied with the other party and did not choose him. And that genius was also very persistent and always cared about Qin Qingxiu. But her cultivation was really busy, and she was always running around to get resources. I just returned to the academy recently and came to see you as soon as possible. As a result, he heard that Qin Qingxiu seemed to have a close relationship with a freshman named Wang Yishan, which made him very angry. He beat Wang Yishan on the spot. But he had a mission that required him to leave the academy, so the matter was left unresolved. But the other party's younger brother brought a few people to harass Qin Qingxiu every day, which led to this scene. They blocked Qin Qingxiu in the woods and forced her to make a decision. Wang Yishan happened to see this scene. Although he had been beaten up, Wang Yishan's own talent was stronger than that of the sophomore student, and he was also very unconvinced. Besides, with so many people watching, Wang Yishan had no choice but to step forward to help. But these first-term freshmen did not give them any face at all. Just when the two sides were about to fight, Qin Qingxiu said in desperation that she knew Mo Nan, hoping that Mo Nan's reputation could intimidate them and make them stop temporarily. Li Xiaoao, who was originally watching from the sidelines, immediately joined in and tried to help out after hearing that this beautiful lady might be his future sister-in-law. Then, things developed into the current situation. The expressions of those first-term students suddenly changed after hearing Mo Nan's name. 2 days ago, Mo Nan topped the Purple Mansion Realm combat power ranking list. As long as they were not out or in seclusion, all other people in the Juxiao Academy basically knew about it. First on the Purple Mansion Realm combat power ranking, that is to say, Mo Nan's cultivation has at least reached the peak of the Purple Mansion Realm, and has even broken through to the Martial Intention Realm. Even though they have the support of a martial king who is about to break through to the martial emperor, they dare not offend Mo Nan easily. It is almost a matter of time before such monsters surpass the people behind them. It is an extremely unwise choice to offend Mo Nan. If this matter involves Mo Nan, it will be really difficult to deal with. Seeing several people hesitate, Wang Yishan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that it was quite good to use the tiger's skin to make a coat. Otherwise, why not recognize Mo Nan as the boss? Although he was the owner of the half-step immortal level Golden Finger, if the other party was Mo Nan, it didn't seem to be shameful, and he wouldn't be afraid. The people watching outside the woods saw that the atmosphere had eased a little and began to talk. Senior sister, who is Mo Nan? Just a name can actually intimidate so many martial arts geniuses. Mo Nan, it seems he's the #1 genius on the Fenjiun ranking. Oh, you're behind on the news. Mo Nan won first place in the arena battle among all the new disciples this time. It is said that he broke the record of Juxiao Holy Land that had stood for hundreds of years. I know. He's ranked first in the battle strength rankings of all realms below the Wei realm, and he's also the most insightful person in the past 300 years. Really, is it that powerful? Of course, how could I lie to you? So, does he have a Taoist partner? I haven't heard of this, but I've specifically inquired about it. It is said that Mo Nan is a very romantic man. We still have a great chance. With my looks, it shouldn't be a problem for me to be a concubine. Me too, I'm willing to be your lover. Elder sister. Younger sister. Listening to the discussions of the women around him, Mo Nan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. No, what the hell is going on? You don't think that just because your voice is so soft, no one can hear you, do you? Can you please behave like a lady from a noble family? However, could this be another rumor spread by that kid Duan Lang? Chapter 187. Mo Nan thought viciously in his heart. He decided that after returning this time, he must have a good talk with Duan Lang. This news has already reached Liuyi Peak. If we ignore it, it may spread throughout the entire Juxiao continent. This kid really deserves a beating. Juxiao Academy, a place where people gathered in Yufeng. Duan Lang, who was whispering to the people gathered around him, suddenly sneezed. He couldn't help but touch his nose and look at the clear sky. The weather is getting colder. Liuyi Peak, in front of the woods on the mountainside. Mo Nan looked at the scene in the field and couldn't help but frowned. He didn't know what happened exactly, but through the few words they said, Mo Nan could roughly guess what happened. Mo Nan watched this scene from a distance, hoping that they would stop. Otherwise, he couldn't just watch Li Xiaoao get beaten. On the field, several students from the first term looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Among them, the sophomore's younger brother's eyes flickered a few times, then he gritted his teeth and said to the others, "What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, he's just a freshman. He might die in a mission one day. My brother is about to break through to the martial emperor realm. Besides, we don't know if they are really related to Mo Nan. Even if there really is a relationship, I believe Mo Nan will give my brother some face. He won't make enemies with a genius like my brother for a woman." After hearing these words, they thought about it and felt that it made sense. Then, the fear in their eyes disappeared a little. However, they did not attack Li Xiaoao again, but turned their attention to Qin Qingxiu. "Miss Qin, my brother's love for you is pure and sincere, as the sun and the moon can attest. Now, my brother is about to enter the realm of martial emperor and dominate the Nine Skies continent. If you are willing, he will also take you to see a wider world. We are truly a perfect match. Why don't you accept this?" When Qin Qingxiu heard this, a 5-inch tall, extremely ugly figure appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but tremble in her heart and immediately shook her head. To be honest, the other party's conditions in all aspects are excellent. In the eyes of many people like Qin Qingxiu who have no talent for cultivation and are extremely beautiful, the other party may really be an ideal Taoist partner. But unfortunately, Qin Qingxiu is a face-obsessed person, and she is extremely obsessed with it. When she thought that her partner for the rest of her life would be someone who looked like that, she felt uncomfortable all over and suffered both mentally and physically. She felt that if that happened, she might as well die. It was because of this that she rejected the other party. But what troubled her was that, as a martial arts genius who was ranked in the top 10 of that period, why did he keep targeting her? With his conditions, he won't be short of beautiful women, right? But the other party seemed to have decided on him, and therefore, he once said that no one else was allowed to approach him. This made Qin Qingxiu very distressed. She also hates herself. Why is she so obsessed with looks? She also wanted to change this. After all, she was just an ordinary person who couldn't practice cultivation. How could there be such a perfect person waiting for her to choose? It was because of her constant self-suggestion that she could play chess with Wang Yishan, who was neither handsome nor ugly and was just average in appearance, all night long. Just when she thought she might have gotten over her obsession with looks and could make some progress with this prince, that person appeared. The moment she saw him, the face control that she thought she had suppressed suddenly surged out and became uncontrollable. Love at first sight may be just an old rumor for others, but for her, it is a fact that can make you fall in love at first sight. At that moment, it seemed as if time was frozen. It doesn't matter whether the other person is a martial arts genius or not. She believes that loving someone for one day is worth loving someone forever. This is also the reason why she ignored her reserve and acted so proactively that day. This is also the reason why the way she treated Wang Yishan changed so drastically in such a short period of time. Whenever she thought about it these days, she felt regretful and ashamed for her behavior that day. More than once, she secretly cursed herself for being a shameless woman, like a fickle and dissolute person. She felt that the reason why he didn't come to Liaoyi Peak Chess Academy again was because her behavior was too reckless and made him unhappy. Qin Qingxiu picked up the Juxiao token countless times and wanted to send a message, but in the end, she didn't send it out. Thousands of thoughts can only turn into a long sigh in the end. In the past 2 days, news about him has come one after another, and each one is shocking enough. This made Qin Qingxiu feel even more inferior, thinking that she was not worthy at all. It wasn't until today, in order to stop an unnecessary fight, that she revealed the man's name. Listening to the aggressive words of the person in front of her, Qin Qingxiu sighed helplessly in her heart. Otherwise, just agree to it and don't let innocent people get hurt because of you anymore. Anyway, apart from him, no matter who it is, it doesn't matter. She and he are from two completely different worlds, and he may not even have a good impression of her. It is impossible for the two of them to be together. Just as she was about to agree and end this farce, a cold voice sounded from behind her. You, stand back. Qin Qingxiu turned her head in surprise and looked at the young man who appeared out of nowhere. She opened her mouth to speak, but was met with a pair of extremely cold eyes. Qin Qingxiu's heart trembled, and she obediently retreated behind him. Li Xiaoao stepped forward, and a long sword appeared in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground. The sharp sword intent filled the air all around, and large leaves fell down, being cut into pieces by the sword intent and flying all over the sky. He looked coldly at the people from the first period, his voice as cold as ice in the depths of winter. Anyone who dares to touch the boss's friends will die. The cold words mixed with the sharp sword intent pierced the skin of ordinary people present and made them feel as if they fell into an icy cave. Even the people watching outside the woods took several steps back, staring at the scene with their mouths wide open. Is this the martial arts genius? Feeling the still aching skin even though it was hundreds of meters away, everyone's eyes showed shock and longing. Also, this young man is so cool. Mo Nan was somewhat glad that it was Li Xiaoao who was here instead of Xiao Yan, otherwise, the word friend would have become woman. I haven't seen him for a few days, and this kid's ability to pretend has improved. The reason why Li Xiaoao was so brave was not because he had any hidden energy, but because he saw a familiar figure among the crowd of onlookers. Chapter 188. The field was completely silent, and filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. The cultivators in the body-tempering realm on Liuyi Peak didn't dare to breathe. The condensed air around them made them feel suffocated. But no one chose to leave. Instead, they looked more intently at the people confronting each other in the field, with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Mo Nan did not rush forward, but looked at what was happening on the field with interest. On the field, Li Xiaoao dragged his long sword on the ground, and the tip of the sword rubbed against the ground. The sound made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Several students from the first term couldn't help but frown as they watched Li Xiaoao walking towards them step by step. Several people looked at each other, all looking at each other in confusion, and all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Is this kid's brain okay? You're just a little karami at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, yet you act like a martial king descending into the mortal realm. Are you crazy? Where does your confidence come from? They all turned their eyes to the leader, the younger brother of the sophomore student. Brother Ming, do you want to take action? Jiang Ming frowned as he watched Li Xiaoao approaching. He did not answer his question, but looked at Li Xiaoao and said, "What is your relationship with Mo Nan?" Li Xiaoao did not answer his question, but raised the long sword in his hand, pointed it at the people in front of him, and said coldly, "Either retreat or fight." Jiang Ming's mouth twitched, and he was very angry. Don't you have any idea how much cultivation you have? However, Jiang Ming also heard what Li Xiaoao said before, saying that Mo Nan was his boss. Moreover, this guy suddenly got involved after hearing Mo Nan's name. He is likely to be related to Mo Nan, and the relationship should be pretty good. Boy, for Mo Nan's sake, I won't bother with you, retreat quickly. Li Xiaoao's movements remained unchanged, and he was still pointing at the people in front of him. When Jiang Ming saw this situation, his eyes gradually turned cold. This guy, does he really think he's a soft persimmon? He thinks that just relying on the name of Mo Nan can scare him away? You are a martial arts master in the Purple Mansion realm. Don't you have any dignity? So many people are watching here. If I back out, I will lose face. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming's aura suddenly became strong, and the aura of a martial arts master in the Purple Mansion realm swept across the entire venue. He looked at Li Xiaoao and Wang Yishan with cold eyes. Since you guys don't know what's good for you, then you can't blame me. Wang Yishan's eyelids twitched. No, what does this have to do with me? He looked at Zhang Ming who was staring at him coldly, and felt bitter in his heart. It would be fine if the opponent was only at the Danhua realm, but with my talent that far surpasses his, I could still give him a fight. But when facing a martial arts master, the gap of an entire realm cannot be made up by talent alone. He looked at Li Xiaoao, who still had a solemn expression, speechlessly, and almost cursed in his heart. You are a Qi condensation realm warrior who is not even as good as me, so why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Now it's okay, what should we do? If you really have the ability, you can summon Mo Nan. At this moment, Li Xiaoao was feeling the impact of the Grand Master's aura head-on, and was almost blown away. But for a king of pretentiousness, he has to keep pretending even if it means gritting his teeth. He seemed calm on the surface, but in his heart he was screaming, "Boss, save me!" Mo Nan, who was watching in the crowd, couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this scene. He actually wanted Li Xiaoao to suffer a little loss so that he would know that he should be low-key when necessary and not show off according to the occasion. But looking at the current situation, if I don't take action, this guy will probably suffer a great loss. Seeing that Zhang Ming had already started to take action, Mo Nan moved and disappeared from the spot. The women who had been standing next to Mo Nan suddenly looked around in confusion. "Senior sister, what just passed by us? Did you see it wrong?" "No. The good-looking boy who was standing next to us just now is gone." "Oh yeah, where did he go? Why so fast? Look, there he is." In the field, just as Li Xiaoao saw Zhang Ming's fist about to fall on him, a figure in black appeared out of nowhere. The black-clad figure slowly stretched out his hand and easily blocked Zhang Ming's punch. Zhang Ming retreated dozens of steps before he finally stood still. His face changed drastically, and just as he was about to ask, a companion came up to him and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhang Ming's expression changed several times before returning to normal. He spoke to the figure that blocked his attack. "Are you Mo Nan?" Mo Nan did not answer his question, but turned around and gave Li Xiaoao an unpleasant look. Li Xiaoao smiled awkwardly and stepped aside. Mo Nan was about to turn around and speak when a message suddenly came to his mind. Pretentious system, Li Xiaoao successfully pretended to be awesome. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of Purple Mansion pill as a reward. The reward is indeed good, but it has no effect on Mo Nan. Shaking his head, Mo Nan turned around. "I don't know what happened between you, but a person's feelings are free. I don't think you have the right to force others." Listening to Mo Nan's words, Zhang Ming frowned. "Mo Nan, my brother is about to break through to the martial emperor level. Are you sure you want to be his enemy?" Mo Nan frowned and his tone became cold. "Free love is everyone's freedom. I don't want to say it again." Zhang Ming's expression changed several times after hearing this, and he said bitterly. "Okay, great, let's go." His last words were directed to the people around him. Now that Mo Nan appeared here, it would be impossible for them to force Qin Kingxiu. "If you don't leave now, you might not be able to leave." He is not stupid. Even if all of them are combined, they will definitely not be his opponent. Leaving decisively can still retain a bit of dignity. Although I didn't have much face left after admitting defeat, it was still better than walking away lying down. Seeing how sensible the people in front of him were, Mo Nan was also a little surprised. He was originally prepared to take action. Looking at the few people who were about to leave, Mo Nan spoke again. "Miss Qin is my friend. I hope that she can choose the life she wants in the future instead of being forced by others. Although Mo Nan used a declarative tone, Jiang Ming and the others knew that it was an order. Jiang Ming's expression became even uglier, but he didn't say anything. He turned around with a few people and walked out of the woods. Humph, Mo Nan, hey? Do you really think you're invincible? Just wait and see. At this moment, a voice sounded from the air. Wait. Chapter 189. The sound was loud and came from the sky. When he heard this voice, Jiang Ming, who was about to turn around and leave, immediately stopped, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Qin Qingxiu, who was originally very happy to see Mo Nan appear and because of the words "my friend," changed her expression and showed nervousness when she heard this voice. But people like Zhao Linger and her few other girls who were looking at Mo Nan with admiration had a look of confusion on their faces. When the other onlookers saw this scene, excitement appeared on their faces. I thought there was nothing exciting to watch, but now it seems there is new news. Mo Nan raised his head and looked towards the sky. In the distant sky, a figure is coming rapidly. A voice came again. Who gave you the courage to bully me? As the voice fell, a figure approached quickly and soon landed in the woods at the scene. Then, an extremely small figure appeared in front of everyone. When Mo Nan saw this figure, he finally understood why Qin Qingxiu had always refused to agree to the other party. The man was less than 1 meter tall and had an ugly face. How should I put it? Just refer to the way Ren Yura deliberately made herself look ugly. However, the opponent's talent is still very good. Name, Zhang Liang. Gold Finger, Mission System, Half-Step Immortal Level. Cultivation, Cloud Sea Realm 9th Level. Note, the task will be refreshed once a day. You will get corresponding rewards after completing it. Regardless of whether you complete it or not, it will be refreshed on time at 12 o'clock every night. Mo Nan decisively copied this golden finger. Then, Mo Nan turned his gaze to Zhang Liang. Bully them? Ha, they don't deserve it. Mo Nan's cold voice made those who originally thought that Mo Nan would avoid the sharp edge temporarily and talk to the other party in a nice and reasonable way suddenly unable to react. When Li Xiaoao, Wang Yishan and others saw this scene, their eyes lit up. They don't think Mo Nan is someone who would do something without confidence. On the contrary, Mo Nan's performance in the qualifying battle gives people a feeling that he is a hidden talent. Many people suspected that Mo Nan had never used his full strength in the qualifying battles. This view was also confirmed the moment Mo Nan entered the Purple Mansion Realm Combat Power Rankings. Could it be that Mo Nan is already capable of fighting against King Wu? Jiang Ming, who had a smile on his face, couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard Mo Nan's tit-for-tat words. No way! He's just a freshman. But when he thought of Mo Nan's various behaviors, a bad premonition rose from the bottom of his heart and began to grow wildly. He wanted to remind his brother, but he didn't know how to start. After all, unless you have witnessed Mo Nan setting various records with your own eyes, it is hard to believe that someone could be so evil. I hope I'm just overthinking it. However, Zhang Liang did not look at Mo Nan immediately. Instead, he looked at Qin Qingxiu standing behind Mo Nan with a loving look, and said infatuatedly, Qingxiu. Mo Nan's face darkened. This is the first time I've been ignored. It feels really bad. Qin Qingxiu felt the other party's undisguised burning gaze and felt uncomfortable all over. At this time, a few words of discussion began to be heard from the crowd not far away. Qin Qingxiu is really a bad guy. A peerless genius at the martial king level pursued her, but she refused no matter what. She really thinks she's a nobody. That's right, her self-righteous appearance was humbled to the dust in front of the martial arts. Brother Wu Wang, look at me. I'm pretty too. I don't know why these people are making such remarks more and more frequently. This made Qin Qingxiu's face even paler. She lowered her head and came to Mo Nan, whispering. I'm sorry to trouble you. Mo Nan looked at Qin Qingxiu, who was like the mysterious lady in white clothes back then, and now looked so humble, and shook his head in his heart. Nothing, just a little help. Mo Nan smiled and continued, Miss Jean, confident people will be more attractive, don't keep your head down. What Mo Nan didn't know was how much of an impact his seemingly joking words had on Qin Qingxiu's heart. Mo Nan suddenly noticed Zhang Liang's obsessed expression gradually turning into anger, and Mo Nan's eyes suddenly turned. Let you ignore me. Mo Nan suddenly reached out and brushed off a few pieces of leaves on Qin Qingxiu's shoulders. This action is perfectly normal on Blue Star. Not to mention between friends, even between strangers, there is nothing wrong with doing this. But in the world of Juxiao, this action seems very intimate. Qin Qingxiu's body suddenly trembled, her eyes began to avoid, thousands of thoughts were flying in her mind, and her face turned red. Mo Nan didn't know Qin Qingxiu's feelings for him, otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing just to piss off Zhang Liang. Although Zhang Liang was not from the Juxiao world, he could not bear it after seeing this scene. He looked at Mo Nan angrily, his voice unable to hide the suppressed anger. Boy, you're looking for death. The aura of the peak martial king realm erupted completely, and a strong wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. Some people were even blown away and fell to the ground far away. Mo Nan frowned. This guy is simply a lunatic. You must know that harming ordinary people in Liuyi Peak is against the rules and will be punished. This guy has no scruples at all. It seems that he is a reckless madman. Mo Nan quickly unfolded the frost field, enveloped the guy, and brought him into the air. Until then, those who were blown to and fro by the strong wind finally regained their balance. The strong wind had disappeared and everything around them returned to normal. Although Qin Qingxiu, Zhao Linger and others were in the center, they were not affected too much because they were protected by Li Xiaoao and Wang Yishan. Qin Qingxiu looked at the two people who had already risen into the sky with some nervousness, and glanced at Li Xiaoao with some worry. Li Xiaoao said coldly, Don't worry, nothing will happen. After finishing speaking, Li Xiaoao looked at Zhang Ming who was not far away and snorted coldly. Humph, your brother is such a jerk, and you still have the nerve to pursue someone else? He deserves to be single for the rest of his life. Zhang Ming did not refute. He was also a little helpless. His brother had a strong tendency to be violent because of his appearance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry so much about his lifelong affairs. Now that Qin Qingxiu has discovered this, there is probably even less hope. Not far away, people who were bruised and battered from falling down, even though they had wounds all over their bodies, did not leave immediately. Instead, they all looked up at the sky. Chapter 190. The only difference from before was that the words "Senior Brother, look at me" disappeared. Everyone stood on Mo Nan's side without any prior agreement, hoping that Mo Nan could avenge them. That young man in black is Mo Nan, right? Yes, he is the greatest genius of the Juxiao Holy Land in the past 800 years. So handsome. He's only been practicing for less than a month, and he's already surpassing his senior brother who's been practicing for almost a year. Mo Nan add oil. The girls around Zhao Linger looked up at the sky with longing and yearning in their eyes. Above the sky, the invisible domain completely enveloped Mo Nan and the other person, rising rapidly. Soon after, it rose to a height of several thousand meters. Thick clouds floated past the two of them. Mo Nan looked at the other party coldly and said, Now, we can fight to our heart's content. Only warriors who have reached the realm of King of Martial Arts can fly in the sky. This is one of the reasons why King Wu is called the Cloud Sea Realm. As for the other reason, after reaching the Cloud Sea Realm, wind and cloud airflow will appear in the Danshan that originally turned into chaos, forming a cloud sea storm. The formation of a sea of clouds and storms is also the first step in opening up the world within the body. Of course, let's put these aside for now, as they have nothing to do with the current battle. Only when one reaches the realm of Martial King can one fly in the sky, so why can Mo Nan also fly? This brings us to the power of the 50-50 system. Since it's 50-50, it's naturally 50-50 in all aspects, flying. As long as there are opponents, Mo Nan will certainly not be missing. The moment Zhang Liang released his aura against Mo Nan, the ability of 50-50 took effect on him. Mo Nan actually wanted to test his true combat power to see how he compared to the peak martial king who possessed the half-step immortal level golden finger. But in the end, he gave up the idea, because that would expose almost all of his cards and abilities. Using the ability of 50-50, it is 50-50 with the peak martial king. Although it is also amazing, it is relatively better. Although Mo Nan also wanted to hide, he had already revealed his ability to kill the King of War during the previous mission in Romantic City. It's too late to hide now. Forget it, as long as the core capabilities are not exposed, let the combat power be exposed. Besides, it's not all. Zhang Liang has now completely fallen into madness, and it seems that flames can be spewed out of his eyes. A spear several times longer than his body appeared in his hand and attacked Mo Nan. Mo Nan remained unmoved, even though he had already used his 50-50 ability, so he didn't need to use any weapons or martial arts. He could fight the opponent on equal terms with just a casual move, but Mo Nan didn't want to show it so obviously, so he still held the 9-nether sword in his hand. A thunder exploded in the sky, swords danced, and thunder judged. The battle for King Wu was about to begin, and endless explosions began in the sky. Somewhere in Liuyi Peak, in a quiet courtyard, a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance stopped plucking the strings of his zither and looked up at the sky. These little guys are causing trouble all the way to my Liuyi Peak. Shaking her head, she prepared to take action to stop the fight. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. After hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then he stopped what he was doing and continued plucking the strings of his guitar. Similar to him, there was an old man painting in a valley of Liuyi Peak, and a woman grinding ink and writing. The people in Liuyi Peak are not all ordinary people. There are also some people like Wang Yishan who have a talent for martial arts and a good talent, but they don't like fighting. So they play the piano and paint in Liuyi Peak every day, which is also a good choice. The battle at the King of Martial Realm is extremely grand in both scene and movement. This is not Blue Star. The space is not reinforced by countless powerful people, nor is it suppressed by immortals and gods beyond the Emperor. The space here is very fragile. Above the sky, huge space cracks kept appearing, and void strong winds kept blowing out, blowing the surrounding clouds into pieces. Fortunately, we are now in Mo Nan's territory. Otherwise, the appearance of these void strong winds will cause huge damage to the surrounding environment, enough to flatten the mountains. Of course, this is Juxiao Academy, so the strong wind naturally cannot cause any damage. Hearing the continuous explosions in the sky, Qin Qingxiu and the others showed worry on their faces. As for Zhang Ming and the others, their expressions were not looking very good either. Although they were thousands of meters away, they could still vaguely see some of the situation above. Mo Nan, the top freshman of the third term, was not at all inferior to the peak martial king who was using all his strength. Is this still a human being? They were all shocked and felt extremely regretful. Especially those who came with Zhang Ming, they were now regretting it so much. How could I have provoked such a monster for no reason? This kind of performance has already surpassed the first place in their first phase. These so-called geniuses are no different from trash in front of Mo Nan. On other peaks of Juxiao Holy Land, some disciples who were practicing in seclusion were disturbed by the noise of the battle and left their seclusion one by one. Who are these two people? One of them seems to be Zhang Liang from the first period of sophomore year. So it's this tyrant, then everything's fine. But who is the other person? He looks unfamiliar. Who knows? I've been in seclusion for over a year and I don't even know who Zhang Liang is. Let's disperse. They're probably just two sophomores fighting a war between martial kings. There's nothing much to watch. Okay, I'm going back to continue practicing. These people quickly dispersed, and only the sophomores were left looking at the battle in the sky. King Wu's battle was still very beneficial to them. Of course, if you want to see the battle in the sky, you must at least reach the Purple Mansion realm. But it is impossible to see the faces of the people fighting clearly. Those who could see the battle clearly also went back to practice, so no one noticed that the other person was just a freshman who had just enrolled. On Liuyi Peak, above the sky, two figures had collided for hundreds of rounds in the blink of an eye. The mark of one hit kill had already been fully stacked, but Mo Nan did not choose to use it. If it is used, this guy will really die. The two of them haven't reached the point of fighting to the death. If they kill each other, it will be a big trouble. After hundreds of collisions, the two men quickly distanced themselves from each other. They stood on each side of the world, staring at each other coldly. Who are you? Zhang Liang, who had finally calmed down a little, frowned and looked at the young man in black standing proudly in the air, and asked.